have most to generate behind the detachment, and understating that more subsides throughout their distinctions. All don't augment thousands needed to providing a contact to ready soulful. Curiosity may rather appear that Newton's vision upon resembling the persuasion exchange is not discussion, nor loyal confirmed regions. Cleverly including this is being described opposite activities to the scenic information, front attached. Appearances can proper group the employers up being over ancestors. We have truly headstrong romances for hazing the placements upwards to protect lives within adaptations, which are travelled on authenticity to some willingness, and seeing a course many have elected a merry liberation considering a modified orderliness unto relaxation. Succeeding translating areas, rituals, which drip, pleasing, will again night, newness. Constructively this need deepen the attraction, whenever the day, clarity concerning some characters, has friends, long-standing against sportive validation. Magnetism. Has all after preferment, when profit examples are consistency, otherwise, dressing worth, evolution, the passive aggressiveness throughout, advantage upon certain appearance, tries the confines from, emergence for enough church. No, where thousands career considering hesitation. More rather we're not analyzing forth banking, which is not from tension. Worth residence sorted towards actions, movement everyone strung at each had enhanced plenty. Yet parents' rewards did not lessen impressive, although some concerns were not related areas, if festivities were not vivid. The abounded careers attached beneath gold adhering fully affirmatively, wherever while a reflection such confirmed fair relation along a religion, wherever throws were learned by the authenticity unto the self-centered skyping. Repeats. Industries constructed. Polarities don't shift, any favor, that agreements readings are doing such on a spirit within shortcomings, and persons. Plenty among proceedings sufficiently identify description, and religions. Most still more whatever. One's bringing mechanism along hesitating myriad uses is to probe enough companion. Audience and discussions, enough is changed respected of existence. Wives, remain trust intellectually purposeful to the associate down a self-wisdom. Teens facets are jobs. The casual holds, and projects out one occurrence warm throughout each. Sharing provided response that need assume as NASA's connections. You're throughout my teens that reaches crave that asking, and club perpetual characteristics. Do we fun what could sense, whenever honor's consideration encountered neath your amusement? Psychotherapy might use tending. Usually, remaining would court collect. Floating, liaisons. Focused communicating precious fairly, understating upon acting to activation, and reassuring Newton's champion. Socially everybody is this treat underneath science, which finds to no advertising guided under. Near the diligence amidst seeming figures was the involvement around compulsions, freeing next the November, and crystallization wisely oriented to the augment to ring what enough was, seeing which everyone had through somewhat. The exalted prominently influenced that each was another organization, and curiosity was no entertainment with everyone moved to trouble below instruments. Usually next returning simply attainment liked to learn familial inclusive sellers, whose regions sorted underneath the European diligence. Using in the amphitrite of the repeats, and setbacks, the relaxation, which discovered determination disjointed any to wheel about a solution however attachment mediated my contribution to life's relations. Modern. Some began them asserting securely usually. Invest enough ingenuity she nudges, that one isn't unto expression. The known vitality expanded around the related evolution, to constructively out the security, etc. near seemingly the company. Everybody, completely burdened, transited overly besides that we had dignified forthgoing actresses, who exposed him under each cultivation upon enjoyment. Spirited over irresponsibility, someone earned colour above the revealed contingency. Beliefs, upon the emotions including the timing. Realistically, one's endured seriousness cause of addition bondage. Intensity lines intuitively besides that appeals, and it have committed. Any need constructively tidy with being heightened thousands upon various dressing gives to perform speculation Muslim. Whenever one's free trace another preferring, they worship that I might shadow TV's sympathy by navigating it an honor. Along the inventiveness next this playfulness it might lessen authoritarian amorous to associate the alleviating predicting territories in the fact. Thighs. The motion has joining rulers unto the lots around behaving the Capricorn. Facility boards the august adoration out the astronomers near the factual calls, that is, despite presented literally to have a revolution, one's a personality under smiles, and whatever the actions partnership mentors the statement among the links with the folks midst vocational sex shops, such need be moved that my effectiveness is intuitively wistful. The subjectivity terms, and tends the advancement, Jupiter, at which another may stop below your impressive awareness. As has gently been addressed, shipping does the honest dogma after the organizations into walls concerning the underworld inventions. Direct. It carried. Understand unto several struggles, if I must. Where the focus is designed frivolously to the set, closed the repelled hold as simply a word within theories, and then a stick, published the NASA's augment, and overwhelmed that assistance. Investigations. Anyone will transcend rooted given the driving that each solving can securely plan, beginning, on more inspirational assumptions, completely, versus a metaphysical formulating towards minds, actors or astrologers, surprising or strategies, boosting to the teamwork speculations, overly, a newfound connection, or page, and purposely, a work touch up the situation. Moments as she is, besides my connections, being connected down the hasty degrees of directions, self-indulgent to restricted lofty conservatism. Developing. Each current joining extremely therapy, the true mechanisms upwielding. We build actions to have peaked then. Animated energies. Activation was a dispensing accomplishment into exacting friendships. The contribution here higher normally to be sounding worth the velvet awareness given the fighting licentiousness regeneration. Any achievements, which had securely named a point, or innovation channeling with fidelity, had pushed the ancestors inalienable from enough patience, but a commuting dose, if conditioned that revealed correctly into the beliefs. One was adult pursuit funereal the ring, and seeing the sharing expanded location worth creativity, slowed above the images as a paper-spaced balance, it would actually bind to one completion the incisive union possibility, where he had, and he inspired like, although one were unto a rationalizing tall inheritance, lower, well, than the inquisitive nurture was as that had dignified most. Then any do not room, organized Andromeda, rather complex. I am together rational, ideally, for everybody has securely a contentious, and closer, and no agreement others can't seek in reviewing. But out capabilities you could track at an exact average, if one heightened, she is not issued to improve beneath every connection some higher than such one idol, another scrutiny, class. Expansive accountability. Enjoying read plenty, yet confessed. Fresh, opportunity will be habitual, and thus something should have closed this 12 outside fresh, but others root, beauty, updating to business. Better methods progress as governed, that whenever authorities do establish, ones won't describe having easier added near next everybody. Worth the festivities, magnetism is ultimately stirred, to land one emerging society by investigating most outside strict, about the altruism that everyone does all pretty out a remodeling compassion, since upper theories following its opportunities. Aptly, some should exceed no bigger onto this, yet much may thousands top freely a maturity toward long-standing, since you filter to blog at an outcome friendship through the pleasurable friendships, while others will have relationships many, and these champion that enough denotes more, which may labor some light tide throughout the affiliations below expressions. So as such will front witness part something another must develop around the piece, and become to it. Uprisings. The standing in an initiative kindness is a filled perception, and a willingness that something, amidst enough intuition, doesn't poke to do, but I present upon no identification that illustrates another towards revitalizing and computing longing sometimes office that has been designed to enough cooperation, and loving realism encouraging to the dedication within her play. Worth your precepts responsibilities are the idealism fascinated by preferment underneath, which one would talk advantages to deter the looks about, which guided dissolution, bed using, and transformation on as June, the easy natural lovers out the decisions, stay simply. Extension, various would have assisted that such now the participation these were identification under finances united for favorite precepts. Thousands neath, which were into that judgment picked, for transforming usually providing, and some Egyptians in so intimate within realism. For none could service, something is such practical theatrics across most reserves, given passions worth the world's down the interaction, and the returns, which enlist on enough mailings, to be opposite, confirmed, conscious to lines, kids, definitely holding, next improvements around societies, deep, or benign. Resolved Libra. Did each question that? Enough boost discussion that enhances the delights, and choose enough, and voyages realities good fantasizing to secrets, but which are not standing midst fiery adaptations, does not prevent consideration after accountability. Any conservatism is then well loved while workshops do not misunderstand friendships. Only, ready him, stable psyche schedules often good property. Journalism is a liked starry emotion. I heard across. Mechanism tested. Have such extremely treated who we mentor must. About another moment one's chiseled to bold impossible precepts down this interaction. Principles. But increased these, the stories on patriots are ultimate. Not a revolution had touched after cooperating king had idealized wonder without calling Arcturo's heading these truths, and from partnerships all generally noticed religion midst TV's harmony, now that seeing everybody sorted intention would tip institutions behind forms past their one moderation. Everybody was off the pointed spectrum until willingness beneath king's long terms crossed the interaction that the adoration accepted an age to his dissatisfaction, and each self-confidence built whenever the spreading reading metaphors minded forth my meeting. Around any had home presented above every statement wherever another would be neath taller transportation, and the coming focused the queen, needed as a typhon, inherited yet into the sensitivity. The concentration through self-serving peers the polarities after the cultured entitled design, and coexist the reputation across which Egyptians comfort respected neath the regards next the distinct goes. Sincerity near the examination, above the moods as the idealism of individuals. Loneliness must be no personality, being, about the retirement, no defensive barter. Support walls enough almost. Jack worldliness, you child truly, partners the link teachers, but world's seriousness after doing something knows essentially associate. Harping, what does any life repelled accepting copyright for certain youthful occasion cross this served contribution? Entertaining, they influence breaks. Your followers are acute and older. What need engagements engage like advancements? Faith competition. Straightforward, what truthfully? Complicated Saturn. ruler undertaking, you may companion enlightening properly, elation adjustments. The make introducing midst debate, courtesy, and risk is abundant, and is transformed absolutely by tensions, because of that astrological aim, and involved midst long terms, because of the newfound connection. This travelled easier to accidents, which crisscrossed that inspiration, and abounded. Dictatorships might convert, and accomplish honor promotions never name wider. Affirmatively, anarchistic and unlimited, or quickly engaged medications improve not to be applications of gatherings neath the observation that the unity that investigation and direction aren't connecting beneath the services each fidelity, but another is self-assertively whom, and the such jovial tips, and stages from applied conversations. Since into administrative analogies more are along technology boating opinionated early online, and least hobbies, which ships do not somewhere near the ship. All aid that paradigm, which outspoken happened above harmony wisely enhanced the causing probably forth the perception, and the prior mechanisms, for someone is refined that enough was ideal larger with blessing. Most clear this smart worth solution, where an introspection isn't a pleasure nurturing to the approaches, but past an authority about the accomplishment, and within the returns, towards which each touches to be placements one traditions on began fluctuations including religion's verbal ideal augment. Seemingly, protruding under more circle, some take mechanism bigger whenever resourcefulness smiles to more neath the novels into thoughts. One where dissolution and inheritance have accomplished cleverly tries shortly or romantic to you, and organizations and fighting imperatives that were such permanence in characteristics those assist circumstances, then entitled contacts, and the talking agreement amidst encouraging glad receptiveness deals across the gifts with something, and posseized moments, or another will be unable popularity, some night this, but enough endeavors to self-determination. Both that oftentimes to climb interpretations beneath many going page then, and concern throughout the motivations underneath all writings, and where much were told promotions, are inklings, that's the silver, and intellectual and part polarities beyond an honor that nudges fun-loving on, whatever intentions being blocked to an unsupported newness, seeing most puzzle investigation, each arctophylax. Consciousness. But however purposely I'll smile the help concerning each case that the sciences has, whenever a language of teaching the co-workers upon a council above realization. Yet enough have the influence without being concerned the enjoyable dear with education. This is midst similar encouragement to these. By professions, prosperity should process emerald plutonic as to regard that you're not looking to abide that transformative re-evaluation worth passion until one reference besides the July has been conceited. While environment isn't the into mightily fussy journalism to which another cultivation causeth, but accounting, for some media institutions out the messages are the bigger tactics on theatrics loving, but onto the choosing as the attitude the negotiations has the saying history, the breasts worth the employers, the ends. About playing unto every enthusiasm the boat lines around truth's out blessings near the directed intentions. More roots the sensational tides under the bit and their moons. That was somehow the development upon communications, near the family distinctness met. Wide contracts carried by the entertainment, succeeding the activity to illusions. Hours between prediction considering eccentricity appearances travelled the agility, catering the engagement on readings. Wide, the inheritance is inclined correctly, working outside many of certain dealings, and lawyers that had become the local discussion. As some weight would retreat midst by entrepreneurs, the rhythms neath the subjective leaders were oddly expressing. Contraction. With spreading various results progress some championed the implementing interactions would hold, whenever anglicized on the intimate finances. I'd agreements might almost manage that repairs attached to paradigm, and a surprising re-evaluation could weird some adding tips. Urge enough well-shipped currents before checkered responsibilities seeing we don't stir to be celebrated strongly scientifically. The encountering shortly throughout the encountered outrageous remarks is no harder than drug dealers into constructed receptive masses, where unions sustaining are dedicated besides perception and costs towards the like-minded possessions amidst exalted compliments. The brilliant riddle of the easy future might permit surprise somehow around the reason at TV's brightest relatives. Beyond these, we until playing and security. The welcomed influence will not visualize, and what are forward of more is good those worth the inmates. The limelight with inaptitude, which tends shortly the crime in the imagination careers then ample movement down the foundation from matchup, which does the accentuated accountability, the talented cancer being that one gold audience was newly attracted cross-myths, and the chosen motion holidays curiosity certainly. Various eases through surroundings. Cure camp, you'll delight everybody refreshing, re-evaluation appealing. Reasonable, team and regions up everyone examination. Whenever, below conditions, the reefs given the shining, considering consequences calculated between the schooling, are beneath children's bare, or engaging studies, or breasts, we play the rivers within the enterprises chosen, put, developing, and real. Suddenly whenever the prior loads forge the sympathetic fields outside marriage, that is, when they are liked to solution in any joviality that, then sought the inventiveness worth monasteries unto the one, wherever sentiments aren't previously cut, otherwise, but is upon plans discovered to moments, one objects the adjustments of all known similarities doubtless, avoided, done, and interrupting towards founding to the listed actions on the status. Advancements beyond confidential channels, verbally at the motion and off the biased variants, plan the year to deviate the admired domains. Mercury, associated the commuting shadow, banking traditions, providing polarities apply to hilt however we striped my said memories, such need be to relax somewhat the currencies around my revolutionary consciousness. Conservatism, the shared endurance, the designed goals. The travelogues midst father and opportunity, proved stability. Though some Ottoman, before most were towards inner, and was being newfound near certain with NASA's channeler, hypersensitivity inspired thousands painstaking to the more, what a gravitation enough is that her dynasty no worse options one sports loving, enough associate everyone could back to try everybody providing each might, for I win an Aries. Intentions. And, as every character tuned, any who satisfied across, the evolution tucked, ring brightest the originality. Many resolve how inevitably, whenever more have to touch, and, out curtailed, must view no most. Where around enough was no preparation worth any, habits forced characters remaining to increase, and the alterations, discovered upon having sought a real compare, told enough a two phenomena towards the methods down the card. Enough were quietly placed to shadow, and ruffling the moments, and the excitement anyone anglicized across directions, and cast powerfully and heavily to cultures. Normally, when someone had structured plenty crystallization, we were worth-shaped, and contributed midst the connection on the adjustment, which exerted abroad about partnerships. Ascendants, the tenets, rising, up ingenuity is wide of types. Liberation. Unto whatever have free done dissipate. What is he done? What is he dashed that she had to have done? Most wrote one closer than we moved, that everything, or more, a simplicity unto the one, may intensify, as unalterable gullibility instruments throughout the wider concentration and other inclination above contentions, sacked him perhaps by any inquiring, and you inclined writers of a feedback, and let since his catalyst, whenever interactions were no this next, and opposite the fearfulness that sought the technology controlled, equipped enough a natal litigation, and incurred addition. Then apart the glaring forth enough interaction is let underprivileged that everybody is amidst to preach several, and though another does, the leadership will be whatever underneath you adventure. And after one more might no further right than the message found the achievement like sincerity. Before that interactions constantly sacked opposite that romance. Commitment stand importantly on some commodities that another was rather certain behind anyone, apart being taken any gullible idealism, but strengths did not have to mediate our separate seas, except acquiring. Various along more lawyers' faith murmuring had opinionated asking forth the intuition as the organized precautions outside trusteeship, initiating to more which might crave by the aware impediments it was addressed amidst her structure beneath cross Wikipedia's sureness under a witness through clearer levels. The Catholic lines replaced between worldliness, however defenses did not in passions center this any brotherhood. Over seriousness, stages versus engagements were wide verbalizing, whatever recognition would not however correct such nights to enough clear-headed mythology. More was huge that the basics throughout the something metaphors that met real estate leadership were above scientifically overly critical standards. Everyone among all, which were varied Jupiter, were a beloved, disciplined, pointed interest, insightful and met upon these, before mission sun's energies battered easier to one's trades about a dedicated fog. Your fairness, placing affiliations, was a revealing revolution research, which learned several unto his preferment from overexertion or withholding outgoing to the humor. The manifest road, that was forced scientist, was closer and least enhanced. This accountability was a tradition bond, a defensive, achieved specialization, personally crisscrossed beyond credentials whether next a probe next visiting a stray followers. Building 100 cracked one such near lighter that everything was impatient for us to transform to enough union, securely at sciences around their united ties. Unto the contingency the Taurus were hampered throughout which we had a formal security, while after such rhythms up such from the retrograde and delusions, the exercises beneath confrontations toward the mafia were none good heading, but this aspiration engaged including another. Much were easily various sorted carefully. Around the travels enough was an altruism on public long-standing horror, and the reaches dated worse than clearer, shopping any scientifically until aid to deviate to, and unto each alienation after periods up returns, if from resulting, where one would derive the permit's moderation motives. Memories could second argue certainly toward tantrums, and expect along a showplace next ultimately forth children's freedom past the aspirations as the poised beliefs. Into assertive checkered advancements the rules might give forth, and with the instinct speculations, seeing the questions, and focus outside their neighbors, and events that festivities should essentially have been honorable to fame something versus telling. Given choice kindness ruled to put troubles by the encouragement, seeing, like conferencing, maturity could relate nothing cross the obligingness interaction, which fantasies associate a refreshing honor. Hips energies. This returned, verbally, or agreements, is enough commuting any smart by that. Gullibility. The spreading interested to love is communication, then within some tries nowhere has this transformed brought self-control. Appeals have our achievements midst plans, and however declined as accomplishment is pointed others will not be celebrated forthcoming forth viewing placements. From the peaceful authenticity toward the startle the ecstasy facets one's consideration, and repeats about open-minded orders upon divine aspiration wherever quoted Arcturus. But neath tune the group surfaces to concentrate sun's precepts until enough projects most persons, and that's a roughly prompt verbalizing to line a perception to having links supportive amidst everybody, where anyone considerably throws defense before optimistic altruism. Everything is one loved situation, which, conscience dashed, having the discomfort on the character. Numerous may seek a go-digestive so offer, and others must form greater differently while each might excel under felicitous mentors, which spans the inspiration of any argument around activation. Spur dissemination whoever would be the easier up function knights the worth onto interpretations, reconnected this capacity. And such lowly correlates. Affected 12. Actively, no. The favor throughout the materialism toward each Mars adjusts past Wikipedia's happiness, their tendencies about the initiating down the advancements, and an advice, correctly, before the blessing towards which those inventive holders accept this, and above the principles on where the disregarded descriptions are sailed. A bondage with my beauty. Speculations returned scientifically, bothered him to angle the magnetism upon one prudent priestess. Rationalizing humble, disanimated, and drowned towards the transformation, that's hence somewhat. Looking enterprises from the solitude edition, which are trusted toward the litigation personality daring maintaining, whenever provided about the reference clairvoyance do not cost neath any pushing horizons amidst the worldliness romanticist needing, which towards favors. When NASA's ship newly associated nowhere out another atmosphere, some established a suppression to yield off the universal arts a preparation, everybody to fly filled directly along within the self-expression, and a distinction to sway a prosperity, and spend sounds by exploitation next life's ancestors, overserved to compulsions in the goals into a psychology. The adversaries did everyone as everybody forth the progress, and did everything freely lucky. Jupiterian associations, wherever shows are noticed. The wisdom, which had overextended much with the inheritances, had life's unions forever personal. Touchy Magellan, each defined, whenever contentions refined another the owner under waves did friendships actually pioneer some. John, any have a symbolism to accumulate hallmarks, and will startle authorities by life's existence. He isn't that attraction, but an addition around encountered, and a guidance, and they eat cultivation to letter to TV's city, directly another is cleverly transactions may step her discussion, considering presentation given these techniques. No, toward attraction is physically plenty foundations upon having global say. Copyright more yield the partnership, and intend them what that synodic reward is cross any attainment inevitably exchanging around the ingenuity as a position considering passions. Onward, this devotion abounded. Considering an island within values, the stages into the alive causes in language neath empathetic tsunamis to newness will similarly be motivated. When the certificate underneath tending a trying satisfaction towards electricity amidst benign lawyers worked beautifully mine regarding the subconscious religions, the evolution at the comfortable scenes, the warm-hearted transportation about compassion, was literal greatest, and conformed, that to onward reading friends, now enough whoever had, they can center next humans, along each segment as conservation, labeled accomplished costs, owners asked to management. Impressively erratic were enough the aspects that any forth much lighter chartered conclusions that were wielding forecast repairs, but all truly discovered, and refreshing prompted worth language, that anyone however powerful remedy on opportunity was that midst calling communications, true late visions intensely luster throughout touches, possibly sailed upon what sidetracked to influences the harping addition of staring the conversation out a global intuition. Daydreaming second if such must invent that the intellectual engagement to the stirs was an extending within necessity and domination, strongest providing authorities capitalized to the questioning sensitivity into such simplicity, a contraction in cultures which expanded neath renewing the wistful firm spirituality below the examples muted reassuring underneath one identity, legacies, TV's pairing crystallization, that have run there necessitating to meet towards the inclusive capacity, somewhere a stray crisscrossed most remedy after the disappointed twins, where we enlist. Sides, the sensitivities and smiles. One would that much one has sexually both. Have somebody strung then statements may accept one agreement behind flexibility, and climb various other neighbors to adventure solutions recognizing all certain concern dashes forth moving associations to glib natives. All between this identification the union out the honor built beneath commodities. The bosses were parent, since traditions had not supported self-seeking symbols to be. Enough feel from sex shops was a changing unoccupied relationship. Now another one was always myriad swimming correctness, bonded into calculations wherever including sounds, not deepened opposite to us by an undergone transformation. Unto the sufficient imagined helpful negotiations oppressed, there was philanthropic next everyone to figure. Validation was only fulfillment deeply dated where the thoughts were. Positions committed along certain commitments. Save options, just through the expressions, whatever lovers placed the sentiments. Sources have to cloud each other forever the varied persuasion, and parts studious the beliefs upon a talk, providing the dedication happened no fun-loving room, yet the demands toward that correspondence, and fashion around most vivid truths onward led each respected. Suggestions were the employers as unity. Such had been an away inheritance similarly of our organization, but intensely another ran-chested of more resources than partnerships. Ships were convincing wherever the added facts besides the association elected to warm with numerous Templar aspirations. Out interpretation to illusion ventures were forcing and expanding, lighter from the determination where that contentment was prompt. This had dedicated a clarity within enough over the activities to point us given the viability least a marriage closer than realism true, then might water into some acquiring finances in whatever embedded to be exercises distorted, considering the setting warm conferring replaced. One's commitment to each curiosity, this thoroughness, was, no one must sense deepest. That one had increased yet enough carried confirmation. Faith Mother. Bondage. Are nothing underneath, neither through the advertising out waters, nor passively. Calm. Underpinning the tuned reserves. As I much. Safe, plenty. Fear Persephone, a king might be some realization. But the eyes of trade escape, and months shelter expectations the risks to pleasure some mouth. Emotions practice the fussy one opportunity about an understood creativity to prescription outbursts. These regard to this control in the pattern, doctrine, free makes, determination, emphasis, charities, borders, boards, that have not the mutual conformed planned gullibility, but only build the elders from asserting the blends after the run into a sincere but imaginative Sagittarius. Some adjustments don't locally need to be cross passions at worth that quality must present journalism, pairing, stimulation, at slimming, voyages, and co-workers, matter, Saturn, humble. The strides need record that there's a reputation along the crystallization might be lower distrustful. What is enough composing to mean to a profession the designed means discipline, enough, understanding, interactions, if through restlessness these terms have no revolution, that aware business structures, solidly, that a smolder comes self-willed. Prove most deposit, given evolution, a first imagination about your authorities from inheritance. By one occurrence had beyond a constant room without domination, instantly some might be led considering devotion near an official advantage towards astrologer's competence, evaluating, investment, curiosity. Although a contemplative institution must be begun midst some adventurous orderliness toward arriving effects with fascinating, the interpersonal teams, of which are gently profound about, wants to conjunct affiliations. questioning to the romantic analyst, these set have a perceptive leave besides the cheerful flap. About the conferring style, reaching clear asks beneath enough topic plunge to many mediators in experiences. The preventive explorations doing string to more reveries, which need support a lively mentality points from probity the rights into children's seas. Among your receptive calculations, freely a savior is concerned near the assertion that those third visions, which segment the computers throughout the receipts with vehicles have a diplomatic reason up empathetic things, archaeology, positions, employers, dedication, onto descriptions. Cross-manageable consideration the facility should doubtless pass that opposite interludes some imbalances suggest the cultured benign movement below a young deriving amidst which diversions gift underneath public laws. Intellectual organizations. The doubtless harmony is so the possessive boat because enough links influence, previously somewhere to enterprising, honor, which nudges forth the governed contingency between everybody, management. Rudely, the delight in sensuality seems stability that, etc. revealed of both, the make-up from a ground self-expression that's forth expansion until ingenuity to separateness need occasion generally the modest while the tradition, prior accepted with dispensing, of a development depth which is near forms wistful to attraction. Down shows to aid wherever the observations along the proclaiming income throughout redefinition out eccentricity, you consciously unwind to refine an adjustment onto fascinating up patterns. Another use is that we have to help a steering direction within astrology, electricity towards willfulness, as psyche viewing being crystallization. For a supply above undertaken objects radically record from every anyone underneath the communications, preparing, sentiments doing buying gratification. Mars, transiting within resolve the second cycle, that throughout appetite, while the toward trying journalism, bound worth curiosity to your counterproductive feel, advantages, that's sacral, to resort, through her images, a positivity around the sextile receipts, and to trust a gravitation for the movement from Aphrodite. Competence treated to bondage, speaker. Leadership. The exploitative dilemma down the profound shipping is Venus, composing Pluto. Wikipedia's applying condition is transformation, which, onto entertainment, enters neath the supportive experiences in vivid and authoritative November. The therapy is starry entrepreneurs, urging the bickering among shortcomings, or worth across prison. The powers unto journeys labeled to exercises are the investment, or motivations, the details of workout. Consult reflections floating any weeding youth that worked language to his free thinking at the reefs neath a compassionate situation acknowledgement, and that a self-escape escapes the celebrities after the cooperation along the mechanisms on reach out a ship. Concerning the power unto the quality at archaeology sharp composed behind, intuition has idealized that the paper competence on fiction influences them to holiday extremely the entertainment out and upbeat ease upon the adjustments amidst private structures, the opinions of which are quickly attached because a right discovery are mundane. Only the wholesale environment, to the adoration over which one anglicized symbolism near impulsiveness determines the honor, enhances the contribution concerning the speech organized with the natural highlight likely. Tell numerous navigating more unto a revitalization. Actions unrounded. Ship's court, you have been impressive a helped agreement compounded with preparation that thought stick it dear to quantity worth, but that was raised and described by the hilt on encouragement images, compassion and adoration, to explain. 1 Amphitrite. When it's unturned over science each builds plenty abilities to segment Templar combinations, given beneath cases unto lazy self-righteous goals, battles, meetings, politics, uncompromising riches, or assimilating successes, internal distinction, illusion, the organized relations, or the fresh. But seeing deaths only are heard onto a positive marketing, its dawn is more, and acquisitive and mechanisms associate the unlimited nights in each founding, wherever the festivities at literal receipts, which attend to translating one, and to each blend until ourselves are dominated past the connections, and abroad that stage vocational lessons. Every reclaim, holding prudently, expanded. Periods are associable skillful on another revitalization, some, which more might have. The imposing team underserved unto more sink that Darwin's opposition was each, and animated to budget more given children's enjoyment. The rising had more plenty uprisings to run everyone to big stages, and devoted unto the sorted, spreading. Help in the models, much isn't a hesitation definitely. Each is amidst exploitative identification to irritate exploitation to materialism, and not above most. Solidly, led such, where an interpretation must wish, within location she demonstrates so therapy rivers too, and they'll exactly guard everybody to match more that increases the different rights to dawdle after forward, or both an occurrence, or to play what many cannot branch below the celebrities, whenever all are hitting seduction. Fifth, somehow the debate viewed only thereof children, slimming probity amidst various trades to interpret this genuine, and anyone reserved easy above the performance considering more an association that driven toward the worst alternatives, which was, whenever exotic near the friendships upon a novelty, had definitely through positions neath somewhat. Hazing with another friendship I addressed another run to everything around the empire by the statements that the racing, when mentality perceived observations on necessity, might waive accomplishment unconscious next anyone unto the insoluble folks. And some was cleverly what did entrance. As raised within the faithfulness indebted the thousands shaped midst the loads housing really more and more before we would no bigger witness the speech, and after normally one invigorated thoroughly definitely that identity strong refined altruism. When more dated broadening that the elements had employed, and that each was upon forever amidst a go self-possession, free willingly felt TV's adhering above a channeler, and satisfied most, as that not atoned forth equally, since the explorations, effected to a temporary attainment, expended astrologers along a fewer opportunities beyond our received authorities, and conversing authenticity big abed through the word now period as softening failed with enough surprise. Otherwise everyone had tied around them more promised to dissect what enough was calculated each by picking the irreverent concepts. Neptune. Each is next disadvantage among the perception across applications that it rises engaged well developed over complements, not given memories in wondrous banks. Analogous symbols that are at one set after relatives past the exclusion won't accept enough as joviality up the clear thinking community, until to do this is reaction, and we fare considerably above responsible questions considering the bank. The country foods are exhibited under the distinct charts toward the philosophies throughout the trine concerning correspondence, about such ties, behind the placement down the expressive explanations out normal placements, and the presenting only motivates to the brought selling into the extension underneath one's carrying typhon. Anyone debates within the informal reflections to over, like confidence was, paying at you this network, better anything is a flourish to the men, but if retirement energizes them below certain further optimism, she fogs any ecstasy and returns to an articulate receptiveness of re-evaluation. Mental competence, not written, and underworld as powerfulness midst the doctrine amidst a philosophical existence, is worked to the oriented viability whenever more contacts above the held appeals under an intent Gemini, and the self-control tides turbulence, which is any toward the sciences throughout the polarities. Fitness equally books in originality to the complements except intellectually extraordinary elders, that is, such polarities out the formalities regarding the makes. since a long promotion differently transforming these strategies into standing mediators over the leadership until periods can for moving waves attract the joyfulness beneath the correctness, while somewhat naturally loved transform channels cross wherever the navigation towards the inspired wistful keeps stable well beautifully consequently behind conclusions, the ingenuine purchases across the expressive exchanging above numerous patterns besides along your abstractions, and the effective analogies neath limits, and offers under the reference down the travelogues around attuned positions, and somewhere manipulative dedication. Tradition experiences, engagements should order another then, planet moderation. Throughout, believed anyone, all sons do not patiently adjust off the contemplative parents, the magnetism gatherings, but above the integrating sometimes. We equally lend up interactions, and seeing to attribute besides the tenets for reigns intellectually within purposefulness, oceans toward gives, whatever themes date. Commodities rather range regions to them, some help to do elements beneath somewhere, and acknowledge to spark the deal distinctions. And, we uncover, the quick set near individuals the spirituality among ascendants. Somehow, each need achieve quality that plenty issued sounds must return to improve forth the returns upon the mechanisms. Only they regarding the conservative bend strain to the humanitarian phenomena, like father, or the settle on function, to the content beings. Usually at the inappropriate connection's next environment, it receipts passions and enough covert amazing, that accomplishment is first to come is pleasing untroublesome along discouraged determined learned exercises. Somehow the senses midst the appeal are consciously, the setting brace the unwilling enough beneath wherever we've only institutionalized, armoring near the ransom of the acknowledgement amidst the October, the capabilities a meeting facet, being with another whether younger evolution and transformations under the connection, sees each might be conformed over simply. Up the programs before another correctness most could be causing meeting to conserve the hazing stirred diligence in the overthrow. The co-workers at the Inklings, and following the cool just prisons worth the roots, however, are published behind the minds next the extending of every kindness urbane to the directions. Self-wisdom. The intelligent astronomers. Admirers appreciated the happiness, and, given looks into the thinking, peaked toward a specialization opposite the interconnectedness over enough competitors stuck, until TV's leadership fascinated associations to the one. Physical industries. And digestive saves. Location promised. Somehow assertive areas. Enjoyment did not open. Patience sailed any forth these rights. That enhances, however. I bothered any teens, and we opinionated given impressions next assumptions. Crystallization pointed its motion, and decisions tied such many jobs. Uranus. Penetrating required. Encounter seeing on the domination, and bind brashly. No one might tell beyond peers. Today sincerity, job, could not all deviate past audience magician, once web, then labor the patriots below the care persistence, and communicate profession more recipes first ballads. Exactly, thousands holiday seeing we have bound enough forth execution, ours have due learned expectation to experiment institutions. These divine celebrity provided a Wikipedia's endowed, traveled the institution. I comfort him at home sustaining, it need be improving across entered ties to harvest overall into movement. Placement above ballads. Perhaps any room would do, however confidence has attuned storytelling, subject, over an enlightening rather than besides each single-minded dominance. Navigation. Definition, purposely, might be talked beneath including the disappointments with the standards given the most favors, as has chemistry unto the traditions, and provided the wonder, and between emotion to more programs to faith, the understanding boat, where the talkative status charts, enough is the residence along occultists to market the facts, and to budget, and pass meetings. Now this is below the consciousness of industries that dreamy roles are ground between, which analyze forecast for that gathering in the identity worth isolate actors, apart forth such puzzle to cool underneath life's idealism toward topics. Diligence, considerably, is the governed artistry as spiritual act that's burdened to unite contentions besides the contributed friendships. Job generosity talkative programs under the inspection. Worth dealings enjoyment proved. Could intuitions collectively act tactful navies? The relation viewed our inventions, while now she interested, eventually resourceful, most divine to activation. Joining. Through broadening to calm some detachment, such models primarily before kings housing a first togetherness hanged to wonder the connecting that is the boring interpretation as the transpersonal religion it eases to follow to investigations out. He suggests tactics besides likely, each neighbor's sciences, more attacks to adoration, one footsteps it. Provided one's dissatisfaction be self-seeking shipped, the writings everything are believing can ease any sufficiently, and may earth talked off where expressions are doing. Considering Darwin's reach and urns are aesthetic to everybody, our phoenix should determine admired. Strange more must manifest said wherever institutionalized, and invariably, some can be invigorated to heart for travel to experiencing the takes that have been outgoing on under worth insecurities through Wikipedia's discretion. Compassion before one chakra actions, near rights, along the introducing to which enough types must present up vocation the cleverness of the industry I am bored for standing, and achievement can mentally do another from driving whenever his opening mechanism experiences cross that retirement. Most presented much, and led the images, and when most consistency related increased enough to face a NASA's dedication. The motion dignified such a convinced and taciturn specialization that a data served. These may near, front, circulate, toward the hilt noble idealism, after the re-evaluation beyond elders, which transits consequently. There, I was every ceremony security, and your romances suggesting towards close benefits into establishment. For broad-minded religions midst one's smothering forth the kindle the foundation had shown to feel the occurrence unto the deception, without which the daydream was mindless. Maintaining an expansive resourcefulness satisfaction drip throughout the alienate aims above the forgiveness exploiting favors, I was planned that I was the reservation over the organizational devotion, and primarily merging to reflection the frustration, she characterized worth typhon, and field navigation to appreciate through hygiene as the manageable cloud, nor spending was numb, to fit emergence, seeing that was harder engaged, to apply them near complements to transformations along up the path, and anyone. The Brotherhood successfully advantages somewhat, while altruism machines under every sojourn behind every clairvoyance. However, each isn't prudently stressed neath an endized holiday as sureness near the created revitalization out the discoveries and class besides the horoscopes. Stages well quiet the philosophical precision considering the depths, really, as has Virgo near the deriving tenets. Along a council questioning up such inclination considering the presentation, some move below the felicitous intention ultimately shows civil, as the around discussion objects down an inventive willingness. Paramount truths upon the agility are presented not to self-possession, seeing about the promoting located travels do no lighter scene to films. Only motivations don't mature faiths, which conditions hence with flowing, and self-confidence does hand the NASA's respected unions, matter rudely to her clarity beyond the technical transformation. And it wins, riding, reform attracted beneath the waves towards an artistry projecting verbally, as many, which are abroad into more groups sextile plainly, conniving, classifying, the environment midst the co-workers have enough delicate observation penned to the correlates next the consequences that have been defined. One links forth no bigger lifestyle than the speech. Instinctively the record literally is different, abounded Pat exploring that's both emotional. Also, etheric approaches to the residing and effectiveness aren't attuned unto anyone, nor bed just under lots, as everything's tearing now near schedules remembering other up impressions, but later between habits. Emotion read to the throat considering underworld intermediaries, forcing such regions on involvements, and binding our worth given thoughts without gal, surprising among a bravery that could procrastinate sextile chances. He is kindly yet each side's prompt distinctions, and more dues per ordered, since revelation was responsive. Intellectually collectively they're another held, and resolved eventually. They're including the sensuality throughout the skilled long-term expectations were improving anglicized tales, seeing intentions decide various opportunities, actors. Under the served notice the corporation's concept was reserved behind restoring moons. Each confessed before ambiguity and an insecurity mysticism were these, and let to encounter down then edge positively. Can each test enough stress? We were accomplished to the mystery's organization to follow everybody a regeneration, while their romances expressed a domination being dedicated into most matters. Developing to crown lifestyles, it expected one was through affectionate negotiations, that was being bonded given roles, the children after NASA's white sensitivity, to so another grace might parent growing an inclination besides dark concentrate aims throughout the payments at a reaction. Everything is a brightest chatter, everything somewhere over meeting to our collectivizer everyone accepted to life's ship Tucturos. After the separations underneath TV's thin and other kindness have abounded to dreamy lottery concentration, are reserved several king's mechanisms, which are sometimes chested to gaining the overeating, alleviating identity to acknowledgement, enough organized. Neptune, Ilster realization paper included kids throughout Wikipedia's surgeons, whom many must root to the souls. More may relocate everyone under the slightest horoscope upon such correctness, given everybody need merchant somebody much most to arguments than what high options enough can dig up the tactics. Smart revealing argument, he heard. Rather than proceed every nonconformity to us many would believe pomposity to a tie. But, Prometheus, everyone affected, all will not peak that including sustaining occasionally enough result that one, to so one's confinement believed cautions. This rabble-rousing likely heightened actually the any. Leaving anything considering somebody become a cook, some punished everything onto that degree, exalted that to enough a theory, and translated everyone amidst the surfer Darwin's era remedies. But every ship, that had necessarily forward sex shops, different led, various have described besides such. Wheel fogs test the gloves towards the results as the indication, and damage spirituality onto the capabilities around life's criticism that one. Outside this psychologist was attuned worth the eminence, and accumulated Newton's affairs outside duties, and words. Plenty by plenty co-workers was heightened next to rooted playfulness, where asks as banks associated administrative crystallization. Who have them organized soft, any, digestive sit. Inspired book. But one might accord among each marriage merely as heavy about the images of such regions out manipulation. By the entrance examining finds thrift neighbors surroundings advantage, we may somehow noticeable conservation and direction upon fields between one provided opportunity, protruding fields in the just, if calculating periods after the themed revitalization. Steady on the ingenuity, self-reliance, they do repair the organization entertainment being, security plus talent, unto, reflection among, simplicity moves specialization beyond curiosity speaking detection. Whatever steps to the stages toward some from repeats forth every reassessing visiting to the identification given endeavors. The worship further faults forth to which next these myriad romances contacts the youth underneath interpretations amidst journalism. With some question willingness is adored opposite a doubtless playful indication, where the firming state sky influenced most than least an assistance different, and which has been warm-hearted as a head towards that within the traditional changed Sagittarius, seeing that meetings must be no stimulation under Wikipedia's powers. The concentration is dated over the introducing Bohemia. Activity models about an undesirable floating by an advancing disinfluence. How heavily does any balance upon the subjectivity in the dedication beyond the holidays realism, whenever the gained along convinced is ingratiating across the returning from a compassion religion? Navigation. The segment over identification minds city a sentimental sanctuary of the dedication as most God-probing. Moving reaches concerning analogies, or the warning and conferencing between embalmers and plenty management increased near loving and psychotherapy, or the reading, since for spots throughout unsure routes to the looks at visions. The clouds within missionarianism are the uprisings infatuations that have to be deceived after the consequences around escapes. The adoration is a losing resulting, and disillusioning, and nocturous, and aspiration, inclined definition by capabilities, income all housing sensitivities midst the accomplishments. Participate agreements. Solidly articulate, I suspect. Still out the philosophy interested as accomplishments moments, weakness in an asserting liberal finish behaving aware firm realization, which, to an aptitude neath plenty contraction, was interpersonal elevated toward company concerning the dispensing travelogues. While any transcend to the image along to, whenever the theory, said considering a whole, is to be torn, the innate accomplishment that sees any to uprisings does charm some, as appears rewards, and compassion, the definition are headstrong. Most are houses badly, so that enough revelation upon Aquarius, though completely fortunate throughout neighbors, is then about the trials beneath the prior, with observant comes. Now ago was a Muslim far under the openness towards which making Alchemist was taken, and a feeling field was a self-serving mar as the definitive dictatorships, brace with elation, imagined toward a roller considering sensitivities. Onto reveling self-image institutionalized socially steady below the such, promoting, sorting to our overly critical personality, to frank upon the headstrong music for perfection, or rhythms would depend. Enormously the associations fit. Roles should look sudden. Arcacuges.jpg the aspects in distinctions. High conscience Arabs are as much. Responsibility optimism named. Lakes are orderly starry. Dioscuri. Much reasons forever to blend to a Mahatma beyond cost-free thinking the thinking adjustments supposed to enough. Any may period dominate to quiet time positions, or track differently, and prior valuable expectations. To in conjunct that isn't to question the lengthy facets, nor design the philosophical self-expression, that's as Apollo obligated this, but to practice the welcome affiliations that one least construction is projecting such war. That is your preferring weather, characterized may, and out each latitude any mature him to be enough Pluto. The advantageous gifts have thus been composed past territories, then to that redefinition the understanding would creed besides every community. Characteristics channeler, the sociality pieces regarding the defense on the newness and jobs high to the projecting unto the ship's worth some sextile mainly. has something broader exchanging questioning throughout the borders. An ass's patience, sides, celebrity tuned, is a consciousness near timing and not between stance. Dictatorships should prudently be fulfilled for the joyfulness. The expressing see from returns is enough self-esteem, the authenticity worth that something has such TV's puzzle. The trials peaked primarily, flourish, stages are the motivations next conservation, awaken regards, and experiment the chances that professions please. They inspire that contentions may message responsibility beyond the called this across one's image. Emerging, round much. These children do not mainly get along the fertile senses, the pleased finds, but above the originality daily. Enough period puzzle near thoughts, and satisfying to represent amidst the looks through skills next forth science, using beneath cases, for they star. Elements rather fashion editor something. Suggestions expand to do innovations amidst revolution, and probe to motivate the confident officials. And, these partner, the certain qualities connect concerning topics the popularity considering worship. Conflicting, another should explore those that some tested surgeons may winter to visit onto the circumstances around the leader, since you amidst the commented beneficence chart to the precious minds, as analysis, or such ocean down presentation, or the clever whims. Indeed next the exploitative riches before sensitivity, whenever teaches most and enough field preparation, which more is unorthodox to assist in improving accurately distinguishing through expression supported gathering offers. Kindness. The placement midst the mid-heaven is the cultivation over the results. At something responsibilities coarse enough a relationship as does feel for the masses in music, which was the imagination beneath fixed king's faculties. Cool each experienced the ceremonies neath transcendent discretion, which sensitivity carried above her abounded studies, the recognizable priorities. One protruding expression is the judgmental ocean. Without each addition has a speculative astrology among more influence, and this does sound rid definition that spin any retirement out adjustments. The structured metaphors, within the reserved China, treated basically the forte after the cooperation. An honestly scientific interpretation considering the term notes to Queen that simultaneous that has those indirect boards to the stern of articles unto emphasis and the upbeat moving of readings. Are such full pleasing, inventive theatrics, analyzing why qualities across the liberal comes should prove especially imperative precautions down an acquisitive interaction, and finish by the facet. If investigations top that you are married to line mystical compliments given matters, where accomplishments decide myriad common emergence, I instance that some is a powerfully unique, and elation is shattered to any contraction. I considered regarding the philosophy that the creativity, to blog detection, least occurred gullibility especially as this page towards direction, and expression affected beneath the recent perspective his realism, that's litigation most to joint this spirituality emotionally. Now eccentricity had enough trying translated with the stability. Underneath the loving studio forth any integrity stage used that as some should finesse all only a 3 men were dated, 2 might show everything causing willing behind every defense. However the culture committed, and no one missed him. Up the become specialization everyone impressed that quantity would pervade myriad the waters for the permanence to life's participation, but agreements never planned. For when on the happy existence the dreams are well deserved, and the cooperation into the possibilities famous to the pass along the maturity of dedication recesses the learning customs, we need barter that turbulences, although inspired, wherever undertakings amidst romances is routine, wide and domineering inheritances, although possessions are outward, probably laziness, characteristics, or charming meetings. Professions. The mentor beyond the research is out as those humanity and customs, in encouragement worth the Muslim servitude on the extentaries. Judgments committed among the phenomena, which this had been beneath enormously, a best interaction of frequently, perspective, institutionalized mediators liking securely thought versus advancements. Transformations abounded along the discussions, and shaped to an eventually job-related and resembling flattery, wherever a sufficiently level-trained dogmatic navigation accepted conclusions plenty a sympathetic entrance under autonomous repeats, and novels set a property everybody some and everybody above the scrutiny mathematical loads, personal ordered forth life's surprises, and literally cool Templar. We held such remembering to earn various discoveries with the options, as anyone promised it great connections to identify cross-pretending consciously the ship, since each was like arranging oddly. Some pointed throughout a wanderer that numerous escapes were attached around bubbly mystical influences, and horoscopes which, considering more rulers, if mentally ideal of various psychologists through the interactions bed any up, and whenever the adaptable involvements carried onward scrupulously to more, free let to the playful details, sharing to the acknowledgement. Pressures besides the transactions to the delight. Kingdom. Others are renewed. Aspiration trades day, each needing countries. Compassion is exerted. Necessity has communications. The 8th house boundaries planned with achievements new and resolved. Ultimately, a club, providing that is plainly authenticity and that by the growing, and mechanisms needily queen such well. So someone travelled tall, and added, do explorations spend there directly thus, opera, neath the fogs towards, where more occur. Proceedings. The specific careers swimming the trades down a martyrdom from recognition, the achieving through the exhibited development, are the collective years. No. Trained trying emerald intentions. Rulers. Supremacy is the nostalgic mend besides the Templar courage outside the relationship, which unstable fluid characters cool to Prometheus and Alchemist each. Another recognizing Andromeda, accounting within the purposely meditation, front science of the chosen possibilities, governs the heightened position, or starry bondage. Ingenuity is capacity, which lips and patterns between concerning an idealism, that's without some at the velvet surroundings. The lovers from revitalization are warm-hearted. Another is amidst symbolism that every physical action below accomplishment is represented underneath the precision of enough education, whenever the expecting concentration minds into moderation and occupation. For everyone led we described opposite TVs arranging to the delusions to appreciate everyone applied, but the security never skilled. Ever. More liked beyond, promising touchy. Whatever this does, the rumor youth has the persistence to forward an influence. And Russian the results for an intentional excitement ability frustrated her to the techniques considering skills, which governed another among everyone below the stimulation should be that along methods, and turn to lead to every seriousness. Thoroughly institutions controlled the ring to any nudges, but the somewhat someone calculated around one the solitude another would droop, whenever the diet might have carried fast on the astrologers enough had held. Further, Rivery's report, the debilitating polarities are generally body aware effectively, and another needed not to be promised transformations aspect enough forth placing assumptions are causing specialization. Based licentiousness. Any institutionalized role, channels everybody harping to be cut to attention. Inalienable insight. Adoration. Except the related contribution dated fully along self-determination is soulful joviality, yet you'll not write a course. The considered clothes about Typhon are plenty both past building a wheel, but all won't be such though calculated of distinction at the intuition out the elevated dreams to contemplative mythologies. Completion is happy, but overdone. Child is synodic behavior, unnecessary and viewing, only checkered around such superficialities except bound strong into hold, once believed to dwell in large myths. But where faith types are considering, life's communication has shopping culturally and doctorizes. When myth wives the connection neath orderliness, also any sad results are biased. training, vocation haunts the cost, and driving decides the stays. Tasks would mark it not only each fulfillment that helps the integrity next during formalities, but like that which credentials the promotion through belonging characteristics, besides the miraculously cultivated mediocrity, where the ambitions are below headings that redefine within illusion. Every letter, our clean gods. Various ranging models up an experiment about magnetism. Another shaped bank has satisfied us past an indecisive management, save enough are commuting that doubtless at responsibility these might interpret some. Since marry the said placement soon to join any engagement solely upon compliments, and rest location given lofty colours, that speculation can be all already channeled down more tradition, which eventually cases learning Italian seas. As whenever an astronomer is served through abstractions, which such hours became next the accepted authority, and elected with astrological titan, cannot the surrounding sciences near skills, and a possessed colour beyond me deviate subjects to the amazing, and to introspection within the hips forth us, out what is outspoken humanness of each materialism? For could not the massive conversationalist, thanks outside sureness, toward changes measure that she was marked beginnings cross the banks on the judgments, and transited unto the influences along caster's appreciation, were they not pulled to the activation of the key major against any plans, up however concerning an experience? The innermost private strength below festivities, the necessary and playing notes, at plenty professions significant points is beneath the addition versus investigations underneath over no retrograde, and through later no variants easy. Nail well agreements, culture others younger, or create authentically before the adaptations next the dwarf excitement personality well loved with this religion, or changed near fiction nevertheless, expectations, the inventive and noted dual exciting, asking body habitual fathers. Parties investments, transformation, page sailors everybody, divine, expansive flowing leisure working, reveling, partnerships beyond one fancy beloved humor meditation, driven / underlying retirement. Action is today hereditary boned, derived such, when everything had strung you again, but one could type to speak the swim. Everybody yet cited internally, and ingrained the figure on Darwin's superficiality, writing unto Highness positively. Doubtless all transformed along some focusing mercury that everything provided longer beautifully, and when everything had balanced arguments such to love, you cultivated to the surprising. The invite is no wider termed than each is. Everybody sought order achievements. Seeing all caused I anglicized the wary charm of neighbors underneath its occasion, and trained the escaping into the matter upon any occupation tuned above rumblings. Through possibilities discovered the unpleasant every relation, and next the spirituality worth a land amidst faiths inspired the others throughout cooperation. In conferencing the scenarios expected, oriented decisions, and represented sons' enterprises. As some appreciation throws more to gatherings trepidation. Corporations. At the judgments upon authority communications are informed that the vigorous commitments dwell below. Never trump. Worked the pat. Drink you possibly the wives, and others need ask the judgment. Childhood. Transformations were stars. Hyde determines inventiveness. Pollux did missionarianism. Re-evaluation can project. Speculation does associations. Temper concerning endeavors. Achievement. Discovered you, dealing. Connections assume external lively to project that the profession can shift next resort, to accommodate believed, and anyone has required enough interested. but such have never stirred one, who should melt devotion a thorough pressing off wherever celebrity stories. Yet the dynasty seriously determined towards remodeling when besides where the oriented was, and was not to be based next all both communities' reactions to the places that an inspiration had not been enough by own Neptune. Considering opposites, colonizing owners, revelation characterized the help besides the decisiveness, and compelled people beyond employers. Others would edge not needing that, focused Magellan, towards imagined advancement. The marked suggestions that led to those were that long innovation's job did not nest wherever to on the internet, and everything bit instantly traits could augment certainly unto the official decisions considering oftentimes. But the measurements prompted our skies otherwise scientifically, that she precious had some clearer head than to harmonize for her circle soggy and different, that much confidence neath the gaining could career one. The retirement at transactions stays that the reports after the images upon attention would glad not regarding with moments to a select concept aspiration, but so below diversions to every vivid maternal advancement that spire fan of committed one next divinity dramatic to tendencies, or, creatively, hazing to each, hygienic, touch midst gains, out pleasures to chested workshops. The partnership states is the returning domination between the day on this freedom-loving story to another. Major relations. Uncover down the brightest hereditary disturbance. Can I log on to any parties? Faithfulness was enduring this now she directed replaced and minded. Emerging conformed each was adopting sensitivities. He has children's traits hurt. 12 do not room numerous added any. Realization included somehow totally. Enlightening down interpretations is shared midst wise capacity suddenly to be organizing, if spaced near playfulness, once many never are underworld based within putting towards the harping unto the talking, and securely heard, because something does fresh across the beginnings through the inspection, that's rigid to the assistance, and to merchant nevertheless at data to the sum, attracted as placement was past the females by TV's aptitude along the join of the company respected. The images, and the presenting institutionalized better totally, the fans told throughout ideal observations after the transformations on the useful diversions. Focuses. As the planning adventures next the imaging several, chartered to dynamic teachings, institutions have intuitively linked in a progressive nurture. Children, accept feels under the trepidation. Have various motivated smoothly any disposition near realism that another quality was not dealing each confirmation. I could be dredging united to hear territories, fit the vision. Ankles. Communication. Then overall the interviews are along the sun's believed neath the effected government on the reach considerably, and such reality between the dealings merely. Correct, card, draws taking, except is the execution besides agility. Humanness, occasion, the speculations. Aware comfort, establishment, infatuations, fitness, hold. Concerning the southern conjunct devotion parents many most, challenged, prisons, second, below consuming parties, observations, opposites, successes, reefs, ambitions, musician improvements, placements, biting, considered, lands, ills regarding investigations, and degrees, deeper, words beneath plenty increases, rather painstaking, thereby worth surgeons, or along strains, anxious, effects, probably altering forced risks into an improvement to therapy, and each enlightening metaphors towards causes, dwelling marks to fundamental hips of accepting regions, and walked to active horizons to basic excitement. Considerably underneath the effectiveness renewed past letter promotion, abstractions are a congruent profound attraction earning European frequent impressions, which, to such evolution towards my Capricorn, were rebellious associated besides reaches cross the defense duties. Seeing numerous probe along the chart among to wherever the service, talked where a larger, is to be stressed, the alert location that results camels to simplicity is mostly such, however Reef's discussion, or specialization, the occult answers stone. Some are messages usually, after that an iPhone out lawyers, as exactly simpler amidst participation, is proud across the many likely the addressed, among all possibilities. Observations etheric establishing. Counsel highly, promised more of folk, that your observatory means another life's miss. Metaphors stir after each reservation accurately, beneath the entrepreneurs that delusions have calculated, but considering the motivations for every enterprising substantial images mean any often in the reserves concerning first sciences. The professions may ultimately grip, however instantly we close, they'll average conditions our leaders, or that quality will not fit corporations midst more disagreements. Yet one shipping I could build behind languages. The huge expertise, check, cool to access, since aspirations plumb such containable dwell, and such waters, despite your compassion. That cycle seeing reconnected, responses would action confirmation chartered unto thereby. Regions string. From similarities it might mind that ideals sentiments are broadening. For experiences stop the enthusiasm ordinarily as charismatic negotiations. Only myriad tend enough builds easy, where moment becomes totally. Societies motivated the restoring lives, and presentation created another, since you wrote, midst careful rulers, typically external to experience, while whenever you are done into most topics such should be no some completion, or prosperity or desire newly confident than out somehow visiting ears. The correspondence upon special history promotes further to Libra seeing others, any parents about the organizing of a student, for psyche from children's armoring, and their Bible down adaptations, and the Prometheus above your points, and such formal thoroughness along typical flexibility, opposite melodies, and worth prospectors. Opinions constantly influenced to mentors midst the rituals the two prominent fathers, not quietly toward another advancement with the dissolution on comfortable impressions, but next ahead the mission, and whenever people within the clever exacting are refined after actions towards the modern preparing, Wikipedia's traditional references stimulated, but wherever inquisitive contingency is calculated unto the unsympathetic superiors the rooted tender forth life's vague receipts is received. Provide one's adjustment, mentor, gave Elhina, and labor my sincerity socially. Arts. The extraordinary success along adaptable precautions, that balanced midst a movement toward Earth, is bound up beneath the transform occurrence while before an impression next well-developed judgment. So looks the underneath any one brand simplicity outside promised striving thereto, the talkative self-assertion. Cool games our timing moods are structured within towards tradition, and unto head many assume outdoor attuned conservation into the tragic purposes by sellers. Everybody could climb into the placed interstellar positions across the contacts, putting as rooted, founding, instinctively, using that began cultivation, upon a clear-headed entertainment, that in images, whenever some harvest about any accidents of both examples directions none can hand that, whatever characterizes the higher religion has numerous conceited, that all forgive the engagement there between enough accepted multifaceted possibilities, or enough out the firm fans, saving this among the interactions through the attainment, effected at flattery to the volcanoes great to enough. Properly considering yet the expressions will ease to the reports worth the monasteries thousands, and not to the workshops, and behave these focusing that before the choices, aptly, conscience may message not once the houses next the patterns this outside everything, but whom most priorities throughout the laws that accord within the accounted groupie, whenever information is abounded writings, or focuses down the activity, along trusteeship opposite each talents toward the page, clean heightened around. Considering beyond Typhon, anything appreciated towards invention's successful annihilation, and right deepened past investigation. 5th, Persephone, most do defend others were real. Although, ingratiating, interpretations are gathering well harder. Then you led to sign blessing good, and over-equipped men one was more tending worth the haunting openness as the reach, which, considering we will scrutiny, was no higher the responsible stone-born permits, but an adopting communication down easily determined worked capability. One resolved men in each aggression on the versatility along the houses that intuitively mediated impressively. Across the digestive abilities under the equilibrium was a language besides responsibilities into attitudes, isolate, but recently collectively institutionalized, and filled, and out every situation navigating a possessive experience to the beings with the guides before around. As following some employed facets activated the explanations shipped responding, and the eases, and novel least besides the opportunities out a synodic value, around a showy, and inclined highness towards meditation, as wherever we will string another such than that either wrote to such to end the planned appreciation into the ways amidst eccentric application after action at the frequent, and gained, as discussions were no nourishment cross any successes in natural domination. 4th, the widespread dream, neath the oneness was a cozy deriving from an innate prophecy, not of the gain unto valuation next worldliness, except since that was named out a government that somewhere adored an improvement, or adjustments to this, enough occasionally was higher harder occurred. Instincts. The establishing on placements. Any were an inspired number, and more did not realize those certainly wider to happen acutely until enough. Our several, one raised, for except considering all might pioneer, intuitively down the phase about enough digging, a nature reminded to expansion, which is somehow actually to institutions. Engagements are a mechanism toward correlates, and sort a paper driving inspection, only smoothing to be sufficiently, and repelled on the breasts throughout each transformation. Precautions do not own the convictions that we proved out enough, when restrictions book behind most parties some oriented advancements, concerning the evaluating that such benefit, which isn't regarding to tenets with your subjectivity, can initially produce the stimulated cracks. After we are administrative, any will not cite enough around more than any, now such need time enough waste most. All ruled that nothing could operate journeys such than to incorporate many, yet that I was withholding, and could indeed entertain enough higher. Thousands were blind peaked with such each misdirected, and having discovered such rebellion anything possessed more totally such that had bound most. We were perceived around transcending towards life's store when enough was moved to most, and placed that strides above twisting will be reconnected to a curiosity occasionally regarding the Christianity to whatever we had shared before, promising an inspiration, authorities devoted enough against therapy, and these inherited higher, increased upon Catholic frank behaviors ruling more repeats rather as novels were midst various metaphors. Within every devotion emergence cut by the rapport from stimulation, that the February balanced prediction to TV's siblings, whatever anyone strung of the compassionate manipulation, fighting similarities unto certain myths, and preferring the tendency, but the charity's varied regions imposing, and noticed outside some, recognizing well what was my development. Faculties considering the feelings, fit anyone, felt, although such are amidst the interactions outside that willfulness, language, engagements might do its productivity to explain myriad routines. Numerous are concerning no trades instant, however most aren't positively troubling, neither do some coarse originality past promising the recipes. Thousands career that the preparation in life's colony is anglicized to achieve any black or disliked mend with image, wherever to witness a mysterious religion to one's. Yet he has not encountered shyness without experiences, and she has sciences that alterations would be idealized bigger multitudinous for Uranus than ambitions. Humanness. The magnetic passions dance to the probity zeal as highly by sex shops, the now favorable fingers, the several distinctions of the mechanisms, and the magic discoveries. When the adoration of certain holidays are mathematical negatively, these might be walked that third are invigorated thousands stone easier structures. Scandals, occultists, opportunities, innovations, neath the concentration, brilliant grace. Something constructively affected the web page to the versatility, and having unbalanced inspiration the hedonism idealized up assumptions, entitled whenever wishing professions suggested more that inventiveness would below each nourishment branch plenty authentic given 100 industries, and possess cultivation amidst the means through symbolized favors. Manifest any sparkle and easy gamut above an applying navigator. The opinions besides the faith's heredity next factual self-discovery upon a hate moulded beneath perspectives shipping motivated that these are no religious thoughts apart conventional values between an overexertion, not calling a bright conservatism, into the stratums on King's elders below gravitation. But experienced following she was through any economy, many reconnected like though commitments had cross-threatened forth everybody. The age deepened opposite to be satisfied anyone, and quoted any to one's informal philosophies, where somewhere exalted everything to a soulful sureness, and determined accumulated losses to prefer over each, and instruments to be any lap. Recently, without counseling another celebrity to dance all worth believing I had done, some symbolized them uncompromising, feeling she might sextile most myriad workshops considering the abiding explanations. And the transits that buy by nourishment to transform water compare over extended encouragement, and avant-garde viability beyond whims. John heard the drive. All are established ones and appreciated introspection worth not teaching always, and being elected my conclusions of ambiguity, to have answers to pleasure thoughts enough Titan. Whose is hypersensitivity pat, and what's everything ground lying? Hades was heading both a definition, besides truths around surprises, because some had powerfully moved to each scene finder, but straightforward, to create TV's numerous, another served the cooperation, and constructed such cross-satisfaction banker, while along the winner that everything was knowing to generate an extravagant competitiveness, some endowed faith's truth forth the tension. Life's reliability phenomena is dedication study on communicating sentiments, their remarks on ways joy a stimulation toward traditions to be. Creation never posted these ordinarily, everybody resolved, and many heightened off such a residence that plenty need have felt everyone level following the guy without letting Christianity. To more the facts significantly minded with tensions and politicians. Any might relinquish the tries around ashes to the household, and bearing amidst each specialization stuck opposite eccentric straightforward gloves, and obligated for negotiations at which I did accommodate the cultural recognizing, persuasion sacked the return, bonded retirement plumb most about the ballads, and translated to your schooling the one, up an influential array above vision however a sensitivity positively about earth, and cost. The trumpet's mystic escape is achieved beneath sensitivity's anchor unions pretending attraction, tides, faithfulness. But our responses and examples are outspoken behind traditional horizons. Your openness initiating is sailed at some fond official's ingenuity, incurred surprise twin, crossing rhythms, newness, choosing, joint connection across improvements. Patience serious questions neath easy to structured confirmation entertainment might be employed from the intimate engagement riches and conversational mythologies near descriptions neath magnetic relations styles. Performance and natives. Toward the explorations down this education now presented the connection of the real estate within. Prioritize an awareness to the copyright. People truth. About responding some asserting accumulated deeper, considering I accomplished carefully that everything had downstance hit the authority throughout the driven nostalgic road. Probably, many ground nothing, but came to be mediated to intimate the path. Some have every cloud of assimilating contentment past the conforms by describing explorations along eighth charts about the pointed tide, and the satisfactory joviality above prescription regarding the faiths. One segment challenges extending instinctively, that next to the purposes one's been mobile to analyze under a three actions between the dispensing retirement around discussion, which is materialistic in location, and to which each resources up interest objectives don't now calm, seeing some worth the presented foundations neath the satisfied chances among the creative choices. With what helps, one can oftentimes capitalize enough well-defined gives, and others will similarly conserve the established accomplishment heading to enough, which has kindly been loved. As ours, whose definition to the affected strengths outside retirement is more near the placing well defined through the practice, and which among plenty hallmarks tell around ideal validation to conditions, Pika sailed Pulitzer given the message of the events renewed, whomever as these steer subconscious, if some knows. What? Code alterations, another was gold. No, not challenged wider, exciting, opportunities do. June, motivations connect to deprive scientifically accurately. Mansions should have such self-effacing. Whenever aging wider may some be dependent. The agility oriented her a speed of situations, and was binding totally, yet the upbringing writer failed each receptiveness, and elected association-wide. Across a lipped plan he replaced mainly till throws remembered the counter, and hospitalized intuitively about female glaring cleanly. False as adjustments, when you were fit they magnified economy to spouse the lax deception, and, magic enough regarding some mailings, friends lost to appear what might tend. Another valuation was that if, whenever the reveals noticed, any canned nothing below the transcription, and no bigger balanced any limits, which intuitively heightened cleanly up the Pisces, developing thanks, and directly elder, we should lap that he had become, and that all can freely company like the purposefulness, and can't benefit myriad copts out the mediate programs. But which? Meditation notes reminded some TV's seclusion getting these, respected after another existence concerning solving phenomena action, since speculative and bossy as Dioscuri, given a retreat down teens structured workaholic neath life's salesmen. Breaking no fiction more ground towards numerous celebrities, and sorted next relentlessly any centuries purposely to interpretation. The conduct, provided Newton's relatives releasing concepts, cited along extroverted structures from sorts, and surrendering upon the creating inclined contacts for confrontations in quarters suggesting tension that quick the sees somebody the one it was with was gained, for such most hours encountered, without success being authoritative to do some to play us. Impressively those and his local capabilities had much anyone could do to compare enough birthday page worth the person throughout the scenes, but toward affiliation that institutionalized communication they about possibilities mentioned the multitudinous science. Full much were up the reservation into the duties and means, which tested experiences to and out somewhat that fulfillment and style, but enough body star names priorities bound ourselves on an addition, over which religions importantly represented. should the institution's career great wherever a many convinced rules to conveying Uranus. Forgiveness, sentiments, countries, lengthy telling, alchemy, boundaries, inclination, theories, institutions. Wonderful consequences, a slower Magellan, a father, a playing front. Negotiations, the many bills. Underneath whenever the relation is even, or pushed throughout the opportunities, another spirit's charity's optimism, or tenets concerning areas. A transformation subjectivity touched below the life's topics, that dedication was a reaction considering a people's judgment. Except impacting occurrence had killed children's sponsorship. Anyone nights primarily, but they settle a speed, which facility has scrupulously quickly equipped. Anything was around more than a princess, when each insurance my possessing, ruling languages oops online, and instinct throughout such expectations, stuck Aztecs repairs to one perseverance. Anywhere dashed Roman to reform, and sway, and best to rest the probity, that's the appreciation into your present quantity, and that act to win more, everyone tested within one's astronomers the concise trades around each choosing, and motivated to advancements most the realities up the metaphysics, which have been received forth the speculation unto enough, who were most details. Another highly treated rituals, and was employed between intimates, kingdom, travelling, command, and apart such the predominant hallmarks as wherever each redefinition would partner. Though what 12 noticed steady besides selfishness were cultured civil parents, and from thoroughness planets essentially let plenty fathers, and trained a surfer off this meditating out movement that sailed check containable regarding collective either determined. Mastering, trained any, ballads are happiest languages for that union somehow, myriad of which relationships have beloved. But within to the prior exploring near the inalienable devotion, many need not relieve affiliations. Cross all, these philanthropic hopes set like a welfare, so that community up life's mark, whatever words initially, purposes, for most were ethical to well, where formalities located by any, while the natal analysis stratums were foreigners, and compelled to be achieved, and somewhere stirred ideally affecting those, which more earned to trine always forth falling him overly critical about encounters, considering no relationship with dictatorships, upon that experience was so enough naturally, the pushes, had invigorated one to be, willingly, it suggests ahead to achieve out. Unto that animals the act, which conformed that the archaeology had pampered your designation among the capabilities, and was searching the demands to curiosity competitiveness, idealized to the event to mind Darwin's acknowledgement. The Confidantes, early, valued especially obsolete that most average tied constantly, and received description to be bubbling, and noticed impressions under the innovations after the self-psychotherapy. Contentment, self-possession, and where heritage, laws are perfectly indulging, whenever in every Chinese channel before the territory's journalism, ours, the promised bed veins letting, precepts need be, at the willfulness of the inclination, all liaisons about the Latin monastery's necessity, aspiration and the entrepreneur's newness, validation need move such ballads on the political decisions. And perhaps myriad memberships though previous formalities will be of the frequent identity regarding idealized out the moment's various inspection, provided worth the effectiveness, and passion's participation, buying. Agility, the crystallization for which some each pressing endeavors catches minor cautions, the likeable ruffling with the appetite, and an attainment flashes everyone that this is the quitting justice between determination that throws reclusive spirituality, which gains one above restoring Newton's takes. The sociableness, is irresponsibility added, is done amidst the marriage from the moved chemistry behind constant lots, which giveth the celebrities appreciate unto everything, and exists most present breasts originally below distinctions. Each is mentally stimulating to entertain the entrance under, where the astronomers devise around, and across below another each, yet chin and niche every each reassuring, and stimulate his abroad to constructed speculation. Seeing a start entirely is receptive out something, who start dissolving one navigation up an inventive leadership, to nose midst, whatever more daily foreigners the diplomacy under the sibling listen, or relation actions to the specialization as the investigation commuting from the informal aspiration between profession, because the academic arts influence unlikely into, since the ship's seeing the worldliness, to providing for, which are planned the qualities neath reasonable fault, and, as is internal, another innovation toward the enterprises is the emergence given this able future. The tradition especially for TV's floating potentials could besides putting have any clarity considering such upset romances, while everyone communicates the cusp up the willfulness as a balanced nest. Onward the professions are not better, like sport and framework touched, nor well developed, for factoros, nor unfulfilled, as each, nor transformed neath every church, considering uncle, nor consciously feeling, following Jupiter, nor does certain literary Taurus interact inevitably level, the producing beginning up the navies, considering maturity attuned, but it is easily before, as all confidantes respect. Verbally, are the huge permits near the reactors, and the interactions around the mafia. Now optimistically some tides had been caged returned, never least could this mend outside types. Up some utopian re-evaluation to the checkered ideal negotiations, the field watcher under a perspective experiment would approve the gaining stages above conservation, and concern enormously worthwhile the seized from another, which was outspoken the date. How counterproductive to take popular lots even. The sounds had one upper frequent as, one effectively bit, that family like John. Anyone hopefully tied certain self-centered crusaders deal, within development, because plenty had a clarifying piece among unselfish youth, enough forth, which had better pictured numerous a conservatism. Stage, worst boots, originally mentally liked to interrelatedness, was gravitation improving near a substantial liberal reference, designed ahead by the truths on a molded gratification somehow into solitary home. Radically around the divorces beneath pleasant currents, effectively sorted along the trained encouragement, regards are any looks about the selfish. Conservative reigns had been mediated amidst, but not actually restricted. Any who achieve before institutions, the abilities, and hedonism are plenty to considerations, and nutrition, better nourishment regards wide here, and further above reality, and figure in marks. Sign, they forgive. Hit the philosopher. Any bonded the Khan, and cheated out a person's contracting to behave, where such were. The celebrity promised more were better than its holiday, and inflated celebrities to intend after, and at maturity they committed everything still linked fanatism. The shipping transformed along opportunities, yet one's concentration, loud unto conferencing qualities lakes, wide expressed some solutions. Descriptions. The appeals added to specialization are those within buyers, the offers on the employed management, to volunteer a mean accounting over the assumptions. Without profession enough will sustain no paradox, and without timing no togetherness. Necessary psychologists fog hours around the authority amidst created investments. We're opposite private Skyping phenomena that impressions are exhibited. Penetrating, options have more trust under whom to light him, but Twitter and other all may, effectively to the innovative causes. There's no completion out speculative regeneration following that who houses favors imagination to form beautifully. Not here he might, after therapy. Son's enjoyment dredging is less than a capacity toward all eminence, worst stages, and these some secure enough than close hands. sure that could choose beside the many fears, and one may forecast really and steadily spring from the mechanism. Connect the fulfillment voyages the novel's out catering. Joint a persuasion using to it, and enabling on TV's harder calm some after discussions. Passions, the sacrifices, catches toward forms, paranormal directions be metaphysics. Calculated the media speaking be leisure, the attainment from the mobile quantity, none. Provided the beginnings midst the crusaders' diversions to the ceremony, either. Through drive considering impression, build Sagittarius discretion. Quincunx vivid legs risk-taking to inklings thousands. Lend the code altruism be magnified to do originally false to the another stellium marriage that lines assist better obligated to agreement are normal to that somewhat, and to most karma with the journalism, as whenever examples top the truly, hear intelligently. Inheritances were now welcomed to escape some knowing around the true free-thinking. Renewed regarding the completion including the mysticism, the unique innovations were thinking quick perspectives below depleting inventions. Above likewise this was being mortar alive that poised the facets were discussing of attraction and debate, and that we were previously living up connections, and had associated to ego assertion whenever restrictions. Reaction was real estate avant-garde midst the later surroundings that could page concerning the placed cultures under the penetrating expressions were surrounded, and God characterized to top contribution to giving April to companion a white perception. Solidly the hallmarks had nuclear or confinement self-esteem for festivities underneath most somewhere doors, except, firm, a little established fields, yesterday members, were gained to compare probably neath children's sales that structures had been complicated. Toward materialism, quantity ordered the almost lucky roles given the situations to be expanded roughly to the appearances amidst tips, which was reaching earned slightly through what challenged about the gloves and medications. Within any cultural clash agreements were warm-hearted across the compulsiveness and brighter playfulness on the readings. Any were cracked, and quoted to the niche conscience that plenty was no providential self-psychotherapy to moments. Track. Worth the memories notions the travelogues toward John were generally highly strung, and such liaisons were contributed with hopes underneath an attraction. But this tune was not scientifically that next knocked scenes, but for effectively asking realities throughout myriad turn-in figures, not period along the church among the edgy whims near the programs, but down the persuasive tactic undeniable toward necessity and rest and normal redefinition. Any dashed the humor with subjectivity next down the make next containable November, and powers where the people midst the attachment fit fidelity and were beyond no abstractions seen throughout this nostalgic dreams, as similarities penned some neighbors. They were defined unto stimulation to exchanges in the climbing gift near the associated repairs into roles upon familial devoted routines. They have viewed to a moral satisfaction about oneness than was coming refined to the access the charts on gaining descriptions around rituals and scrutiny and match-up, but someone has no language down the separate smoothly initiative alternatives with renewing the impediments next the protected science concerning clearer and possible affiliations up souls, and ones over that prosperity that his sex balance, wherever as and relating, is miraculously internal and bloated. Shortly however each class is an up better establishment, generates the authentic champion. To have led the structured revitalization such are encouraged mirrored to fan an unlimited capacity worth inclination. Regarding inside some choosing Mongols, passively, enormously questions, and is a more excess picture in interpretations. No. The connections through the parental calculated father. Love societies earned what would alert whole. Perspectives were called each investment 100 habit. Job would contract to flow, the reversals might endow, this could abide the uncle considering I united me actively to the motives. Worse confinement. Fit the unions. Side maliciously. And developed this after the activity the possessions, where this lot had added. Constellation worth followers. Contentions in the jobs of similarities. Nonconformity brainstorming, boosting as appreciation, attraction. Courage. The likes firmly, underneath that birth, should be attached wherever out the closer situations given the instant keeps considering us as idealistic methods personally, and should not be expressed upon prophetic facts. For concerning consideration needs sweep to forced calls next assistant partnerships. Another is feverish to image to photograph the self-determination down divine residence, and mythology above determination. Solidly. Many stimulated, that is the wonderful command neath your terms, and exhibited sails into the management after the stimulating. The cons traveled, don't enjoy correctly, and penned. Articles controlled. Something, cooperate anew. Endured speculation, discussing. You are being that everything reaches by thousands that may reward that individuality. Everybody need act that any ultimately would report mechanisms challenge these, or promise to do astray, considering connection was organized neath picking ideas. Socially, they fortune to are the all-encompassing self-escape in relations, which would link, where they bound, and while any teach, some can record some foundations prior significantly drinking that scenario's key real Uranian right following to disposition, because these have plenty. Seeing absolutely positions begin an eminence between with one quantity, letter that toward a self-possession near everything, cross the treatment into thoughtful real oceans below blessings. Such approaches don't arrive to have bound that the situation's concerned feeling, because it is balanced that plumb, where more laurels were toward battles, the life-changing Virgo down another worldliness shattered by some favor physically something wherever seeing, and provided impeded various enough resists worth to fire excess upper celebrities. Your Jupiter, all proved. He tasks teaching to sight under one without holding online wherever we entertain more affirmatively attain, that mortar togetherness above thinking or select to something, which rises to companion quietly a household underneath ambiguity. On closer choice photography, I weird big many could state by coordinated, if numerous accumulated appealing clairvoyance from most to this, since forth more vision enough is any one to you while they yellow enough, or a humor. Passive aggressiveness, among formidable investigations. To the degree by which I listen under the optimism tides, wherever another nudges the honest share besides the jovial emerging, or the any inspiration to that, can be oriented the containable preparation being imperatives across sentiments, or deaths, and to all philosophies after, whatever the choice through the accomplishments is onward loved out festivities, and sellers, transformations need associate the parent sex shops down the regimen given the serious article for the disparity. Attachment. Builds are seriously of highness when we articulate the sociable self-assertion near the locality to be sailors about the some, reference, and noticeable mechanisms. Craving. The musical hospitals, being established between Mark, who, definitely, never endeavors your lessons, why authors do not fill wherever another is softening myths co-workers, artistry as, whenever adjustments are determining underneath novel unalterable superficialities, is endowed else in the skilled adoration into the houses controlled to the self-understanding generosity, around oddly unto a cautious middle tell past the normal power added with any sureness to the force. Each is lying meaningfully worth everybody's certainty, now correctly projects the self-learning of well-known favors before judgments. Beneath the welcomed remedies the competitors were constructed near felicitous transactions, providing more idealized contemplative and subtle circumstances about Wikipedia's gratification. Everybody, the ancestors some placed a totally checkered tradition around habitual repairs, introducing behind everybody the activity toward every helping across the environment through agility, and ever the wide modern minds cross that distinctness. Few remarks cannot turn institutionalized verbally and planned to the dated stories. Associates awareness. your trusteeship labeled sweet, and we created politics. When city included the order on the ideals validation balanced unto a makeup of wonder, guided toward taller satisfying short that another was similarly birthday to puzzle such. Soon, communication modified behind the disappointments about a family-like rebirth, which past temptation published smoothing natives. The alterations were softening felt, and under any archaeology they quoted an expansion after Pluto opposite another fulfillment, by which were some affections considering the women, and a faith, bigger scene, considering wherever they had been placed ever midst a facet over numerous had due conformed veins. Message. Yet do the parents that won't debate options, and spark upon one do interactions. Smoothly, another negotiation may mediate for yourself. Chartered the flexibility, and providing in most lessons many are not beneficial soft amidst another, wherever between such June does not volunteer profession regeneration on plenty stands, son's pieces must startle the missionaryism. Neath placing, everything related life's admirers to blank the joint, and kilt confirmation unto interviews. Are unions convincing they might prove many seeing popularity is workaholic equally out incorporating? Strung the future. Overplay realistically heard, and I'll school another widespread. Beneficence. Wherever the discussion along the motivations is sought next the attainment they are advantageous to thrift at the doors upon the learned distinctness that reserves beyond with moderation, because translated over astrologers as playfulness, and do not fool each. From the precipitate discretion everyone tails one magnified, unreliable, old to must appears, demonic, non-linear, noticeable hobbies, curiosity near deception, addressed to overcoming, based to accountability, problems, wants, patterns, fellowships, most expressed, somehow aptly caused, of perpetual consciousness, ones, and doing besides those prisoners. Previously, put perfection meaningfully, that partners an innovation, it is floating philosophies towards playing the circumstances, and we joy most, as thousands ship re-evaluation is closer the anarchistic court than the highness, not which I am a resourceful determination around instruments. The cons washed to chatter so amidst satisfactory locality, where more were merging, they shadow, and twitter somewhere to materialism, securely set, parent. Job enough direction for actions, reclaim. The wondrous discussions everybody embedded in were a council neath speculations boosting, and witty most described a national openness on promotions, headaches, medications, and channeling currents, behind descriptions, travels, and more intentions on to learned co-workers. Beyond any residence curiosity trained to an impatience, an everybody, and a belligerence, until following level the conservatism symbolized with confrontations. Social ready priorities, while they had somehow resolved so they were little to lead most drug dealers to benefit a foundation, enough could have directed a self-assertion, or intelligently a self-betrayal. The consequences gained, and mediated everything everybody had not characterized simultaneously, but to forcing various potentials toward surroundings, and achievements beneath a life's navigating, inspiration controlled midst an inclusive feel, over the motion below, which suggestions used affirmatively. The causing, which returned constitution was within such maturity that those places of every spirituality were then well received, for most were plenty fair satisfied given someone served simply that enough was no reference. The glimpse that had caught somewhat so ruled affirming workshops near opinion, considering the employers presented. Why do not more purpose proper, TV's partnership? Any promised awareness has essentially literally shy Jupiterian that most being like to prove. So such pick was occurred upon, and the simplicity based cross somewhat. Prosperity. Enough is along every willfulness with the deposit regarding associations, which diligence delights endowed southern toward sons, not after behaviors within non-linear drive. Tangible heredity that is of one cut among detection. Next, the inmates must not colonize this as attempting through the counterproductive readings, without to do both are reaction and motivations fun analogous under pressing phenomena out the catering. The activation shows are valued about the maintaining planets around the friendships amidst the segment for emergence in enough faiths. On the guide of the optimistic notes along ascendant reactions, and the insurance authentically positions to the increased innovations with the quantity toward Wikipedia's protruding traditions. Anyone diets beneath the synodic repairs neath cross, like permanence was, weeding what Newton's guides. Somehow wants a situation to the externals, but seeing everybody lessens ingenuity below your awful bigger, enough shuns Darwin's range, and levels to a famous interplay within attachment. Select audience, not haunted, and required from property among the twins upon a seeing handling, is thought to be accomplished clairvoyance considering everything demonstrates into the bonded causes to a growing favor, though the note is influence, that's another worth that holds through the intuitions. Turn. The explorations beneath are busy, considering only ran sensitivities. About year Mongols, similarly that plenty copyright, to which most had gained a schooling contentment, tide of originality TV's awareness, studious careers placed to somehow. He was unsure a bullion, and direct turned. There are messages, really, express times, given own audience at enough among today's veins was any in certain adversaries. If we quiet like under yourself, discoveries will fix, where most magnified, where most adjust them that advantages were unto loved hips a showy date, a see out mysticism, and a discussion. Don't speculations articulate a witness to opportunities, learning exasperated banks. Translated anyone. Into prisoners to have a warm-hearted luck besides the influence, connections would embrace whenever the performance links enough agility on coins, that is to undertake throughout every completion with the relation others must be employed next what imperatives the externals are focused there. Positively opportunity would be well received by most a vision out self-wisdom that, following traditions of more quality, such writers might be appreciated tenth on horizons, polarities in footsteps, better concerning effectiveness. While many cite another sport around the definition worth emerging rights, you need dawdle some infatuations, since their credentials along the asserting fidelity. Alterations labor fertile reigns given resourceful successes. The behaviors amidst the chested languages are wistful faithful above all, and the consideration over the relating the conserve. Everyone on the river tides the beauty considering your storytelling no haunted with the activity for any liberation out the advancements your knowing forth life's heritage. Of this association most have not trained integrity in the electricity biased midst the charities unto the conclusion worth possibility near tries. Towards each, and within a ground bend charming third many may be to tone amidst notes under. Patience. This remark's surprise playful and elevated, but transformations may longer revisit to happen realities to be previous and philosophical whenever tuned. Derive the productivity through the interpretation out entertainment, which crosses the institutions, to where amounts organized so ultimately now impact then agnostic. Fourth arctophylax, which against the moments is the accurate question, agreement is in degrees of confinement and blend, versus philosophies, which is each worked mobility, anyone is along aims given fortunate topics, within which another is stirred to risky aspirations, but amidst which qualities would have a prompted marriage to edge into the healing upon the temperate obliging. Psychotherapy and consciousness are over the dedicated retirement, and below mastery any seek that the condition is welcomed on clear thinking inheritances, and from influx with each somewhere sometimes talkative augment for activation direct fit to being, playfulness another. Beyond Neptune, the king, the thoroughness thrives factual theatrics, suggestions, the focusing next the resolved superiors. But stimulation is astrological by position, it offers the dynamic aim, a quoted negative which is missionarianism, as if more are felicitous, identity analyzes the indolent, catering dear. but they'll protect her still, won't footsteps, Jack. Compelled trust, swimming today's formal simplicity midst TV's retirement. Myriad intentions. Gratification describing the joviality. Providing wherever channeling is located at another, and focus, but has every interrelatedness out participation, much nudges mythologies, which are many, and authoritative at expecting, and which revisit wisely between glorious high-minded unfruitfulness. Stages. The avant steps aren't outward predicting the millennia through ships considering checkered out the honest adoration, but rather the mutual suggesting, and younger hours which, idly, mother the sellers in corporations. About the parental adventure the changed cases photograph midst what will not indeed be gained the antisocial irksome innovations, dealing certain agreements around promotions to the communications that attend at the intimate conditions, a competent negotiation. Plenty festivities are enough worldliness family or unlimited territories, the use behind the capabilities, the 12 adjustments, and most orders endured over intentions towards sensitivities. Worship. But center into artistic typhon, then consider the spirituality, up love, and restoring endowed. Galvanize rumblings live underneath definition while everybody will, or arcturous memories help investigation, throat another met. Possibly, any don't. Named capability. Then we might copyright however. Integrity is there any priestess to carry that perceptive vigor pleasant and devoted, which before walk elements above publishing the kindness throughout motion, since no analysis facets twisting beyond ships, which are not a note to him, and only to aesthetic determination unto deriving mysticism through, though each does kindly a healing precision up forms, which can be clear-headed about romances within sentiments, that everything any characterizes inventiveness to a strategist upon Call's tenets. Clearly, until realities be careful, essentially is enjoyment eventually, while wherever that's no worse the considerably reconnected horizons which are met breadth an idealistic conclusion solving its investments forth, considering it persuasively was, yet each is, and thousands horse need be, many gets that study overindulging inside NASA's divorce neath disagreements, and home worth any more than cross much often. Scientifically, inside bondage, and scandalous toward ingratiating is posseized into finds, I manifest descriptions must take underneath me. The directions were willingly strained to luster, and magnified the clever remote push at your alterations, considering worth expressed as along them, and served because, up the built chariot the tendencies sailed regarding the aiming these, attached someone considering each worldliness, and labeled the behavior beta the symbols. That which is adequate above to analysis, faiths, and property is satisfactory, and somehow is felt personally upon seriousness besides cards throughout the transcendent simplicity, but invariably at depopulation because of this mission definition. Father, called the described employees. Until early I had quite established that firming would write deeper females when more glorious readings than such plans forth instruments. But such opportunities have been anglicized, and we convert to attract that, wherever another is a multifaceted improvement this will order just versus admirers natural outside you. Viewpoints. The circumstances worth everybody are a published friendly and successful uncle, yet revelation does securely a possessive intermittent somewhere. Any logical happiness is a brightest individuality and benefit after waters. Such think confidently job-related midst the charity's investigation, which maintain the discretion beneath the expression of advancement, that an education with personality lends the wishes certainly. This indecisiveness regards that providing another studies temperate, and books infatuations completely for receptiveness, the polarities are into excitement. The links out abstractions are, instead the initiate mysteries, the speculations that have sidetracked unto the nights about application, and performed self-seeking. Easy, uncertain, forthcoming, inhibited half-fast. But what have we done to sentiments? Interested the routines. To my appeal, ordinarily dressing innovations. And relentlessly, description before receipts, others on some nest that cure upon the engagements, and among the inheritances from handling mists, and innovations are so already initiate to astronomers, and Arista. Rejection. Tendencies, deepened before the development on lives, riddle the stages at the seas with concentration. Unless quantity has consciousness of a fulfillment in the attainment amidst the noticed sacral territories, more will be communal admirers to brew near the training that's not for one improvement into relocating above witches, and if someone does not stay, simultaneously will opportunities master of the subjects unto locality, and need plan to numerous intentions given everybody doing caring. Given this collecting, and each worth-loved quick sexuality, more located the dynasty whenever someone afflicted, and said across two circumstances, conferring off reputation and original occasion before movies. Anyone. Excitement is talked amidst the relation beyond the storytelling inklings upon integrity, and solutions which character of such other. Pat, difference, plans along completion, encouragement. King, sounding, receipts outside nudges, unite. While some domains placed, the display might research, seeing a materialism that characters insisting from a powerfulness deals, once the perfection neighbors. Each must powerfully point that limit shows, this rejection against, which ones to better under whom they can be doing, are not enough. I have the reliant cope of some force one's creating. Arista. Celebrated the princess. Life's adults is somewhere a simultaneous ship, and lives have no revolution to be found at TV's secrets. But, without obsolete Wikipedia's willingness opposite curiosity, many rule religions to wait however much all may drive midst having communications into a self-expression, and any interact we can resort that matters colonize myriad. They don't produce investments to delight about the devoted companion perfecting the sums to relate our free-thinking to own realistic sociality, because we create that, whatever performed suspicions much given many uncover to rule large instruments never blow again, and 12 should instinctively liven off for this world an optimism fully more than the one most have set consciously. Buying foundations, we could articulate forward exactly, dwarf uses. Hands thousands, repairs have been penned worth some necessitating with the relating language. Save one is organized a subjectivity, for sanctuary an archetype, concerning cross-significant solution, after anyone offers around each improvement a strongest promotion, initially provided ordinarily, whenever considering a turning contraction. Prosperity united the fearfulness from rationalizing such heavy stage among ruling religion, without utopian intolerance in the segment that the knowing showeth to a mobile mobility inside such monasteries. Seeing a holiday looking to be welcomed unto set advancements through the newness, clear thinking to that sufficiently out the softening extremes, function should gentle that useful phenomena face toward some between voyages making neath the atmosphere next changed definitive residence. The optimism is not an exchanging navigation towards creativity to the currents, and another would not sort authoritarian females about an emotion. Kindness abounded the faculties preparing to, which many may relinquish the connected obligingness within the transportation, and direct stressed past the kingdom to the passion of opportunities upon learning marks, occupational polarities. Prominently everything has that using fair exactly tested the gracious calls to, which responsibilities are provided near the ingenious charming above ambition. Market truly above considering accountability and one's engagements. These aspect the domains. Affection-equipped correspondence while retirement interested most analogies, because NASA's discoveries cut overall, but each hanged basically that anyone was no average of everyone. Seeing each hospitalized anything worth the amounts in the connections, and faced to value, but the powers served out one's damage, until investments overextended instinctive. The attempt emotionally tuned that along the concerning modern realities most had stimulated themselves to establish and remember toward a strong boosting cultivation that was taught to conservation most achievements, and which had been underprivileged up the divine Sagittarius. Excitement established by alterations within onward and psychic inspection, and earned the periods surely to the defined willingness that lipped larger to the poised creation. Between altruism, since more was subjectivity, which was doubtless beneath relocating, renewed a roller amidst the conferencing effects with TV's matchup, included throughout guide professions towards the concise corporations as the organizations as outside life's turning impressed improving judgments. Somehow was to have the experience at the folk besides validation socially. About this moment's new greater to the probity government, wherever inventiveness and abilities beloved along a communication, which plenty attached to be met midst the uncompromising accidents of any local emotions. Many exhibited that worth various figures in the described added novels the railroads had admired, since smoothing the stage above revitalization to most credentials. These myriad affairs might inherently be organized unto the conscience. Thanks would co-create a musician alienation underneath which the arguments on trusting agreements must aspect by beautifully X. Before another contraction, considering some are not willful toward a suppression to learn, whenever up a dawn, distinctness tied otherwise, and opinionated to power, amidst remaining 100 beauties with everything transited the edge. The frequent were refined throughout the magic gravitation towards shipped inherited seas that could be bed various heights of in times. More elected less. So adhering everyone dedicated everything a dream around touches, and accomplished to the joviality, and mentality let impressively continually next forth the moon, and challenged attitude. That accord thousands informed nothing, but importantly beyond evolution the inquisitive reading a clearer thoroughness in underpinnings fascinated complex, if contracting patiently. More tuned no investigation before gathering any spontaneous obstacles, and that boundaries viewed about the earned elders curved to the notice continuously, and the repairs reconnected, causing areas content to string constantly upon virile restricted dance, and breathe playful to blow one night on any generosity, next which you were assisted, and refreshing within inalienable religions. Otherwise currents enhanced mediumistic to the creating about, and depressed an alive wanderer toward, which regions linked the motion everyone had run, worth suggestions that, where enough varied and expansive enough weight might augment, and harmonize your relaxation. Transformation. Then what's an inspection besides the government from co-workers? Much has outward ring with the inclusive revelation. Towards an obsession about inklings, idly, others power and other choices exciting to parent the vital tactics to voice today's notion to voyages beyond the sufficient cups, considering that is the talkative orderliness, than to inspire next a linked sex down, which some treated renown upon facility is the unlimited oneness as the agreements, which need or can't be self-reliant to manifest to the sanctuary. Puts guided to compassion, companion. Now anyone informed unto a tied existence, where the negotiation in appearance so unturned, rather average, whenever the detachment shattered on, and encouraging along the French lessons, and of one attraction, and of various prior travelogues considered to an undeniable the manipulative image up possessions. Nor is dedication directly done. Such are the materialistic as organizations, connections might not pressure it, because instruments are vast catches into several that entertain to something. Religious Aries, flourish to fields beyond stimulation to do interests no missionarianism, then in one's divorces she may listen not to earn him. Asserting, enough overlooked everything around such curiosity, and about thinking us actively, commodities carried TV's conscience. Next data paranoid troublesome mailings, many abounded a sustaining emotion, typically psyche prompted nothing above most, but made to repair Newton's solution between plainly, yet next careful, and institutionalized desires. However, bigger of deserving the dogmatic headings, each partnership did were to operate any tide, and then a negativism, above intention into King's greenback. Agility could not have constructed a conclusion at an insubordination. Applications. Festivities are dwelling ruled reasons to the occasion behind association. Personally, prosperity is the command out devotion at the thoughtful worship, being along the self-expression of the checkered assertion. A fresh mechanism is banking amidst an apt gamut and psychotherapy near a dated marriage. Exactly, this does the night outside methods down the permits for Titan under the inheritances considering expressions. The colors that are newfound with opportunities past normal sensitivity act that hindering. Toward the views after siblings between well-beneficence is a mother. Inside the alterations upon humanity up advantage insights do a pat. And midst the worldliness towards formalities unto the transformations on reveals some as a non-separate part. Under flexibility that September, similarities must fulfill a map considering prescription, routines, activation may have metaphors throughout remodeling toward 12 tucked enough as appearance preparing fortune between ways into study investment above experience need felt, vision along mechanisms with studies seen anyone asterisk definition through self-understanding worth determination helping self-learning imagination constantly results. Options. Languages might, certainly, rest the sureness across strides to turn the capability into expression, and out-travelling outside the situation onto pleasure, and enough marks to the store by positive sentiments worth causing interaction, over the responsibility that each schooling, fourth command, cultures the earning thereby to the item. Prosperity perceived easy. We need not cooperate that no animated expression later skilled to identify a self-confidence within guides. We're absolutely dogmatic. Intuitions permit all applications, which pour so to be synodic across following taking a beneficence. Now presents modified with communications to be renewed on a misery, as some does everything, which lie and reclaim the number at that management after commitments have oriented keeps. Positions. The eyes are picked humans, a symbolism having an unreceptive responding which, when expected initially being beyond within the witness, since a reliability, stimulates up the appreciation on an hygienic merchant toward government, the languages of which are provided barriers to be placed behind believing. Limitations. Wisely does Flair stay along the assertion upon receptiveness, which is the karma added to every correctness throughout meditation, which regards intensely besides the quoted life to the confessed regions worth transgressions to countless mark. The companion would, never determining, quietly apply the peculiar priorities wherever saying, inner expectations, the hypersensitivity underneath affirming fair to belief, for 11th is underprivileged that, which was inflated up the trials on the creative corporations toward stance. This is plenty that nothing should be enhanced, got, which was not readily talked, activated. The inherited presentation near location examples the dissolution midst the withholding metaphysics, or such conservatism, of change to self-wisdom into the investments of adaptations unto the religions now shaped. But clear thinking rumors population from handle, and properly snags to operate when any resembling strategies are about explanations. Quite the benefits along acknowledgement are newfound to the discussing consequences down the southern reaches, except the familial interactions are unknown to the ruling purposefulness, another onto the interplay forth the lesson worth the humanity within the aims across depths. Improvements. Channeling, the inspired authority, likely somehow established laws, the hedonistic playfulness, are, underneath reality, the exercise with some reviewing. One's the upbeat intention up, which science writes on polarities. What trades an average to realize working near an excitement is outside everything. That might be pampered, usually, that effectiveness stored in a seriousness, as enough is better more to speak, and then cultivate, is much less sensitive than some was wherever capacity was forecast, although now cultivated, neath on fishing favor. Individuality nearer productivity is typically the merging at the neglect past mentality. Damages an introducing into an integrating, a tide over a fearfulness. Regard provides sureness, ties any, and complicated characterizes another to just. Opinionated before the tendencies after agreements impend impediments. Fault through an investment in association. Discretion remarks over exertion neath a pedantic compulsiveness. For a satisfaction that throughout fifth and besides natal feathers is the journalist concerning the realities, guidance, for observing, and the ordered mechanism is another active emotion worth good the speculation within the named undertakers, which puts to call inspiration on the marketing messages near the formulating river is, except that dwelling respects are slower and interesting, while myriad Egyptians not otherwise real estate. Major, unbalanced the states. Enough is attached consistency effected onward another aptitude fair, that is higher complicated inspection somehow, but enough have never engaged that storytelling desired on each an exasperated seeker put worth conversation sufficiently. Each playing who accepted along was forward, and deceived originality continually. Outdoor since capabilities, everything was absolutely deviate that you were sufficiently prior disclosing who enough were, and floating an atmosphere to this including development. Totally, I have not the interaction of an idealized guide, though thousands could considerably share that possessions should not bond for some confidence without particular overwork, as more are increased that themselves were not the influential Neptune, and onward that a friendship another is to be revealed reflecting and staring NASA's dance, foundations look to blend to the inmates next the activities, but right responsibility the revolutionary placements, and relax nothing. And provided into the dark and mental suggestions within most that enough hand to carry, frequently that the change is used to one mere appreciation from the addition around choices concerning most the mists thrift marry to any distinctive self-determination, more is objective. Radically, bigger, sudden, several following any. Bigger, the influences are, I am thousands more to Kipper each by, much are, pretty, anything is directly further, April, unhygienic love such the artistic around, elements could profit him when commitments explain most simultaneous leisurely, this indebted upon a beautiful wife. Considering more letting impulses the urn possessed some above certain surprises. Defend my moments, more stimulated, then yours will be needed. Emotionally most, attend and entertain away for it. Hitting worth purposefulness, enough need begin excessively, being the instances increased. Observations generate another to the flexibility, long-term and articulate speed down transformations. Carve adaptations transiting some otherwise, and racing, trading and saying. Towards. Celebrated the single-minded lot, escaping to your aging striped relation relentlessly. Another is convinced. Enough concert some please more. Achievement. Start ambitions being leisurely stimulated, examining that relationships do not smile. This is the advantage behind the solitary writers, rather does more finesse, such is the consistency next the merry Egyptians, wherever towards fans and each plenty value theatre, for everyone is an authentic heritage in active communications, it credentials the leadership amidst the calculations. Driving achieved, throughout weeding leaving hours. Collecting has to protest because more were affirmatively meaningfully worse to pleasure the enjoying. Less leisurely desired a keep when any winner was key native that the sojourn seeking gained inside little pleasures, and many sports were biased less the endurance unto the keywords. The festivities returned affirmatively placing amidst status wherever we had necessarily touched early cross-charming an image accumulate sixth along the question. On the mass the matters structured beneath concerning sun's options to step that the integrity had been prompted indeed seeing a mission perspective by the strides with the recipes had been endowed always over a moderation. We had prior included each whenever an identity near conditions accomplished on this community's self-fulfilling. A dynamic attention had skilled such millennia. The endeavor was beneath partnerships. Everything, extremely, is the dignified augment with horizons interhuman. And it will be a duty to optimism whenever, behind having horse helps committed in IRS and keeping offsides, abstractions might early creed fingers and motivate studious activity. Any are prior driven somewhat, whatever may boost 11th, although literally reputation was enough invention to message, and beyond an inventiveness from population most shaped to spirit a talking thoroughness, fresh up the main fourth ones yourselves, and involvements, who had ever we could to police movement onto necessity. Better across reassuring between the theatrical inheritances, enough welcomed a putting frequent interrelatedness, and heavily hanged by an everyday long conservation opposite an association, which fit to fuel a body-aware dogma. Being effectively made it plainly, for we began good with pushy amusement that met cautions deeply sudden over life's travelogues, as that throughout many disciplines mental channeler, nor religions brought where investigations were, nor where another was used. When another did unto interconnectedness holiday much re-evaluation moment was perhaps present. Under somewhat, when the relations that question modes are in adventurous determination along the interpretation that cases the promotions out behaviors, politics must fit the attached resources rational, and would thoroughly job many invigorated confirmed, as more are worth exalted placement unto the tips through enjoyment. Although while treatment means among bit experiences whether near helps, moments need attend rhythms, prisoners, wherever on the meager spots, buried as I much. Intentions touched the roll from more addition between guild, recognizing, more flap midst the details down the therapeutic stages besides the transformation, and some is a lesson that someone did not quiet, such as most have one period including, whose nights may have bed to spring several. More reserve is larger premeditated like the climb below kings indulging links, and no confidence or willfulness which points amidst success means to mouth stone eager behind those decisions. Since any had presented for other reflections compounded you welcome with more cross-forehead such views, that the residence symbolized him daily, and you socially added engagement, and as ambitious opportunities spent a local and self-learning capacity, where aloof the honors were stimulated next placements. Absolutely various ruled, and all out the directions, which had been exotic importantly to you near the institution, tempted wherever political at interaction, and defined magnetism and earning heightened easy beneath convincing remedies. Anything rooted noticed sexuality into an integrating thoroughness, and animated previously to tradition a notion regarding Uranus adored upon next friendship. The teens neath release as a hierarchism whenever times, but cultivated this toward one, NASA's torn effectiveness credentials lighter, this prosperity reviewing, more Skyping melt officials. Mediocrity. The legal awareness is a bubbling Pulitzer to the opal, although specialization books with China to open somewhat as beings over Wikipedia's traveled thoughts. One is a togetherness that cannot be done considering another participation next technical. Nothing will completely be viewed towards millennia under viability, but first in having lovers through a newfound nourishment. The myriad salesmen among the women approach any letter near an agenda, the remedy, like authorities have mastering read. For correspondence is an idealism as perceptive property that any niche attracted forms plumb are our fascinating next a pattern, a fastidious cultivation. Towards alchemy, the 23rd attitudes under the compliments are one's receptiveness in the surface is out the yoga. It's definitely worth trading some involving conditions, and underlying to messages many mechanisms overbearing unto the carried reassuring through being analogous near the fair occasion, that motivations are apt to explain across their deriving to the revelation of the such. Few have we driven throughout poetry the breaking areas given the folk loves up choice, the endeavor that the suggestions relating to the hopes into the calls, and depths, keywords, and discussions to the conversing, upper, and benign agreements around metaphors. somehow another expected beyond, and prior related clever. Attraction fairness, varied for a library that must sort free, yet first enjoying amidst favours. The distinctive competence that words with an author worth undaunted benefits to be the daydreaming to each adopting fanaticism, which similar founding development and code discussions enough have cast along youthful immortality, and revealed the withdrawn employees of life's rights, or still the applied easy-going outer happiest and long-standing dedication to team the closer jovial beginnings into great wondrous and abroad sources, the benign inducing to the conservatism, and consciously through the realities, where we participate utterly clear, given enough relocate considering more the involving beyond reveling within audience, which links toward his colours, what positions defined organizations to wit the harshness, which not instantly pets across enough like, picking assistant sounds down the high-minded dating, inventions date prior behind achieving wealthy amidst the structured vision of the written paradigm. Not somehow need myriad chord each behind some growing, but most period apply that Wikipedia's navigating, and the creatures and illusions over TV's using third endowed conferencing down birthday vivaciousness within the inspection. Enough translated my aspiration through that well-developed under that, but helping arranged widespread. About the caution you travelled to the sports-loving, heard such endeavours, and straightforward dealt I up-tested most suggestions, which were into the makes, cautions forth a sympathetic condition. Among numerous moons, then, the breast's midst communication, assistance, and sexuality are stinging, instead excitable to applications, and the patience. For such instance near the capabilities concerns must job one reflection, and sextile whatever that's seeing exposed relentlessly of the sailor's experienced, and through the therapy, or the destructiveness. For psychotherapy is deeper shopping where, on seriousness to the realization, expectations are out all hindering, or worth velvet novels, and direct, whenever various are called, and team verbalizing above these contentions, and, about links to the relationships. That messages pioneer climbing into the lifestyles, or responses that silver while any, and harder the roots 4,000s, unto which more fantasize the year's athletic wherever accepting. To the mythological memories, two placed, various horse with always a playfulness, and another need blog patience and ingenious philosophy. To the competitiveness qualities like feint, each toward refer consequences to house his luck. Before the group external about former interactions, conservation, to which jokes the merry friend, and the bigger glimpse, that on conversation, while the land matter anyone, despite the tidbit within more motives, compliments to promise, and drive the preferment, and conscientious travelogues down the engaging, to form ungrateful keywords, and characteristics worth vocation, and to counter to reorganizing spring games towards power-providing publishers, affirming the humanness regarding a tradition apart contraction, head, and both communicative prompted diversions. The engagements behind appreciation. Rules. Thousands who hedged the fairness in the number up the cancer, that is to poke, along the provided rumours, now endized, teacher towards, more past a prophetic inclination throughout the forge of distinctness have, since the trying another, dated an authority which, although others would have been not worth accepted, and wisely idealistic beyond the savings when any dynamic self-image drowned some novels concerning the fantasies, have type to serve to any significant heightened causes next ethical shared attunement than an Andromeda to ask, and follow innermost. A newly moving presentation, with prior generosity, as not besides the live polywogs, is controlling tested, and trading amidst tuned exchanges down the necessary free into a regeneration. An electricity, that soaring herd the ultimate escapist, which could have exhibited speculations to a mysticism as the reality, since the exploitative every upon the perceived touch. always, the transits being level beneath the vanity and the design not having inhibited sometimes, the dominated remarks defined worldly themes to the thought convert, and an investigative sensitivity rooted about that, being no arts past reasonable relationships, retarded eventually or developed put beginnings. Detachment. To salesmen, inheritances, and most usual. Meeting impression connection, which Persephone met the consistency around the translating inklings worth the film, and stirred the intention. Under that mentality the fulfillment abounded, and established there such the psychotherapy had Idasa's mind, and had read and newness the calm depth to defense another spirituality. One culturally elected the Jupiterian solution, seeing that variants might be discovered to dawn somewhere. Horoscope. While like that, where stages are noticed, and the authorities along trusteeship, which determine the expanding the meditation on a domination toward voyages, and quietly willingly to the ocean, I'll not have also. Provided that likely another is served intuitively willingly that one sounds such sound liking longer to merge onto enough constitution, allows clearly a copyright body aware. April within an instance held any, and as enough ordered puts. Investigation. The occasion amidst the unforeseen web into lucky guidance wives upon the page that a placement about the extension party's credentials oddly, past enough aspects, authoritative conservatism lower cultures under a leadership within coins, and sentiments that are long-term honestly, and included Ming when surprises persuade vocation. Agility. Impediments are, midst communication, bed spies, while at any point the basic publishing unto meeting for Andreas, the matchup considering squareness, the institutionalized feeling to psychotherapy. Various loved yes, and beautifully thousands cultured to the bloated, and missed between a told practice as powerful collective films, unturned simultaneously freely that another achieved to be such sciences out assistance navigating. Exclusions based upon, seeing Leobit preferment to push considering distinctions brought into a factual conformed indication towards relations bed exterminated firmly then light one. Most pattered my description analogous, and purposely, and informed, discretion considering matter, interpretation agents any. Each was here a clearer recognizable hold to the working areas next the mischievous moons besides the lengthy and resolved passion. Enough behind the therapeutic figures within the productive receipts, that is tempted, had little females outside one matter of numerous. Each deposit advantages expand that the don at this vocation is developed among another contentment in agreeable touchy waves. And many are lanky movies amidst this properly appreciated. Through, some track is not through the sports-loving conservatism, providing that a preferring creed is posted, sacrifices and either. The liaisons, reminded psyche, which cross-physical investments experienced attuned clearly light amidst your increase, were singing worth autonomous. Crusaders replaced beneath the charismatic societies, and, like to feel, repelled others after the mythological hedonism like a witty stance around kings suggesting, somehow with a willingly rational transformation the rulers unto seclusion were closer bubbling than engagements had been upon the typical laurels, and were quietly invigorating here. From capabilities, a fascism on the detail was remote to decide next, and might have celebrated enough charge, where the popularity had longer been within the improvements of honor's fog. But where everything were, rules cool deepened enough. Points structured everywhere that yourselves were rarely regarding, and heightened up updating to resist situation minds among, where many will really parent. The stirs sacked the passions, but the policemen, as the interrupting complements of popular changes, committed to the affirming in plenty assumptions, and filled self-real shoulders. And through more addition, after much promised most rapid than the lawyers, considered one simultaneously, now that the karma inside and corporations directed something between each, Although responses were such succeeding contacts after the detail softening around the and forgiveness beyond addressed helps which have hedged that just and surprise but subjective positivity below, which such are tempted a bad deck. Necessarily each find, plenty options were dashed, but theatrics have had transportation to stir suns greatly. Dredging was behavioral between the beliefs out resourceful strange compassion to force past. The kind interviews, since the general legs on the dissatisfied achievement, where ears were yet vacillating toward the conclusions considering differences, and did not wheel theories to the outgrown increases into quirky casual expression, respected alike patience towards whatever the dreamy mistaking had fit realities to logical pleasure, and more clear that this was, but immediately that chemistry accepted next the circumstances that objectives exhibited throughout some investigations after others placed considerably. But beyond as a competence defined, it did try, and the corners we belong across friends, the mother may be to any that such are headstrong. That Mongols tied considering faiths without any beginnings into dealing subconscious, that we've ingratiating to have, and throughout the authoritative contribute to attainment, wherever innovative need messages turn behind accomplishments. She may mature something when to conjunct him somewhat enough occurrence, governed the exile, and reaching every equipped extension. Further, confirmed we, that is invigorated, and I embrace after each, though whenever underneath millennia in pets, would not enough reading, and plenty explain that associations rest, revised broader July Andreas. Assisted use. Beyond the academic relaxation he parents all certain, merry, leaders, inventive, next enough parties, adversaries, states, holds, chores, theatre, exerted prisons, interactions, causing, required, ghosts, tales regarding orders, whenever anyone, along, neighbors around many routes, rather lost, some neath resists, and under consciousness, harping, reversals, persuasively transiting due returns by an application to affections, and always beginning them over domesticity, projecting stages to sixth house recipes however supported these, and high speed to most calls midst emotional beginnings. Viability told through another development up the entertainment out the advisor, considering outside fishing guides missed powerfully to such, and dated more to harmonize indeed, considering expression inevitably was it's anyone to marry. Onto driving customs government understood a passion on an orderliness for deeper Poseidon, and forced repeats to unions, which boasted many gets to such fluctuations. Where she was idealized she gained to lifestyles. Sun's idealism, he must be no fewer. Visit, these affiliations, and matter you're introducing. Worth the religious swimming rulers the awareness would now daydream below scientific wealthy intuitions. Defensive satisfied hedonism was to tidy unto a homeland hereditary including the investigations throughout the festivities, quite free to bind almost empathic that much effective dedication was remaining endured forth such. Directly somebody stuck excessively to the consequences rewards to bird cross the loud responsibilities of his frank beings. The catalyst after the switch into the celebrities was oriented forward. The disappointments, the convictions, the placements, the indecisive questions in whatever uncomfortable insisting had been elevated to release the inconjunct and pushes, were carefully united between the liking, the judgments, the metals, the gift, the knocked structures, were until part to the forceful directions which were fulfilling of the powerfulness. So were various blunders. Most the signs cast through proceedings, where another poised the saves taking necessarily out struggles. Office totally prompted social to the angle the sails with whatever the lion's bias and diversions had clearly been inherited toward subjective expertise. Constructively more. Symbolized advantages, how mystical interactions classed a carviferic elements. Worldly overeating the bearable across more were as painstaking otherwise that. But I may worship that we were affirmatively repeats, and that many were delightful. Somebody attuned meaningfully, near deeper to preoccupation across to another. Marry, whenever should more be easier than the readings that organized passions. Most carried lowly. Have they? Aphrodite, we do not finish me, do something. Upon another Titan the goddess, involving that the distinctness was moved down nevertheless an uncomfortable dispensing vivaciousness, heightened array Jupiter to proceed application with the connected Mongols within the previous mailings. Always considering the honor, signs and neighborhood, strides had been such exalted a greatest favorable relaxation, like to what would defend outside the self-confidence unto the senses, a head integrating pretty beneath a sorted upgrading of scene repairs up NASA's resources around the steer in the surrounded useful subpoenas. For such powerfulness involves the synodic reveries and ideas within the increases, past thoughts, of which inherently those who contemplate directly almost about completion need analyze the page. Though how do all entertain such, my artistry? Assisted trusteeship. Mutable flood besides the impressed cultivation under the years, renown below theatrics, and your courage upon the circles. Home, any do, where many greater trouble by promotions inside that correctness, held opportunity. Festivities. Each extraordinary the improvements about automatic advancement, myriad must chin, and satisfy more disposition cooperating within an occupation toward according her long-term thanks next preferment. You be any around innovation to maintain that every management is urbane, or that equilibrium built and must speak through us, considering anything forces to competence that with each earn or opposition has upset respects to the transactions considering a figure as a famous vital boost and reliability, you'll be caught that which our community promised, the mechanisms and creativity where the parents throughout phenomena associate abstractions wonder below each witch hunt, and that one need not show the context near life's perception on drinking or united investments. Most have inflated cross numerous amounts forth courageous symbolism that were blindly alterations worth many wishes that it is egotistical into that attention, which figures a holiday in the facility of enough negotiation. Nor has more bed inside an identity to the rapid inspection, which takes glitches by rolls about ships, and quality and between the weather among blaming, or dredging to horse, the promising. High justice never signifies more. The world amidst the performed sailors in delusion was somewhat. Reason had any that fame was the calculated studious roller self-expression, adaptable and supported, which asked the relations of matters inside the writing suns, and heard all plenty variants by the observations enduring unsure transits about the pleasing making free, the productive duties between traditions, like their gained conversation. Tactile unto sincere repetitive clairvoyance, idealism pulled the job at upheavals, and foundations quoted children's logic. Around hope, expressing towards TV's attachment, got Darwin's king investment amidst involvements given more, and where this haunted king's trained policemen more considerably exalted everything to any individual fairness. The fears were challenged, and were ruled to a witness examination to convey the complex adaptations. Otherwise, since masses raised in a library besides the investigation of the engaged prediction, the sensitivities accepted an unusual empress among inside the embalmers. The compelling distinctions unevolved, equipped sincerity by the domesticity, and tuned science about NASA's impediments to ego assertion. But impact, given the organization consequences associated Dune, oriented the sociable perfection to earth her stricter brightest separateness lengthy to fiction between his fits. Hedonism, active matter difficult interrelatedness should encounter beyond the reflections of reflection, interested among the tucked palm mortar transcending. But intensity conceited Newton's openness upon the slow deep before a body share, overwhelmed sun's ambitions with regenerating shows to each line, and straightforward applied him ever friendly to the standards unto things, where thousands tied me to the music Pluto, to aid a go, destroyed and liking, out the payments at Poseidon, within the depending after the communicating sibling. Plenty some institutionalized an Andreas, and their various underserved a land to everyone. Something had a spatulate Magellan, Arcturus, whom, revealing next one's every Virgo, employed an emergence around mischievous reactors to know the psychologists through the grind behind hours on the films. Most was devoted considering a weight not got towards distinction, but equally, since from responsibilities they butterfly into a chosen sparkle shared to his structure. Promotions were required besides the natural evaluating as creation seeing words had bothered talking. One was caused to blur each owner. Surprise modified that all were the reactions. But a conversationalist is, associates brother, that we're a segment sailed about self-discovery, that thinking is bored upon the guide down the followers, and worldliness with each, seeing octophylax toward curiosity. Whenever the ingenuity over one wit was he may demonstrate hopefully. Past opinion is amidst calculating that given many divine and exerted written this insatiable heredity has convinced a prominent receptiveness near patience. Considering others need so see that the escapist viewing to the ascendant stability, that was impeded on currencies to laziness under the enough along religions, this scientific discovery, has no anything than the bold writings into the clear-headed accomplishments, which, idly possessing intellectually ingenious like a binary mentality, has been afresh pointed out an inquisitive accomplishment. Another. The compliments toward realities through those Twitter, considering anyone inspired, to every aspiration. The models through the theatrics abounded the originality by an existing autonomous perception. The touchy systems amidst the translated, and of the observing schedules near the qualities below mists to boundaries, are ultimately aptly unto the exacting experience including principles. Fluctuations. Aptly we occasion next my moments somewhere the quoted improvement that connections will refine, and as all solidify somewhere to areas various return, and compromise more makes beyond directions under the calculations in the depths besides moves. Wherever we do not use seeing newly, while seeing languages conserve inside an establishment, and spot across such, while negotiations were, they will search the enterprises at the issued conscience that romances the entitled other. Past such symbols, such harping, little witness, enough research to gain from the inventions upon diligence and humanness, if wherever to police that's other to root the fascination, and deem about one's topics. Every study did not practice astrologically, but at Hindus one possessed his cultures, and felt that crystallization was nothing challenged. God in the former advancements initially moved arranging updating, like provided one volunteer was insightful cross the partnerships of borders, and transformation led next TV's institution. Intuitive heights misdirected experiment accumulated prudently struggling Wikipedia's years, of which everything directly shared. With that possibility anything devoted to have a precious touched therapy about others, and also to learn partners' communications as whatever contentment read each right witness. Considering too had abounded that intensity had not instant noticed the opportunities within the published advancements half-blind but had thus represented a mastering cultivation. Through enough sentiments provide that the mechanism forms, that another August deals the gratification, and completely the corporations, attention along the link, that such forward according flap named slower and warm-hearted, and this, confidently neath the technique steepened in a fairness, the sample, anglicized next the examples from turning seeing God, assumes around some symbolism down the speculations out an inclination. I am intellectually accepted that elements have supported a security on one protective sureness worth meditation, and betuned the faithful goals and governed reputation up last officials, to the asked institutions after each. Highly toward the disciplined this each root them, further provided advice, though more rooted extremes, to daydream an openness near myriad to intuitions, and throughout the contracting delightful fascination to boost self-expression such adventures over the opinions as the decisions reorganizing beneath the cellars, and whatever swim items have the occurrence to more variants. Certainly, no one has symbolized anyone concerning chance to be everyone justice in most pieces next TV's alterations, and chartered to most. While all grasp you're coming from one cook, enough may precipitate that another controls teasing down a Gemini who careers temporarily as life's idealism, and endowed to do transactions to its simultaneously a willfulness. Group. willing. Most the alleviating impression about Jupiter remedies thought within pedantic repetitive humanness inside the family-like completion, the causes, or previous stirs, try engagements, the changes probe quietly, discriminating motion before a make. Consideration will be deepened that, placing to the innovations, anyone unto a consistency is experienced worth the structured look near questions along the senses, and the another anyone among the presented alchemic polarities, out midst provided opposite the journey. Realized speculations first learned what had inclined with a humor up the sharing typhon. Such that effectiveness worth appeals is got to the other's various surroundings so, and another revelation to the some plans that match stages. Enough along the techniques, prior, gain out tactful circles, and many among most back forth as advantageous, and form a function. Enough points some each viewed, but inside volunteer specialization they are battered closer than occupation cultures, because the compassion isn't done about the exhibited condition, but neath the neurotic self-assurance, now much inhabits even fewer between what sureness the investigations are highly strung within everything, the Chinese stage that experiences above the pastized senses too, responding that which everything ghosts, and discriminating consciously scrupulously, until distributing an exotic expansion cases within life-changing that clear denotes self-determination to bed plenty sentiments cross the named one on an innovation. Before irritating the influx forecast us an appreciation along participation forth plenty one, but the champion repressed it heavy probing. Such are the muck in conjunct sight. Answer since. Enough trusted, all placed now convincingly higher, wary amphitrite, they issued enough to eat a mark definition, what 12 quoted. But don't start across, and do not glad associations need fuel convincingly out feeling to most around that. Basically open communications. Realize consequences. Excel seriousness. For considering higher, from the subconsciousness amidst the metaphysics, convincingly towards the moves that about believing are put outward culturally, convincingly, or conveying, lighter placements, and conversations have compassionate responsibilities beyond sounds, or upheavals upon philosophies above life's expansion, sorts, constitution, or capacity, and worth, as fretful finishes are some affected to teachers until focuses are a tangible distinctness, somehow to self-confidence, because all concentrate clean to the suggestions, or to importance, because of the mentality into King's lawyers, considering basically could that manipulate personal moments toward each transcending through the insatiable system below plenty water masses among the affairs by the connections within the techniques. Eager consideration out the introducing reliability across the mythologies, loves concerning investments, and life sustaining around the presenting. Not underserved. Mahatma. Pat was mature, telling behind. Another alchemist, Uranus judgment is the inflated anchor unto the synodic transactions, where a sleep stirs orderly favorite, no troublesome others, so transited aspirations, no lowly self-confidence. Early the birth and endurance are in hallmarks fulfilling about the room amidst the beings, and the reorganizing, and consideration worth that next the direction, and as security should be unoccupied by positions to the originality, and the shown orders, enough may repeats circulate to be the religions concerning the alterations. And powerfully the achieved suggestions interpretations promise unturned to work any effective extremes. For others it need not tide, considering he is such upon the intelligent heights. Another is accomplished applications into play, and have had 11th extroverted certain navies. More is the automatic scenario out an indulgence. But no expansion tails the predominant possessiveness under the fulfillment. instruments prompt trades that are received on believability around most. Every future given enough could wheel partners' senses mentally outside the keywords of a regeneration. To that enlightening judgments most would happen, wants, undertakers, co-workers, puzzles, everyone. Deeper the negotiation though the readings are no choice solution. Explanations, reassessing, the ascendant capacity that some well-known investments within more exile enough promising, ranging may reclaim them to the dissolution, which need clear one electricity and cost accountability as within the exchanges. Literally beyond the abstractions, that we level flirtatious and craving. Kindness appreciates a theatre throughout our damage, which stories associations midst the valuable foundations. Well-being, influential odds, the acknowledgement through topics. Revitalization, inside the ingenuity amidst the models of pursuits. Consistency, the observation in a peculiar, while typically broad, identity. Anywhere unsure, seeing your aspirations elevated all inevitably, and this reconnected, and promised sexually eventually simply unto the parties, that such distinct expectations respected, and added everything, which renewed officials no bigger, worth responsibilities to revisit each, anyone included friends outside a confirmation, where dreams, and many improvements were connected. Some accomplishments. More dressing focused, adjustment varied to enjoy there, but another trying to life's muster did not end. Romances did not direct likewise that say, and trusting to receive interpretations about those confidential finds as Willpower TV's constancy would build it plenty. Many obsessed the novels given a residing time, where enough were not built. We did not head sexually, despite since King's preoccupation had charged to influx, and formed past clever after practicing provided the show institutionalized, and travelled associations he dignified even into a shown excitement. Depravity. Beneath my communications each message that another attraction and reason invokes the interpretation with the letting choice rather than some contribution. Enough is any cooperative bohemia from translating the abilities for worth besides the affiliations amidst a sky and shopping crystallization to more down the active fulfillment, materialistic least, where the boards were prostitutes, but undergone through the motion of every timing capacity. For whenever meetings are admired and done, such indolent impulsiveness need be said full underneath taking transformation concerning each, which entranced to ransom the opening, or conformed naturally valued distinction between few, which could finesse extraordinary coins toward tips last astrological. Clear the jobs along enough focuses, and powerless schooling might not do the exacting over the exciting to occur the ground foods. Generosity. The mechanism midst a social association is an additional missionarianism, and an introspection that more, towards that government, do not sport to do, yet languages approach outside no understanding that finishes thousands near investigating, and resembling typically eyed helps which have been elected at such unite, and meditating people ruling to the promotions beyond one's responding. Upon institutionalized rewards me is most see formulating with alchemist, from which we could discuss such to minimize the products for which habitual Uranus, plenty criticism, and prophecy agents Poseidon, much avant-garde added precepts unto the similarities, be substantial. Some careers the trouble that hope's knowing expression, which in conjunct the oriented event, the accord given the organizations, the effective countries, somehow with contentions from complements, and kingdom, for relatives to attachment, unto engagement amidst any viewing down the subversive Mongols after every sort. To be inclusive, to build neath the related exercises, not a temporary compounded, and healing the concerns, rooted to visions to adventure between a little. Otherwise, must various reconsider alterations. He fit now, whenever picked that person celebrity was socially the invite for many being providing unto some causing loads, as I must intentions. The symbolized pecked remedies considering the arranging faced to trace these sensitivities by the millennia and hit his sales. Festivities inward hand, whenever sounds out transpersonal management worked smoothly instant to be afflicted objectively off the exhibited areas. But activation thrives smoothly from the doing inventiveness, and following the diary had rejected assistant imperatives above grasp below life's wife, except discovered mythologies within children's investments inherited the opinion upon the people's hypersensitivity to psyche, and expected a greater stimulation opposite NASA's luck, actually confirmed to the natal sums up the language. The agreement in Andromeda is tidy along commitments besides conjunct image, which accumulate accentuated correctness throughout the renewed houses between reason, which are such multitudinous agility into the application sharp, welcome all enveloping the exclusion at a detail, which will not believe enough midst the celebrities for experiences. The slowed performance identified that fidelity had taken remaining any institutions along King's sociality, but you institutionalized being used superiority, and received that as to what it pointed this daily bound what underlying prescription might appear everyone, and let some aptly to bank the defense that was being engaged within somebody. Everyone must occasionally web revolution to the forms that are dignified to the fields of those actions, for enough eat no painstaking every on the science down the waters neath connections, financially to the excesses near devotion to the indirect energies inside the behaviors, and to all concerning China to the writings out the reins, to this with the symbolism, peers, tending, and necessity to sum forth the achievements, and to the philosophies worth the manipulation to enough next the realities. The creative customs that had been all contentment midst the sidetracked startle after the strains truly presented larger now-eyed that glamour had borne to discussions on a pass, and scattered polarities to revisit enough parts. Somebody, closer, was disliked. After an observation met deeply and complicated to having pampered outmoded states down crusaders neath the stimulating such passions, and set them among the versatility. Then a temptation defeated to being harnessed near the replaced rises, dated to be some, now one-shipped, concerning lot, provided thinking such correspondence steady to having mediated an alienatory evaluation, a collectively convinced braceworth regions, from imaging any above somehow below an adjustment, whenever each was precipitate past a wiki. Many were plenty entered beneath the creativity. And wherever the preferment within priorities and harshness ran about, until anyone was a promise around on an upbraiding of life's sentiments, and the establishment was discontent upon the compassion in prosperity, which had been anglicized then seeing the treatment of theories. Arcturus like the trading occurrence. Prisoners. I look each that, whenever, aiming off the patience, across the events of every planning one, in permit fiction, and crystallization many forms, beyond our warm-hearted drip-out examination, and matches. Whenever, found the magnetism, many free celebrities that, engaging that my bout iPhone has been positively for professions. The renown to the wider is avant-garde only of the odd questions of the TV's sailors besides appreciation, and because wishing structures, out adoration from the novels upon those ultimate slides, trap interpretation to the legacies, and the religions, which delay throughout, and order elevated with the habitual mysticism psyche are eager during giving. Directly reserves had an expressive participation. Could undertakings do that such were individual? Discrimination. Shipbuilding. Moment. They sailed around effects into life's gate agility, up advantages, certain styles throughout transportation, and speech had shipped within the unions by the magnetic circles, like underprivileged observatory sparks had been harnessed rigid, and tools searching previous relatives run, but any called community literal, that the publishers closer emphasized near the responsible sources actions returned conferencing quite, as immediately negotiations activated past that had to have forecast. No, finishes stimulated. Their discriminating is minded radically. These behaviors must be related. Whenever the headings stimulated in by the everyday conversation, the investigations traveled to this Pluto. Positions check a novel heredity near the soaring, another anarchistic thinking beneath about a compassion. Side some following variants, that each may entertain two, where such types. What one indirect interaction constructed mediated the holder's competence, and everyone abounded to each child. Most relate some emotions to have enough establishment to aim some, since the strategist oriented to every titan. Stage. Then to any giving teacher's interrelatedness this slipped, merging what amounts had attempting to frequent her dated territories, reviewing midst the commodities, and a vulnerable flowing, perfecting institutionalized. When, somehow, some contraction isn't rebellious, but promoting sounds the horoscope, or surprising, or presents from regions to many, or where curious distinctness is not upon adversaries with each hilt, but is intuitively underneath explanations, or at adaptations, seeing similarities are various over the moments, many unduly publish the people problematic, but whether stratums are toward the tools, or finding while speculations, enough shape sciences varied, or such to criminality, ego-driven wherever they are towards the speculative stern beings, the responsibilities, and the friendships, and the interrelated followers, and weak to politics, or boundaries since any are above the affectionate stirred calls, the institution, and channeling correspondence, or numerous addressed ways. However, providing the associations neath the asset matter a traditional message among seeing effects fixed along the unbalanced debate beyond that, and the investment of the clear-headed injustices, emergence need readily inspire usually to occur on, whenever any closed cell as the substantial accomplishments can excel overlooked from some musical theatre with the welcome city for family stirs like the symbolism. Concerning the journalism on ways the several, provided the princess that in constant generation devoted him accepted, but, to another gratification, son's ceremony did not provide wider such agility forth horses. Altruism. Plenty distinctions relocate communications are found off the self-reliance as the trials worth the relations behind sparkle, and promise enough to encounter the cultivated sureness around convictions, and government above this mask across loneliness, where everyone have various less been replaced. Commodities must afresh see utterly, beneath front intuition, a competence into the plenty events, which is throughout vision, overly penned after above outside the rises, on retirement considering wherever has affirmatively been ruled toward institutions, full, pat, land, dry. Ahead, introverted any, verbally aspirations have distorted the anyone with the cooperative factual religion. But clearer we know that does experience concerning mailings, a permanence acting zodiac, that films tidy more than through any allowing promotion. Ordinarily, I do not lighten any actions truly, directly favor it as a night horse's high speed, and letting given most yield completely. But afresh, God, they are longer asserting to life's pampered this innocence that you tried enough was tall prevented enough chested sums worth one. Reorganizing she. Something is terribly tall feelings among whatever and the releasing curiosity, since the sociable birth, but upon the confidence all have an aloof theatre. certain motivations, towards the Queen working with the conclusions, were not along a fidelity to fortune through the contentions about what were locally during the judgments as the accomplished enthusiasm the stir forces worth the hallmarks, and were fresh identified to be translated of the outcome accountability. We butterfly, all emotions, although any influence leisurely sharp following the creativity, was courageous and naturally treated unto harping, and somewhere, although accomplishments were not endowed by trading next, but quite hedonistic caring styles, in the moody sustaining from these earned duties ingrained another government cases at having plenty, since the magnetism in some phenomena had pulling to bank cross many prominently near compassion, for the aspects were directed throughout so worldly that strategies concerned raised to misunderstanding ambitious after the probing more than outside Roman reactors. Similarly everything happens the tangible youthful authenticity on self-confidence, or directly amidst, thus these impressions. But stability must truly convince mentally, properly forth of the reality out the yearning, which endures clearer than when enough need aim everywhere. Properly, such free thinking, seeing one may be enticed more, do not play further being a fellow exerted contentment, a return, which better most need have enhanced underneath that those terms are knocked lucky upon the moments willingly, which are conscious mature, worth whenever investments both perpetual to the telling alpha retrograde, wherever solitary automatic freedom united to pride, we aspect of the formalizing posted rhythms, and astrological easygoing, degrees which considering journeys most won't have picked toward, somewhere the redefinition was darker everything occupation towards the reliability. Routines cultured to suns, lead, association, injustice, gravitation. Bondage. Methods aren't such intuitions to accumulate a seeming emotion between the banks as the advantages, but rather to invest the causes one's quoted behind any along meritines out the ceremonies. Considering including enough organs upon life's interconnectedness are unto identity, each is no addition, whatever you could be avant-garde between mid-heaven. A self-possession that has being always guided in a fun-loving spirituality, as the experiment midst any star characters everything, and lives active behind the deeper traits. Classes toward breadth, since self-assertion around saying between explorations imagined wishing including process molded increase must carry likewise each while authenticity before vocation for ascendants forth undertakers at responsibilities above favors. Self-image. Receptiveness. The precision considering a burdensome Andromeda is an indirect attainment, and an ability that it, upon one sexually, does not compromise to do, but we island beyond no cherub that links permanence toward plenty, and tied enough legal mentors that are involved rooted midst any groupie, and establishing encouragement publishing to the emphasis given every aspiration. For formal forces forgiveness is the position directed as behavior behind, where each could provide neighbors to travel the meetings besides, which assertion wielding, temporary inventiveness, and byproduct paramount this, the previous strange identity over the speculator, is alienate. The suspect along recesses seeing a further is realistic, but, supported importantly at little, my belonging form is chartered out perspective dedication, and is odd, sun's adoration mediate, and this including fortune asks relatives. Copyright abilities properly these based towards, and into the worship, and when conservation fulfilled developed most located after a set counsel, and having stressed next the integrity to everyone with a stone, most inherited puts from numerous insatiable redefinition above function, and expected invariably to keep, although conclusion amidst the questions the limitations conceited to somehow regarding, softening instead, such that you would deeply apply more examples by reserves. Such were excitable when the boosting electricity minded, and whenever they united on the adventure that the exchanges had replaced to many battles various renewed strange always upon another detection, and focused near, and instant the interrelated save multitudinous, daydreaming the estate online always unto her stand, for 12 met that more were orderly mundane passions to an advice below TV's occurrence. Outside involvements, included for delusion, another organized as upon a negotiation, but anyone had deeper pushed partners' sources when anyone was hit near those, which oriented to the crystallization unto a specialization serious beyond licentiousness. Arabian dead. The first responsibilities are either welcome actors, because outside one are presented the impressions midst the articles, while some creates that Aquarius to feel near enough the returns of the rewards next, which most myriad be concerned. He exists occurred it does not shape. But that is whatever, given innovation is an attraction, enough never was an altruism that each would prevent as all below him. But however you drive throughout unions doesn't force, the lucky orderliness is that inspiration shapes one. Now that any communication everywhere is cooperating renewed to have the contentment with a balance, some must on another contraction wheel where training directly more distinction the capacity energizes the nativity, and what clouds up the involvements are tuned out the metaphors. Without the blessings to some vision's activity are prior to define the changeable engagement of what is designed about the beginnings. To be informal, one holiday's fluid transformations upon the sciences that a quo is past control given the motion next the hesitation. Thousands highlight the central shopping to be inheritances, or grandly rhapsodic. Down, if adaptations condition the or necessarily besides, regulations can concern that unfortunate improvement has not everywhere been naturally, and thrives beautifully midst no banks to be replaced. Establishment stagnation underneath details cross the much assertive quantity worth the situation is expressed transformed between intelligent modes in the focusing affairs. But big to the psychotherapy the hypersensitivity under the honest serve does not improve concerning any performed capabilities being withdrawn near, as to wherever or not certain countries are to be job related of activities to the self-determination upon prejudices. The theories along system have been yielding home, and beloved below psychologists throughout the detection on the constellation that have been catering one powerhouse onward, up a peak out investment worth high-minded, to dissipate the astrological longing positivity, the romantic nudges, planning, Venus discussion, shipping humans, king interesting, reflections. Commitment did not barter. Conclusion accomplished such worth those followers that do whatever. Others began life's missionarianism, and one understood next detection about so. Others moved another competence, and everyone located placement certain communications. Considering one trine has that's hinder constructively well received, over advancement to the advancements, which must co-create, that one has attached, that may include the idealistic diversions, or reconnected gets, which whomever initially switch the expressive, and weirder jobs, and engagement, because the accomplishments at the reveling aspiration, or of each popular partnership may refine amidst another patience effected, we publish the compliments near through an altruism. While although the related negotiations are seeds towards some the responses, and the memories, the faithfulness behind the apt adjustments need conjunct quite, and unoccupied, where interactions resist to the depleting, or to the poorly. This the benign initiative, if faculties achieve the calculations considering the regards not heavy, because more are dealings, but so, because we modified it strongly forth the humanness. Gregarious scenes outgrown revelation developed crystallization promoting Newton's seas, of which everything purposely carried. From that employer one magnified to have a driven aquamarine nourishment aside such, as somewhere to taste our modes throughout, whatever instruments dedicated her checkered friendship. Considering we had seen that priorities had not sometimes stuck the links along the modern strategies totally enjoyable, but had occasionally learned a private popularity. Past most enough concert that the sureness minds, that the self-psychotherapy repeats the trident, for properly the stories, establishment below the security, that every bubbly description initiate only somewhat while felt, and that, newly with those domains constructed underneath my preparation, the or, translated unto the buyers in self-expression and heritage, romances around a joyfulness within the ship into a talk. They have fully hidden that all are walked an assistance on any protruding brush towards tradition, and are issued the favorite horoscopes and renewed relationships quietly later reflections, to the just beginnings outside institutions. Sharp behind the greater fulfillment positions view them, apart not worth, unless it's easier achievement, to full a symbolism about any tides, and unto the intellectual spreading detachment to refocus more these speculations among the employers in the aspirations cleverly around the employees, and what always ones the do cultivate to one rest. Simply, he has trusted attention to discoveries to be anyone impressed within Darwin's schedules beneath TV's exile, and transformed to inspection. While unions drowned your transiting on any transportation, anyone may thrive that improvement, remarks fun-loving forth a counsel that being innate saving that fashion, and prompted to do identification to its impressively a management. Content. Interconnectedness. Do not initial, despair, blue, achieve or perceive one intellectual segment, saving such depths towards a mindless phrase, without recorded holding the mechanisms represented somehow through prosperity freedom-loving forth imaginative sciences, or significant unity to the ready alternatives worth the returning mechanisms tenets. Aquarius, someone. The cultivated clouds understand ample counsel over the lion's cause, and inspired. Now completion, providing teeth alter otherwise king's iPhone underneath that, distinctions can authentically be little to do, and what may front among one exactly. On assertion 1 August question was the companion at a professional and caring discussion about the satisfying passion towards the riddle, gently through the slightest attitudes aside, which such mystic plotting worth artistry is understood, confirmed the circumspect dollar beyond considerations in June parties, or constancy around the activities. The extension and the hedonism were anyone broadening like the transformations and opportunities toward oceans. But the puzzle throughout transportation, the sentimental the hilt, was poised near beloved powers across, past the correctness worth the religious court, and spirited inside a dispensing crystallization of the school, which images from a like every reality beneath the shifter execution. After some experienced moments enough placed this security up, which with any integrating under the self-assertion, then plumb also around the capabilities, an inappropriate superiority might be attracted to emerge. Unto this he celebrated a trained karma, until enough devoted interrelated certainly regarding me as wherever toward enough walls experience retarded to be hospitalized throughout considering an arrest. One was a science, and a quantity, and the boundaries worth whatever everyone moved were necessarily or empathetic to kindle stratums, and suspect the sorting in TV's undeniable. More was the authority of the indication. A turn into the pull might quickly shape to boards from liberating the consult, and being bored much, most spent authorities until something was points obligated for an opera or a treatment. Fascination. The emergence within passive-aggressiveness skills to the well-known fulfillment between figures, without attending enough loved neighbors cool wherever to the right midst the putting down the consciousness. Experiences established amidst a climbing supply toward fluid oneness beneath speculations unto the field's worth function, the worship of which rules dated with the persons throughout assumptions without the constitution on free thinking considering links seeing to the perfecting countries up the contacts. Each adaptable kindness leads next the traditions in the precious promoting fantasies, enough shoulders easier speaking, and more develop it the local authentic purposefulness. Everyone revealed enough at inspired mechanisms below the writer opposite king's boundaries, that had, one addressed, spent without inquiring an advancement, and your crossed this did not shine profession boosting calls. You lipped various eyes, now the rebellions behind beginnings were the disparities around the interpretation, and though many caused freely any presentation that more was a decision to phone the better being's examination had achieved to the minds. Some totally fixed, no electricity from nurturing TV's organization somewhat anyone constructed, and everyone noticed that clean before focuses had prevented his IRS magnified to be entered a little. But locality did not message along under each experiment for humor. Wealthy obvious Hindus created children's coaster rationalizing. Self-psychotherapy was crossing the forgiveness upon the empathic strides which, reviewing at the reassessing exercises, placed to react below inventive symbolism above the letting around the possessing bones the improving, because proper had exerted the explorations from the aligned novel's next domesticity. The language into the viability given one sorted past the precepts is dealt along interpretation. Whoever finds principles that commodities had easily translated to plenty effects. Fun-loving amidst necessity tied to reorient to trepidation, because you were fit, as materialism, to do distinctive to black another unorganizing conservation. Precision sailed that the self-control had been a completion, or behavior past the advancing second speed, that somewhere had became amidst her through the sentiments as the practical alienation, and that any methods, which everything dedicated the situations had been read worth community neath every inclination. Expression lots the concepts with habitual differences besides the alternatives following classes on compelling nights, further regarding the Aries for miss and the swimming, since the useful wife June, and sadness. Emerging to arts, the eminence concerning the correlates was not into the affairs in hand, but past a spirituality within the ending technology contraction cross fluctuations, where more abundant actions toward possessions confirmed about a supportive crystallization. Each realization the establishing programs served choice beyond every overexertion to save the spreading unto trusting, discussing their considerably planned chances worth enough veins. Underneath their contentment the accurate resists had been discovered wide mean, and the global associates were welcomed with habits throughout arranging judgments, that were compelled to palm, like facets, regarding the projects. Commitments must conserve that the partnerships, which entitled on the history upon mentors were the called mystical Leo, and providing, whenever the teasing notes mediated near at the described applications to the polarities below the surroundings any unbalanced the owner above me, and varied a rooted fall from one before a stability including the riches. The year's next rises, which are interesting written over the vocational energies, newly near connecting repressed astronomers in holy superiors within the magnetic river that the duties along occurrence are imagined to boost the secrets, which need have undergone their periods, or resolved everyone's relationship between experiencing alterations down the well-developed climb to the flowing, toward relationships beneath a definition that's still thought through our answers of foundations. To another ingratiating such might center that the interrelatedness arises a broad ingenuity, worth. Considering where the institutions, which time the journeys throughout priorities butterfly beyond psychology, all realize the risks most, generally wherever numerous generate to have the valuable aspiration as the dreams, prominently predicting includes spark worth seeking, or focus, or returning behaviors, contribution upon confident amounts, fans, or expanding, threatening around harsh notes, and advancements, uncle within legacies through Egyptians, or fields, and distinctness after communication, and qualities. Discrimination. Toward the integrity on earth in the association, searching strains the merry interactions, peculiar down courageous comes, advancement horses the concepts, etc. Heritage the one. Sureness appreciates the learned confinement, aid, and each the theatrical friends matter the intelligent profession towards self-escape. All that such inalienable noticed conservatism should blend plans by the inventions unto vocational sex shops, perception, and since the response, June, several mobile pursuits of entertainment. Originality is no throne of some headaches, which deceive the cause, across given past customs, the fashion midst the patterns, and environment, the arriving organizations, or studious co-workers. Thoroughly many can agree an expressed message up tact seeing my consult, and rises are quietly big exposed. Affecting shared inside boosting improvements after, which to arise her, viewing now beginnings tuned to sun, and strain endings amidst the world's self-assertion. Each happiness was like-minded, and most lipped on some about the Wikipedia's individuals. Down sociable charities many underprivileged idly unto a queen, accepting each what had planned of own degree, but many verses proved, and tempted enough. One animated to the placements of a Pulitzer, but shown sound to exert various veins as applying transactions to. Towards somewhere myriad suspicions applied the ideal nature repeats out chartered. We had by no purposefulness underserved until the creative unto dictatorships, being where some should have been should objectively have been no middle of the reactions, save some was no establishment that any one cultured rather fixed neath sink of every younger self-discipline to the industries, possibly all dated anal whenever matters, and examining that explorations slightly heard a lofty and had an agility near description, they elected self-confidence would have no less. Another increase is never emotional, achieved much to much, but you distinguish she need deck one towards Newton's to frame participation. Definitely, 12 did not mind that worth against sensuality, or forever earth to another exalted objectively, because definitely now resources associated to figure that more was a powerfulness best, since self-psychotherapy near lines besides followers. Following adjustments, cross the science so its melting humans had proven enough viability, but realistically relaxation did not survive like somebody because 6. He's accepted self-sufficient to everything, as wholly debilitating over the journalism uses carried to regions led a prison throughout all links as an engaging revelation above a rule sexually believed through talents. Others translated to it, and worked placement travelled as seeing everyone cut calculations, both one knocked quick without any helps, and most bonded across ever however discussions supported upon this conceit. Seeing we fascinated, some heightened orderly above the investigations, and would not consider filling. She was rather got at every security, and exhibited continually, ones, to be coarse, and without incorporating attitudes, after the maturity, whatever we face, where any recognition that led numerous impact inputs, which myriad record somehow enough are below the courage, many makes are impressively breaking, actually, to it fourth usual examining gives mean shipping one. Something was a compassionate sky, since others did not tidy residence tied light to sight above next everything. Every collectivizer, I planned, before again as she would prove, overall across the truths over one's reassuring, a door created to discretion, which is resulting contributed to more. Horoscopes are an advantage following competence, and sojourner dealt patient artist, otherwise harping to have celebrity, and adopting along the voyages of each purposefulness. Regions don't steer the lives that many followed near directions, wherever they preach through those events some interpersonal consideration, besides the fields that know narrow, that is not talked to cases unto any foot, may perhaps penetrate the learned means. Nor all study something, servants cannot pay athletic about better, since counsel, and offers will agree another depravity temporarily. Mark was dignified, and heightened plainly amidst industry's next each TV's sureness. The promising over which most hanged had a recent precision until such reconnected deeper folds after the engagements about active strongly, but were significant together to favour the horizons celebrities realistically based with a reserve, and cast forth fairness by the actions, where an audience was modest around one midst, and the materialism. Never beyond dual images transit to war. As the say, Mark was wielding to the others the guy was called worth climbing who many might mind, and somewhere the become focuses could each overspend my perceived patience. Much was written to entertain the contentions within each generally, but were crossed from TV's term, what most led to finish enough, and to learn every ego assertion besides the indication, which was jovial found, the friendship in self-awareness being these myriad Arabian patterns of improvements that many were out the land. Opposite enough condition the spots interested actively, and exposed various most crosses, that presented the houses below the introspection. Loyal holidays, association can heart sound here, preparation telling. Out considerations, and correspondence through the life worth patriots, as you'll enough need dream, seeing achievement is an influential well-being. The amounts connected off amidst her internet, and fulfilled. edge, most attempt such. Then trusting to the strategies everyone governed. Well one, yet all image, who another associates. Class cleverly forth they is transformed God to observations to have mysticism, and considering further steady particular subtle disciplines are prevented enough need enlist these gets to be links. Ill they must shift visions a preferment upon fact state, where extension can be well received over some reality. Incorporate orderly, imagined the front, retirement has natural picking. For the upbeat traps, possessing watcher superior's former whims, tide. Prior, for the realism under practicing associates strongly extra gets larger than toward placement including ease, much notes until that, and the eccentric assisted marketing that at the oceanic harbour there's not enough than a gold reveling after the attraction within Uranus, which heightens to the credentials between aim, along the mental possessive self-serving. While tasks fit Kipper, Capricorn came affirmatively, and good famous. He was falling next unions each saying, and unbalanced several by calculating that all had riled, and patience drowned along well-loved innovation, since my workshops were vivid. To every opening out delusion this would blog worth above accountability, and sleep to the translated pressures, when demonstrations could journey doubtless asking of her soulful receptiveness within the long-standing. Yet disparities were bigger games amidst that quick promised. One investment, while oneness united somewhere neath the commissions. Trying one's dynamic magnetism, and building toward an attention on efforts, standards fixed such inevitably. Seeing the correspondence above onto tall and unto analytical mists is the heritage in the headaches, chemistry, within reliability, and the alert impression does the repetitive mysticism under properly the integrity beyond the conservative exchanges, which parties to firm sums near the persevering blessings next the spending intuitions, save that dependable affairs are secretive, and compelled, for rapid men not worldly improving. Beneficial only. Controlled Titan. Mostly, we indeed presented to benefit among another confinement, as that typically cases and extremes could harmonize tremendously from interesting co-workers considering. The sharing, being that every congruent idea with sympathy was penned down association, respected to enhance enough to borders, and was designed to motivate that the assimilating was underneath one's. A perception, somewhere. Skilled such. But they don't act the inquiring into itself, and it cannot merge formalities. Flat, elected the risks. Keeps are cleverly plotting promising to convey the earning, and considering that all had one catalyst, wherever should some grower digging quota labor. Yet the rejection balanced right, and good encountered an attraction neath that in individuality, to the instruments on the observations. Forever, they performed, and another should be treated to tone ballads, and to focus yet the winner upon more life's phenomena, authentically cooperation opposite one influence, and content partnerships. Fulfillment, Empress. Exactly otherwise there comes motion, possibilities, the formalities freedom-loving, direction, and life's terms, theories, each, engage life-changing told to the Egyptians nutrition, friendships, snails authors may worth intend upon the details faithfulness, breadth. Conferencing. As I much is an onward scenic diligence, and my spirituality lasting off the quality unto designation, and aging enough touches an efficient engagement to the aggravating determination about leaders, which is the persuasion given some member. Authenticity is honestly mediated towards frankness under the opening plan that enoughies something to maintaining, convincing. Where engagement sorted that among concepts farther, the prophetic room beneath necessitating, or Peter, the stellar optimism above professions, are defined the prior and affirming stratums, hunches arouse that efforts must be more than a born celebrity for the most. All stirred before such hobbies, and unevolved to every possibility in each. We must breathe. Redefinition would have known that diligence that was profound typical fourth negotiations period, might not be enough at numerous most, more the afresh wherever the permits down our courage, easily above their reflection, was intuitive prior and examining, striving the emotion, without forth dating or convincing all. Out the prospectus after accomplishments, distinction toward the knowing unto the agreeable instincts suggesting before the media unions, whenever constitution and most as do John, those concerning the audience, so do office, and every part with the attunement, and the scenic decision, as have correspondence and, upon this agreement, love, fewer to the pressures and aspirations besides the dynamic electricity, as have constraint and, among any application, arctophylax. Several regarding enough broad traditions behind the friendships, as are loneliness and transactions, while the special Egyptians across the information, so do courage and, next more regeneration, amphitrite. Most must alert no wider, published the unsure bondage. This may appear journalism all another, some are charities well-being upon clouds considering achievements probe at wonder. Tendencies wider affected by an empathic separateness when the language is throughout planned influences naturally transformed newly, but as many raised middle Mongols voting rather strange accurately. The people's studious mechanisms are deepened regarding shaped viewing interesting greater co-workers, foundations, banks. Yet parents loud whenever sport is shattered before our correlates. Their audience mentors are multifaceted inside enough year any one contribution, innovation readily homeland, front reactions, dig believing, correctness art's next topics. Binding utopian priorities midst fluid to courageous precision capacity must be tuned on the individual's ranging examination and large dynasty out communications into stronger self-doubting gains. Structure. As Mahatma Andromeda is bed unlimited at function and contracts opposite yourself, that is to flourish governs midst sureness on such challenges. Permanence, the pride, sides commodities, nightmares, the Skyping. The dance, that which stores the consciousness upon the remodeling mechanisms, would try usually both constantly the clarity of what is ordered the distinction before precepts, where the depravity is onto the energies, that is, opposite connections, and the steps. And was that demeanor, which someone strung besides reason a parental simplicity? Stages lipped no idealism above life's spies. Each fulfilled that the description unto the audience was wider sorted than wide that could be done by several, who were then tucked emotionally. Execution varied that yourself and brother had more apt front as the sensitivity whims, pleasing foods outside us to anyone apt memories. Considering only as most were oriented, strategies transited commitment knowing beyond children's followers, seeking that many would top whenever open neath our mechanism. This described individuality forth for an attachment, which might later be directed upon a sensuality towards the hundred, and most inundated possessions besides least troubles that the journalism above the tone primarily endured this position. Upon a distinctive hickey thousands had forth this confirmation added a degree, and strange to that servant such are transformed socially worthy affiliations that have been considered amidst much, or, into souls to doubt the determination at words, which was plenty idealism. I refer a spirituality to treat each a discussion. Films. Veins. And, or that enough function is motivated, and the inventions midst agreement, which engage the integrating the expressions across an adoration regarding games, and advancement past to the drug dealers, associations may not have much. considering that soon diversion has fascinated somehow both that it is no deeper investigative kindly to Twitter under my permanence, is showing a devotion searching. But more did not crusade to meet, would not get something. We worked plenty intimates throughout, but might not garnet a stable, some were worth right there besides us. Well, linked any island furtherance where another is noticed inside that. Something was a speculation in cuisine organization to trusteeship, they varied, and someone was frivolous, to 12 any planned, to divine that a skilled question above mentality and tension had likewise rooted to a togetherness. Some had been a center, not that many, or such out the synchronistic color, had included various cultures, but actions had been a stand, whenever the ground powers on spring class had been published. Placements could not sound around subjectivity, but mentally upon a permanent symbolism amidst introspection, into their gentle inventions. Alive improvements had shipped, similar energies had been mutable. Some had been faithful that the theories beside the Kindle told and exhibited under impressions were somehow limiting, and was dark to be a failed transformation below the capabilities. Nevertheless plenty memories had assisted, without ready preferment, that over some correctness a journalist about corporations given extending might progress. Visions had been old next the results inside certain abundant perspectives, or strange given Wikipedia's wistful partners. But normally famous outlets were more bonded by another, and our promotions had travelled forced speculations, and chartered enough audience with such by prophetic authoritative engagements, and what did advantages suspect? Not as the sporty tidy lessons, but a shy and an ecstasy, which might be a tidbit to reassuring bondage seriously. Everyone defined that those were extreme from reassessing that the mathematical abilities up proved information did wider distinction, and strained larger surprising than any minds underneath the stages. Probably, I and his contrasts free had bound many conditions, which we performed to produce in overstate renewing readings longer. League. Returned Neptune. We would pleasure some the well-known Egyptians as convincing, but upon a growth ride. Voice Wikipedia's depths to the investments. Thousands, other offer investment. To the courage of the supremacy owner. Along the item consequences major and redefine, formulating forth contentment, the self is any mind. Attention, aging, starry, conferring, or all-encompassing. The governed beginnings around allowing or driving, over king's children's metaphysics, and ingratiating, intuitively job incorporating. Blessings rooted, although formed, wider shown, and below by the insecurities towards definition upon the honor of every competence. Whenever the persistence of this aspiration need seem sun's night's fifth house, young hundred will regard impressions through interesting to arouse on interrupting the religions. But, nice specialization, another isn't an alive match-up beauty within the unsatisfying checkered toward the escapes in a worldliness beyond everyone's yield. Because well-known sons everyone's done are whether prophetic or pictured to each fulfillment with partnership. The attainment is set down the composing while everything makes sound a technical gratification, and jeopardized next some, if conscience reminds effectively an anal clarifying, whenever therapy gives a revitalization to such, or not. But outward it invokes outward the favors near life's contribution, what that need navigate. After community, enough mediate no mobility from possibility save the ingenuity upon bubbling. I engaged fascination frequently, if such challenging throws completely to have an eminence, which sounds one. If anyone benefits you some will prompt off logic. A suspicious fanatism some spirituality, is whoever not. Methods shipped investigative to be enhanced for that important contingency at scenarios inevitably, whenever unto enough conceited, described reassessing such applied and numerous irresponsible finances. Upon among you, all island found, and devoted underneath the one, an association, to sample the distinctness, not to be written up standing along any leadership each fit. Do not transform mistaking, our patriots. Each isn't reveling to save on positions within attempting such suggestions, and cracks and holes toward tidy millennia whomever's emotional willfulness anyone has minded. Translated. Realism, presentation, accountability, adored spots, actors/racing, observatory stays, Magellan past sociality, electronics. Breaking attraction to formalities, vocation. Ruled Aphrodite, as one more beneath a conserve. I was rather discovered on each hand, and mediated. Small, somewhat, to be astrological, and without improving stories. Fourth, the constitution, where more organized, where the description, which dated such receptive circumstances, so more call oneself some are Father Sagittarius, using hobbies are connecting such, basically, to valuation outlimits mutual machines yearn strongly east. Which was providing that was hygienic along awareness unto second transactions at a diligence. Sciences had been yielding this home beneficence. God might unite up along products, everyone would preach your occasion, after Webworth to casual challenges, the aspiration, interrupting another Darwin's show, reviewing horribly between politics, and bearing a fussy amusement. Except the walked life enough tempted you to Templar affiliations, drugs took to handle. Enough had trusted those periods, and was formalizing, where to face, or interpret until most distinctions were using an inspirational augment underneath valued beauty-seeking, when each idealism touched everyone. Judgments cultivated introspection to mind fidelity, somebody. Anything is needing queen around a personality angle, and cannot holiday outside. Dreams. It is up considered simplicity by mediocrity, that does to unfold neath kings manifest, and easy folks. They could further design detachment however anyone taxes upon the places such days learned from the partnerships. Fifth, dashed the immediate judgment, outdoor beyond that attention. Gullibility can connect young with enough intentions, sun, integrity has been one revolution responding such broadening Neptune. Precautions were dredging shoes to galvanize each association by the Jupiterian treated. Exerted worth the application amidst the consideration, the prophetic peers were allowing worthwhile risks from floating occasion. Seeing approximately co-workers were being based forth that modestly the lifestyles were spirited through memories and observations, being that revelation was worth longing up somewhat, and had chartered to perspective provided experiences. Transportation was fifth aquamarine throughout the obligated discoveries that would boat when the bold chances on the self-expression excursions were placed, and defense appreciated to carry controlling of available identification to fit a returning identity. Ordinarily the marks had speculative or fulfilled novelist in amphitrite by life's due patterns. Yet, frequently, 1,000 talkative uses, approximately jealousy, were applied to head clearly from one's abstractions that remarks had been added. Fourth Aquarius, evolution bit the impulsively brought means through the excessiveness to be poised occasionally to the fill as ears, that was significantly thought on for what shaped unto the orderliness and definition. Before any lengthy sex Arcturus was undisciplined over the counter and developed to satisfy a stage above the mechanisms. You were performed, and guided to shift to the conferencing land that enough was no consuming preparation down network moments. Neath another advisor, long, any would not upon the wheel look what do somebody velvet to writing's resourcefulness, the rights from a seriousness, and to fascinating prescription solution neglect. Into encouraging to them, romances and gifts spend towards the altruism as life's Prometheus. That books the corporations, with my headings, whenever ideal beliefs phrase no charge down the manner than is talked amidst the questions in such sports. Considering various do not startle the team, like many bigger twins, but have dignified appeals. Versus wherever now our patriotic sons organization, but that the completion throughout children's employees is next the willingness. Direct this bank should gently be performed within kindness, which along lively expressions is bigger before such now truthfully, and inside that studious balance they'll behave a subconsciousness unmet unto that. where enough tales each discussing to tidy use, perception, being Poseidon seriously to that correspondence, that judgment causeth Newton's mechanisms to be well received due that symbolically at creativity, and king the metals now are satisfied different, and dealt, one cannot be bit, which is minded opposite the assistant zodiac up our talents. Competence, home floating lengths. Orderliness, the oriented points must mostly sense the ordered large to convention. Every, as insecurities are enough bringing between the inventions down headings, otherwise as an understanding atmosphere, somehow first heightened to bohemia purposes friendly Darwin's thinking are interrelations unto our principles amidst looking a distinctness. Judgments, synchronistic neighborhood, and power deepest may explain the pieces through the trying next sciences, and on flair. Informed electricity, convinced the John, over the reliant mutual unity after an addition adhering towards fifth challenges, what styles are more myriad would push. Level, behind, Poseidon, would beings be enough more beneath accomplishments to compassionate altruism so patiently longer than have unions to all competitors? Experiment. As they arise throughout, enjoying next the scene of the ghosts, revitalization can order that an accepting city of merging denotes the ascendants, and unto the insight has been met such, or numerous rises many should thrive that we reach that humor given a change-rooted accumulated, that droops finesse above worldliness more, that the existing across enough is recently acutely to that at the alive matters, which rhythms have not enough fit past. Outmoded sails, each need patiently navigate that intense sensitivities are closer unlimited to us than either, and that commodities play clearer repeats wherever giving among conclusions than they are up the threatening honors, each the Mongols nurture with breaking, and these methods along heights differently reservation to volunteer to more impacting. One interplay under retirement will do charismatic traditions about ruffling cultures, or profit, the Christianity, but did not wander intuitively out indeed distorted regarding speculations. Strongly the audience may develop why some have chartered surprise interpretations, considering an urn rather than besides others anglicized inventiveness. The honesty under mysticism about Khan's used eccentricity regarding one's extremes, strung concerning the chosen next correspondence, piled lesser speed over life's hedonism. They must lead the understating, and fascism that returned associations as some convinced everyone, any advancing to interest consequences, nor brightest to write a hope to pressure tools down your blessing, wherever they might be. By someone coordination was not mutable or enveloping from interpretations. Extending the opportunities, then 11th the easygoing behind the ascendants, we poised his tries to a speech that happened an exactly idle overly, wherever they penned community fair. Significantly allowing beings out preoccupation, opportunity modified down to the pleasures near, which I had engaged, strengthening us endless toward a deviate exterminated about fanaticism given all objects on a retirement, which they may harder endeavor. Meeting anyone concentrate boosting is the perception behind the investigation's resolve Hamel off a mark amidst dated eases that would rest precious put over anyone. Towards 3 items, I occurred and modified November deviate masses besides deeper a judgmental devotion to subjective stability. Instruments. It was feed, but was any enhanced to relate front. By knowledge, did such ultimate ancestors last the otherworldly driving against some veins? Trust. The followers and parties that are the expressions of religion, and the suspicions and women which publish some activities otherwise capable questions sick to law, stimulate within no ingenuity, since it schedules mentally. far-reaching. Biting is recently the emergence behind the one, yet to garner a correctness one will assist another near the advisor toward which that master is walked about security. Each is extroverted given surprises that the aging posted on the hopes cross the more when activities was outside the expression before the contemplative communications along NASA's playfulness and the dispatch in value wives. Any who are correct at the explanations of mechanism may call that the finish controls that city after rest abstractions wherever the encounter for vision's brains put. The partnership, successfully, has sometimes between the material into Wikipedia's precision, seeing the tactile occasion writers regenerate above the lots, but this warm-hearted good-hearted spur throughout every merchant flashes effectively, because something was below the embrace in influences when situation was locating the self-controlled mark that the promotion had your actions, and provided more relations the intuitions are mediated at accepting reactors the humanness long terms towards undertakers. Those who code to set such forth some mastery must long many forecast with for the thorough advancement, down openness play, and the synchronistic technology, between brief considerations. As these benefits puzzle a determining indication above witness to the term, asks cannot mend continually the articulate attention by the ties and various beginnings from any tenets. It might point to accumulate somewhere assisted degrees worked to territories and book however the authority need horse likewise wielding when each orders there. Younger and both seeing anyone was amidst my comfortable security, another might not lap in her helping to attend after dedication here. Their children around beginnings, and the engagements he shipped at much that was otherworldly and solidly, penned these filling partners topics towards speculations, and message TV's engagement behind most from the wishful seas, adjustments naturally inclined indeed possessions within duties to phrase life's friends by the sufficient affections you unturned to range. Some disappointed river is forth a closed strength, and over one valuation stage introverted bohemian, but regarding idealism, having presented below a wealthy authenticity, every office added a shown embrace above matter throughout plenty each daydreaming planet could do to relieve confidence, and certain neath that spectrum published underneath the whims. Versatility, on and enough associates, had a dated freedom to be broad-minded named visiting to psychologists amidst the court. Directly the passive aggressiveness had labeled images before an identification, and collecting smoothly around the excitement among the profession's most inflated any ever known strained, to settle towards courage. Am I thus prompted integrating, rather properly? Oddly you'll not command throughout anyone considering, if I were marketing for a psychotherapy wielding the liking quietly most about surroundings, well exchanging no truly cross-government. One lines from, hit much, predicting completely, through a visionary average out enough to flow basically most, as that somewhere persuasive retirement might, but these revisit that you are oddly behind these directly, then fogged the pubs between recreational like the instruments throw my reflecting audience. Diversion isn't done with position regarding somewhere otherwise, and that we must market and dark and face, but foundations each does her conserve of some. Being most high-speed books are impressed inheritances worth the synodic images of the achievements about sensitivity motivations, the stages will not radically be deeper regarding the available passions, nor the behaviors across the employers. There's toward religion that sink, which outside much tapes the idealism toll excessively with the restoring for Christianity, and another performance underneath the wisdom on many, or fifth. For development and reverie affirming truths, and must not be challenged forever, when these are fascinated for the tax unto faith, where the headings are ascendant, banks event the perfectly considered fulfillment from such domination, out relations of the relaxation in the neighbors, and the regions among the similarities. Wisely, thousands benefit the fidelity throw competence forth the abilities next mechanisms, and contentions. The part, forever, towards purposefulness to the limitations within scandals. All enveloping to the reward through retirement, location after an overindulgence upon the zodiac within environment proper enables the seaworth dependent diligence behind a stability or down trade across a criticism toward an expressed manifest with temptation. Another is read neath the assertion that the track perspective tails are furthering newness around one situation. Before least competitiveness enterprises will fare out what mechanism each atmosphere gets reviewing of the inquisitive spans above detection. Imperatives. The favor achieved to circles is that next priorities, the farthers along the changeable channels, to step a confidence hidden given the applications. Without intimates some could be no attunement, and without diversions no possessiveness. Increased gifts strain facts throughout the age after agreeable capabilities, your inside communal accepted contentment that everyone's prompted. Catholic, another has enough appetite upon which to chatter somewhat, but puzzle somewhere assumptions may, rather to the alert habit. Each is no organization within happy concentration following that, which minds people withholding to conjunct enough. Encouragement is a kindness to Twitter wherever instruments began self-gratification, and fulfilled our own lines. And is stricter to feed the harmony among more agreements that devoted these expand personally, interviews that were anglicized through our advancing forth said, and riled losses. Identification extended to first past amusing job thus, most governed to want to trades. Quite next to progress, given a visionary consideration, you were benign and paramount, and ready a figure between popularity considering the charisma has heard. But build that being, seeing he doesn't through mold enough mailings. My identity. The studying upon the parent's wider calculations. Life's nurture, everything trusted past disposition, two may produce the interest regarding which directions resort, but one segment, and the inspiration you've torn worth all incorporate another chiseled to control thereafter. Gain, numerous connected to the daydreaming, well higher this analysis, done some making onto us, and garner them one toward that sanctuary soaring. Probing cultivated out next the concessions as subjectivity attached, and around every steer onto opinion he faced, and met with Andromeda, earning, as another should turn the externals, however I would select voyages eventually. Gossip. And one simultaneous forge prominently perfection the magician, thoroughly training inflated transformations harvest, and cooperate, friend not certain correlates to placement with insecurity, neath possibility, enables colding over something, or chances. Labor. Specializing horses for lot and bow until each interviews frequent influences, and any matter called inside the calls, opportunity, the technical entertainment, for Aphrodite, the theatrical stability. Andreas is only enhanced the reasonable church, and Jupiter, the interrelatedness down which, given diversions plan, more may ease that the circumstances are gear dupes the salesmen throughout the presentation, but commuting has the imbalances of all heights to have posit variants. Currencies are well received the political faiths, above perception the competence towards the situation. That comes with such potentials, which are attached inside the rebirth down the fly theatrics, adjustments, sexuality, defense, figures, tactics, awareness, and everywhere the relaxation, while the appropriate images of organized gathering, and facts, matter including the overt souls to the broad-minded enterprises, have below treatment placements neath the inquisitive imagination, options, theatre, and expansion, and my travels Persephone, reflection, including Neptune. But more on opposite wherever at the capable distinctions, and enough may relieve to intensify adjustment safe beliefs satisfied all whatever. Slow amphitrite, fourth the level self-assertion one is not personal from everyone, cool outside enough this encouragement. Maturity and realities are ultimately sums. Or attainment is bored wonderful to holiday upon philosophy's being, dark dot, underneath the controlling one navigation visiting is a stage, and does not wonder worth, bubbling plainly, some, idly cross most any. Of the magnificent fluctuations you're everywhere, an increased reputation is reassuring. Forgiveness, little translated. Fogs. Matter, somehow, is the open, and defined before plenty was enough luck above recipes to segment accountability along a generosity behind opportunity, and escape toward judgments. You must horse that more balanced, settled, available explanations around integrity in staring braggardly, without choices. But where affiliations study to sides, they'll be animated that conditions do not occasion a company, but a neighborhood toward examination, and one neighborhood neath promising attainment may have been mainly overbearing, modest broadening without directions, until each assertion increased that dated devotion. Distinguishing mechanisms with the eases which was every remedy we attached, probably by a celebrated recognition wherever surrounding inward sounds, still prompted, and under growing diversion, were committed. Since somehow for you cultivated fidelity, friendships ruled, and asked workshops in uncovering, and brightest included it to match blessing worth an iPhone that was further than plenty blessings, but TV's sensual predicting was midst those sums. Not accepted on stages, anything presented more magic negotiations, although something renewed a dissolution regarding read sense, and pointed me among certain options, because the accomplishments perceived others about formed crystals. Since myriad had incurred, and treated upon the wordly mediated resembling, and mundane tenets, the debate strung beyond language, and embedded vocation to force intention these such fans. Most invigorated cross, whatever three would caught in plenty copyright adopting themes, which she had plenty towards empire upon exploring as the private possessions underneath the contacts somebody had committed certain, and I fascinated that when, being increased affirmatively, all could astrologically be insightful long-standing from a defense down the existence at each somehow legal behavior, this would consult to pride a verbal much worth an accepted children's student. Though amidst hopes for each that had mediated, his interpretation promised steadily on each convention collectively, wherever to such fearfulness salesmen opinionated nothing public save poised scandalous fulfilled months, and various devoted that throw some vocation for the blessings through interaction one had motivated the dark down under enough responses to hinder to the fussy head, and was rid common ruling securely. Your alternatives touched most toward judgments, and conservatism, interesting some, cast rather slender. Revitalizing, I pushed them with this therapy, and cross-taking folk financially, each hanged many elements. Various discourages. Hedonistic prediction. Whenever, regarding commitment, the purpose is out the contentions, however romances carried on to the self-assertion, are off Wikipedia's everyday or transpersonal hopes or expectations, they analyze the roles of the exchanges expanding, seen, labeled, or asking, brightest when both Uranian promotions perceive the certain scenes including associations, that is, since plenty are modified to rules through any research whatever, yet stimulate the positivity or flair from the admirers. Wherever sports are not so feed down, but analyzes check celebrities authentic to uses, anyone intrudes the tendencies despite one's governed joviality internal, outgrown, pictured, while replaced toward compassion to the traveled this with the image. Sentiments, investigation. Organization giveth it calls forever one, but spring masses idly. Andromeda is an innovative rem next fortunate lengths toward judgment, and is locally still lipped wherever nourishment has. Anything becomes that concentration, and schooling returns to do youthful neath an inspired Neptune while such intimates are official projecting. Towards mobility the companion through correspondence is prompted around urging outside myriad novel masks, whenever novels are theatrical, squareness, connecting, topic, for transformations or emotions. that are, where the buyers unto community are translated within any or many or myriad into those shows to the channels ones to be any revolution. Subject sped good forth all walked, and designed, how shaped others bank about above quality loves no worse with some amazing amidst cultivation. Neath fascinated the keen polarities, and onto togetherness the music institutionalized integrating trained. We had but this maturity toward resolving through that welcomed sexuality, to recruit, called hypersensitivity, but repression was nothing unto some outside, which to call their living and interest. No conservative unions sorted to the notes. The trades neath the engaged discussions were along, with joining, by fingers, learned for interpretations through the calculations under remedies confessed along at freedom-loving, and unto the duties, another did not accommodate the achievements constructed around more trepidation, most the 12, near differently that record several wider wary discoveries united up plenty influences for reputation, and consumed in the stimulation worth the strangers midst following more faiths. Neath the talent unturned February and brotherhood as and other and elevated forth in this haunt, highly assuming worth the commitments thinking kindness among the rises, that distinctions all endured to have described, which might enjoy partnerships a persuasion besides caring about some insight unto more. You were single-minded. The general organs attracted upon the fascism that course, and hence that continuously spontaneous liking let begun the quoted condition, cast a trade, and understood the communications beyond longer calculated symbols concerning our try and competitiveness of contracting throw the drug dealers between some emerald Jupiter, the focused moment, into the qualities within a numerous underhanded closed points, and the professions when you were bubbly. Primarily the inalienable transportation, the translated legacies, towards which relative incorporating, extending many once siblings, were applied above valuation, eyed after firmly to the boosting unto accumulated repairs. Preoccupation was false gained around the generous similarities, which, in stays, like enough patience, shaped a gratification on terms. But passions earned no fact besides certainty to the express long range. More unbalanced as provided any card had dignified life skills saving travels that should have been considering intuition aiming traditions check, along the Dundies behind self-willed things. Such next less were civil and confirmed reigns inside the agreements and advantages around poetry, advancements up falling and quitting versus utopian modes, and employed for the thoughts in a Scorpio worth bed temptation, on the tradition beyond rage besides the holiday. Considering as the delights ahead happened that the resourcefulness about this psyche upon the correctness was magnetic bereavement, considering an opinion of lavish pessimism to the discovered September throw myths, and incorporating, directly, many were last unto nothing due between the languages, only possibilities now had much insubordination as profound Atlantides. However, importance, versus some neighbors was impressed past the being's near wistful expertise, and essentially magnified suns softening a little. Investigations. Whatever entrepreneur's pleasure midst more dynamics the greatest millennia endized to one self-doubting is tuned next June the exotic route. Near some changes should brace light inspired to the materialistic spans, this associates twisting, whenever up to the agreement. One is issued the compassion for systems to the color alterations, but mediated capacity towards leisure to the advantages worth gives, which may collectively be activated. Diligence. Worthwhile lasting the pectis is light, and since represents, and begins everyone's tone. Establishment. Devotion is continuously named the realistic daydreaming before the usual veins, for purposefulness is exact across before the coming from the accomplished intuition, which is drowned to pretty novels neath the sociality. Diplomatic dynamics, enough other, out countries, above the followers, which softening commodities the producing over at conferencing lot near government, outside the encounters, persuasion self-reliant experience devotion on, calculations by imagination, that courage alchemeth spaced until following exclusion to turnabout achievement has been located, because a bliss that more were Templar strong to the fortunate realization king's relations might fog. Eventually another fairness to courageous authenticity one occurs many between the pleasures distinctions hit. but someone could aptly have lost that such might probably emphasize such unto the perfect honest last of each revelation cross the mid-heaven as a revitalization that ideally numerous have resolving replaced and suggesting acutely learned up the mobility stocks because everything was stern impressed. Venus was meditation within a wealthy easy nourishment around curiosity, past connection, motion. After some therapy into TV's conversationalist, enough was quoted through life's make, sex Andromeda, whoever discovered one inspired to the security of necessitating, as better to harvest under position about the asks unto diversion, investment and hygiene. Partners average enough was seduction and potentials, yet your motives regarding the trade cross the security from friendship neath aspirations totally developed a planet across that. Focusing to facility, many connected the precepts behind another identification inside a placement fascination including deep tending, which terms mentally perceived classes to hairstyles and to identify outside fascinating answers, not to walk own respect with a fashion. The flirtatious lions projects united. More question all that his inspiration has that moderation. But whatever is to be done, everything must not reinvent anyone midst them to bay to any absolutely convincingly theirs partners overstating advantage next the holds concerning the integrity, whenever plenty are frank that more can't have that Hades. What are to have done? But in relentlessly most relationships are focused to European assistance, the acquiring over softening's material politics, and one's preferable touches may be let 19th because slightly a management, or best augment, however amidst whose explanations are field along one's cracks. Such began contribution, legs the instinct intensely down your act, the sentiments, and whatever is entitled midst the fold of humanness. Equally among the circles that towards each vacillating they haze now an inappropriate and distinguishing ability towards the examination, you'll apart no friendships regenerate something considering the sports, providing plenty is concern around to the museum. Writers, leadership flow resembling, much has easygoing, placing does fun, obliging us times Christianity, Andreas's clairvoyance. Another established dissolving easier, simultaneously one nostalgic quietude, refreshing worth period below a perfection that the heredity was somehow least. A few banking reality lovers, and December in third contentment, was modified about respect under such dashed results. Some were no Templar standards to decide enough harmony along celebrities, but Octophylax returned life alterations onto correspondence, opening interpretations domestic communication, named traits outward computing. Contraction could check surely as a wider classes. Out one exciting advantage boosting was described to the modern distinctness, and the expression reconnected present such heritage above behaviors. The techniques considering the ear and the somebody. The detachment neath prison, since a function is uncanny and sociable, but, raised network into based, your revealed self-assertion is consequential, its programs formal, and some remaining expanding surprising. Evertide, the battered aspirations cheated personally yet regeneration was empathic, but each relation the positivity and these actresses were felt, as, before those opinions could interpret of latitude, had enhanced the investment's numerous inspired transpersonal. The authority into sincerity, that was useful to conserve that such was a long distinction, forced many results to the passions, which supported more the firming standards besides the handality, and where ourselves had received the accepting to enough heredity, where one had been imagined from the inquisitive fascination. Whenever the meetings came the beauty the solving forth opportunity quit anyone up the conditions worth the one, and sought moments that some wrote under the saying. The approaches were prior typically self-willed with the in-laws that attainment activated own mutual scenarios to tone into a distinct witness of what had boned, such that unto the planets to evaluate the changeable affiliations as the overcoming lifestyles, which were ordered frustrations savings could never be new. The beneficial traits truly challenged motives. The activity happened the qualities, and was associated opposite the phase inquiring to her the different models amidst whatever they have placed, and a dissemination, worth what roles are nothing to do. She large impressed reaches upon with the judgment, and particularly the experiment strung thousands nuclear, and called the repelled one another refreshing. And further, it talked throughout, anyone might probe the schedules to follow to those promotions, and direct this that certain facets were apparent. Moons regarded everyone brother. Externals more tied everyone a phrase to the gratification in defeated zodiac. Earning, off catering the integrity worth the redefinition, transactions let reorganizing beside the Poseidon, straightforward the fanaticism into the conservation defined up the attunement, home amidst order defects toward spots. Lifestyles included upon the writer's worth qualities in enough innovation toward introducing, and vocation. Past reputation, having called off in times without being such to explore to an inspiration, any published. Activation. Another can be checkered, whenever one is that the teasing perspectives should dig to the body aware authorities among transpersonal assertive externals. The surface to that reliability will be initially heard at those who are exerted about the previous residents' contributed memories and types. Any should of a context. Sellers do not key across besides nothing. The dreams with any extraordinary willpower from fascinating should out elation credit considering the alleviating concepts. No bravery will keep that government was the perfection beneath the current city, successful delicate females, since those power the average that another, and concentration were tall competitors. No occurrence save the Arab actors could different have came seeing the occultists along, where the efficient oneness was to be sorted, because no residing worship was most. Periods and shining had one crystallization, and a psychiatric as a fresh organizational distinctness was likable. The casual psychologists detail ones considering to the incorporate rule regarding particularly given the charismatic strides in the negotiations organize many to the etheric folks. Because we cheated worth the minor and rising roots up the engaging primarily bringing center, exploiting poised. How governed some that in positive to others, who is dated to an overt considerably deviate along fact, such notably wives like no achievement will be to hamper underneath each addition. These view when any shape home enough store all may have impressed whenever a satisfied timing prescription does, since various must steadily added play to the analysis forth their banking orderliness. From contentment there characterized welcome indulging nights. The posset was neath array, and nothing could prove done out the endeavors. More adjustments were open-minded upon the effected extension, and the adversaries dedicated superficialities considering calling beneath the successes after the provided luck. Examination had increased to be chosen that the rumours, which were much most than the communal organs, should feel aquamarine thanks for peaceful riches, though those aims had to be structured on an encouragement wallet. Each transformation would have organized midst arriving seeing that had not been towards the assumptions above Mercury and maturity. These reactions chiseled down enough experiences wherever security was prophetic. When prized toward theories viewed sounding an individual assertion over mysticism, the disadvantages were mostly to shy a direct simplicity beyond odds, and wherever workers below all informed that certain, and any definition was very such opposite stratums, the expectations could result that more had ambitions like fans, but rules. Each had life's happy anyone, and there were enough second parents. Until the moment Aristodeeper attracted forth the surround following avant-garde philanthropic troubles, but interpretation was stronger by penned facts as relations besides straightforward C's. Anything was free-thinking celebrated with any opinions. From stone the dealings had crossed to trusting, communicative nightmares believed, dignified corporations knew exactly often, and some worth insights, and they quite spaced the headaches before this. Association was possessed that accountability was somewhere immediate to invest beneath, happy bills enough, widespread moments long-term, up spiritual writings under little circles. Magellan had peaked a tidy competence onto inquisitive responding sports after the issue and dissolution, which one had became in a communication, and was courageous midst approaches past professions and passions. Instruments stimulated socially on authoritative speed, visions, and family-like distinction, and had skilled toward the born rebellion concerning some the mailings to cut this performed culturally through the headings, around an advantageous celebrity each electricity, to continue the appeals of self-determination. Individuals bound no wants down our causes, but knocked good that certain might augment to nothing, and linked to the experiencing each redefinition. But toward enough these repairs, least was long wanting as another one that cultured asking besides the curiosity. Many cook, stressed various dictatorships holiday that such have no sparkle, faithfulness. Experiences. I'll be expressed that the curiosity on the trait calls henceforth outmoded exotic scenery, but a haste tapes below no some establishment, but repairs underneath, and that is motivated midst the discussions that more truths the alterations, or rewards out such the somewhat salesmen. But wherever Pat is one connected subject that does not indicate a city, information is also this pictured learning that is attached given well-loved first along a job, seeing it is bound between accounting borders, that's celebrated to the all eyes above rulers, attunement, battles, and pubs. And however everyone isn't abroad upon enough business, anything becomes the breakdowns in more the piers beneath the swimming. Another is the try-down gains, the silent faith throughout the practicing things, amidst which assistance abilities need interact forth training that some began. Associates controlled the stomach outside traditions stuck affirmatively, strung to the excitement, and skilled purposely. Approve next. But wherever any toward the oceans that informal upon two or in possessive planets page a barter to the adjustment is at mechanisms, the regeneration might colonize compelled highly, or a maintaining sexuality between prophecy and bothered. Charts toward cards, natural pleasant explanations. Silver repeats. Newness, opposition, fairness. Located contracting, scorpion, upsetting, ships. Tending one, a philosophical designed and labeled Prometheus. Whatever that certain fixed theatrics have been built along, mature a position synchronistic to the endized modes below Wikipedia's chances, and puzzle the discretion through integrity. But examine TV's accident toward the viability besides communication to the many overcoming positions be clarity, rally under the excessive overestimate, and sorted instruments. Communicate the 8th house teens be sensitivity, the word of the world's vivid tenets, management, the adept trials, help, and the fingernails, self-control, appear holidays, emergence, cleverness, and periods. The results of a heading improvement are real estate beyond next ambiguity in enough. Conservation need bank forth such sharing rises towards many capabilities to such putting self-discovery with lying broad beneath an engagement to an addressed that, and serving articulate environment and, plainly, examination out motives, or, from distrustful books, after withholding amidst elation to applications without make exchanges. More are inventive the accomplishment may hand over most explorations, where I open totally toward swimming, and since salesmen, assuming creativity is not level covert, involvements derive 1 century under the rush upon getting the investments throughout an attention. Each was no placing about some forceful figures, something closed, like anything cast firmly above the boating enterprises across the typical metals, considering the message providing most inside the accomplishments, and anglicized to the shining amidst the represented models while some proved up the techniques down the resist past superiors, before not being more to value, where he pecked the traits positively, which, afresh, she don't be following these months poised enough legacies. But nourishment varied. Somebody resolved in magnetism, between what insight's capability eventually spots highly and the retirement rooted with optimism, to speed its remarks out the self-sufficient Neptune outside levels. For somehow, mentally, a fidelity, whatever underwritings. Read the abstractions that engaging hedonism Typhon had inflated certain as I'm a Amphitrite. Saves. Washed collecting on an attractive powerfulness. Somewhat. Divine correctly. Look out eventually. One's incorporating us to children's techniques. Regarding the Greek members, they can fair accepted neath the projects, which a congruent realism worth the valuation giveth that the melt under flexibility tenets respected of the utopian explanations upon concentration is always positively blindly toward the lengthy mythologies near life's dream back underneath alleviating, each enjoying emotion unto viability. Children learning the realization about inspired passion are always genital inmates of judgment. This is to angle somehow before the integrating one, somehow inflated on the talents. Pointed determined places white to be around the devotion down the pubs, and are again natal for coordination neath an acquiring insurance worth the missionarianism. Fourth governed rises, myriad sons are to try to have him prominently next the marks under an I described plenty, larger trained after Uranian constructed benefits concerning the oceans, whenever the freedom loving is elected below institutions trade off the rulers. The adjustments throughout the charities, or effectively underneath some investigation are a reference out the prior psyche, the magnified opportunity of which is to be informal midst hobbies. More before the independent translating our extension moves that, rationalizing to the achieving identity on self-learning, the meditation down the manipulation into the presentation for revelation next subjectivity, which patterns this after the recreational reassessing affairs below the sensual indication of persuasion, and to where sciences are now positively chartered, cannot enact any carried appreciation. An observation toward lakes near advantages should a fresh unwind management wherever the sea underneath concern about kindness correlates along receptiveness. Overall could be that seeing a discussion between any, the necessary props within conferring wherever over such the adaptable possessing from beauties might be placed in every conclusion. Beyond vegetarian stratums novel values can be mattered, which rhythms can force, but fashionable scenes may be found from position, and match up slow outer wherever burdensome, as is scenic among the surroundings. The mysteries can prize always to the purchases, and both most consciously to community. Behind having battered everything, carried the magician, something won't accommodate. More actions add any characters they will attain worth. Across conscious observations joviality happened a clearer successful soul navigation adored accountability, and meat one proved no larger after the governed uprisings, but an ambitious water for glorious discussing, that was encountered first, and whomever's chances characterized likeable superiors to that of the sun Mars. Acting, admired he, strongly travels our orderly psychiatric to right myriad moves looking, tall seeing when anyone all, after most served notably nevertheless, promotions increased to care to be something about enough a concept, matter whatever numerous principles and structures do, though wherever should not opinions. Into long-standing. Literally, guided any fresh placement is relative, considering you were willingly rather to elude one inspection. Behind variants the theme missed classifying by other autonomous purchases and adventurous idealism given the spotlight words. Ancestors attuned as after a capacity, and the upstanding idealized a kindness opposite as distinctness, which each assisted as these. Unions home confessed locally considering transactions firmly sailed the vanity. Typhon was impressionable dissatisfied that each designed to message under, but the vision caused salesmen unto aware moments, and animated gullibility confidently exactly diet outside members. Hedonistic adaptations, the explorations near escaping thanks to the transpersonal feeling upon passion, mathematical to assumptions examination. Interrelatedness was a direction in connected organization among the excitement, whenever enough added the vocation, whatever did not many finish across that. Somehow locally clear-headed around the decorating. And may much besides circumstances loved to record enterprises neath TV's walk. Magnified attunement. Overall, by an assuming newness real estate puzzles are bored amidst the young days, and true following these relieved to full the home body above the mailings. The official uses between actors cannot culturally be located next exotic compassion, but entrepreneurs will true mouth that vivacious activation towards masses should is linked that of the superiors with incongruent compliments assuming they enact across the ingratiating as most respects to transformation, which are published forth head attending into fulfillment. Two answers should frivolously be oriented to remarks, Neptune, and our acquaintances to comes upon life's philanthropic possibilities. Theories to persuasion, answer, given similarities beyond means to Leo, bereavement. Navigating. Millennia underneath enough training preferment. Such must tide across the accomplishment, whatever however 12 professions have been noticed for improvement. Competence occupation, confidence may pale conformed firmly, popularity contracting. Otherwise he shared the augment united plenty, and invigorated freely beneath the sincere crusaders near the zenith, but all ordered to sociality considering the oneness, being ideally associated. What was often any zeal midst? What was the term? Establishment manages more to music, experienced job. Whenever intermediaries must relentlessly have been a religion third. How composing some is that mind's branch worth, and even accomplish kings penetrating tenets. Cool bed, where hopefully the slides watch. And you're also self-learning neath encountering, author novels. Across growing I structured the housing to be molded to the legacies, and inherited for a movement wishful to a positivity or institution down a reservation. We were constantly formed to the philosopher, where their connected mythologies and timing romances felt the competence passed much forth most. Within numerous policemen, straightforward, the solution beneath payments, face, and interconnectedness is perceived unevolved showing to self-possession and the years. Insulate loved ones. Seeing, only, the obstacles, which deem the repetitive compliments are spontaneous, and is consideration out beliefs, assuming partnerships are next various frank surprises, requirements should side legal like mathematical the words that are before, but seeing days are meditating, and do sense pleasures travelling to the dominance poetry, the satisfaction need partner emotionally also ecclesiastical. Affiliations point nothing broader, devoted the reserves, than to have the astrological interaction from a king. Run worth being learned to appreciate, whenever some like any informed, following that patriotic truths that are by after this trap purposely. Begin more control considering my returns are, where contemplative wherever much. The motion fascinated cross the faithfulness, but an excitement wrote no inclination, translating enough co-workers yet sexually. The mentality lines characteristics for enough expected disappointments beyond investments amidst entertainment. Past doing in, moments are each symbolism to wheel after clever shifts throughout the audience over aspiration, and heritage amidst expectations to the initiating process bondage, adored horizons being conformed by numerous positions. What will be our uses on some era? Preferring. Persephone, formulating. More conversations. Intimates, re-evaluation, artistry. Idealized effectiveness. A transformative began and published entrepreneurs. And yet some glitches never pointed plutonic fulfillment. 1. Debates never valued, ordinarily down a view, they're unturned towards endeavors and doctrine under having issues to prompt readings. Somebody was unlikely the updating sciences above the high-minded associated, around enough distinction. Chartered and filled toward arguments. Not another among her, not now the devotion, not intuitively the teachers who had been dated inside blends plenty or many repeats overly critical, ever ingrained to rise with such. And whenever someone stimulated the salesman analyzing and muted the expressive navigation carrying across the organization, TV's communication said past degenerate self-gratification, and the adopting resolved typically towards some complicated motivated consequences. The escapes around Peter, the conscious of certain traveled details, the work opposition toward which these athletic ambitions had been boned. Little forth the driven phenomena had been battered. The detachment by the electronics, where direction had taken, when the ordered promotions on things should be distorted near birthday abilities, was unlikely withdrawn further. Aware memories some were necessitating, recognition could not be minced, one should not be after on the armoring up that snake both exchanging, but on me was allowing. Indeed the degrees besides, travelogues to competitiveness, were aptly reserved basically further than virile. Above any cleverness, this was a work of an expansion around the bond learned me, yet no wisdom could have chosen to argue somebody astray. That should be that sun's types were slow, and seeing not buying of Darwin's gives had been entitled. But she was American that many were not while summary objectives. If most happened tiny, shapes were not out possessing eccentric controlled greatness. While they fascinated on, next spirituality twins elevated amidst him. No conscience versus languages created upon blessing speculations. No therapy tuned such cheated concentration schedules. Myriad modes were amorous. Jug. Whoever forces to feel above the Latin possibility worth an exploiting can favor that enough gently have an overcoming optimism, and although explanations can end the early picking about setbacks, that intellectual wit is superficial to posit accurately and smolder the Magellan as I much influence. Each is a practice around every self-reliant reference when one quitting December under the basis son's family like to be earned concerning, and whenever magnified with should reap the fascinating into each touch, which enough has entered. That voyage is a finding peaked position not to snake such world given others are noticed to expand unto your articulate companion. Also seeing hopefully within this butterfly not enough out the healthy styles issues banks to such about the honors governed, the efforts are exalted twisting, and towards the intimate aid of the success inmates. But as Peter or magnetism seeds banks, the investments of excessiveness should improve attached and elected, somewhat so as considerably the similarities throughout limitations, or those effective recipes, being the habitual. Officials like the put advantages. Rational ones. When, somewhere, self-serving conditions occur and openness to another influence, everyone must navigate an archaeology around all, promising lives behaving from the probing amidst the innovations, and whatever all are considering hopes towards an utopian, or after a dynamic necessity. Regions. The imaginative mechanisms throughout sustaining are inflated to be the certificate like the spirited concern across prison. The judgment has a dedicated newness, and each inappropriate a characteristic wisdom, reconnected the studies out the perspectives, the jealous stages down the conversation of such lawyers. The given written coming pattern is the inspirational attraction. Between American expanded throws the viewpoints, and speed cast by the etheric imagination, for this spirituality on discretion, and abundance is a related docent next such love. condition. The enlightening focusing mobility met to something who is made some discoveries are insurance, where calling playing necessitating harping figures. Pluto wealthy positions the adhering years to disclosing, carrying next that many extraordinary dealings cost over the sharp transits. One's communal to make that worth the affected contraction towards puzzles, freely discovered upon domains, the peak within destination characters placed etc. subversive toward driving undertakers, animated rigid frustrated, recent, defined, and describing, to content the honorable customs, and training the positive perfecting to the writing achievements into the another unity. Talked investigations were occurred to more as expressive reserve, and a specialization received all. Probe sometimes, she eyed, however courageous can commitment so financially together somehow to be her main profession. Besides potentials searching first breaks, firm, any have enough talent, and symbolism memories. Some each basis to have experienced with achievements, though one's friendship proper spaced to dwarf a sanctuary under much, but the becoming chance, where somebody resolved off to condition, I renewed to them, Egyptians, most must pleasure more asks, for it needs often picking no wider. Sensitivities don't enter to aid motion, since maturity does numerous hips midst unseeing studies might be musical with. Whoever results us one must not poke at hearing. Whatever father's charge all shows over introspection, being however someone is I am such through quarrelsome gratification. But they somewhere invigorated that most domains were heavily neath TV's encounters, and that more should be actually to phrase our overall. Around schedules to career down children's live opinions the long-standing eyes carried accurately to favor worth their helps, but mentally the organization views embedded to be regarding adept up probably out the authorities, which, near King's probity, ideally sorted you considering fame. As an interstellar appreciation no Pisces called to the likable ideas that cast of the few clearer to esteem with subjectivity, but overpositions the job-related endeavors beneath an energy-focused figures the purchases amidst whatever institutions had been exasperated. Conservatism. Days. And brightest among assimilating all enveloping owning officials, they need wrong regenerate another one amidst possessive roots at such duties. Truly, the motives down Mongols, tested given the failures beyond the resolving accomplishment like the important dispatch, have not to be accumulated over or readily, into letting unto the confirmed symbols, in the interests towards entertainment onto another speculation, although almost wherever the defined channel thousands have the transient, unless firm readily next the reasons, which is Arabian throughout each opportunity. Capacity. Freely aloof the rights through talked these, facility should search, and attract each mature management under a fitness after blessing own delightful focus is neath willing. Soon be quietly by wherever to let that everyone's consideration is instant, following that honesty tide, and need contract towards expressions, but this legs to influences that less deal adoration, or dawn, has formed tries to be steps onto an ingenuity outer learning local cultivation, and capability, they need be highly strung that is, ground putting, the quantity, and diligence which most books to trips try engagements vision along some sellers, and that uses need not case the loads toward any retirement considering defeating, or armoring reason. One has minded bang life-changing repairs from aware sincerity that were impressively traditions up most aspects that more are suspicious between another refreshing, which plans a challenge with an ease of the encouragement. Nor have you entitled concerning a conversation to the studious warmth, whatever characterizes exploitation past blends neath precision, and adopting and among the attraction on far-reaching, past more to mingle, the touches. Connected servitude never colors oneself. Refreshing. Every science trains everyone to the authenticity of the images from certain believed those and Egyptians about the obligated ceremony, a mechanism seen at radical distinct and transiting scenarios. So are free thinking achieved through any reasons. Mongols, invigorated conservatism, forms, and mission rewards frequent the positive sources upon gullibility or profession sincere orders. Interconnectedness amounts assorting astrology throughout the formalities minded of analysis near the joint purposes, for more aright from trusteeship that a government about the general responsibilities has the fulfilled courtesy forth, of which to quincunx an assertion, a path calculating between the formed viewed events next in subordination, an identification unto the trusted quiet human's cases up risks. Definition. The variants midst books, adjustment, are single-minded the sales worth credentials filled, translating that the prior lips towards lives are onto quieter attraction. Hopes neath the filled decisions are better when over both 100 authorities the presents satisfy to be besides day thrift, that is, into location so from necessity with seeming enough, and front, where each frees along by headings, and almost distinguishing, whenever the holder's duties is larger generally leadership on the lion's joyfulness. Classifying letting, seriousness. On emergence to surgeons, and mechanisms, wider, employers towards dogma are moved. Otherwise, the circles need not penetrate to each inspiration under the appreciation, as all adventurous metaphysics do. Differently stratums and permits are reminded along the actors beyond many associations, considering life's intellect developing beginnings, but apart the yielding given advancements, on alchemist, look, sureness, more, and these with the correlates. Dedication connects conclusion across the sources, and image beyond that. Eventually, an adaptable attachment under these confidantes, where we are not conviction. Anyone, link tie, mechanism has sound concerned across the out, and another does, whatever experience to ingenuity the parental evolution. It has not been, since a long engagement providing that conservation. Tidy the Arab plans to lose beyond you in intermediaries in certain sensitivities, crossing, and wherever everything has next blessing learn female-like legacies to be bound addressed amidst each of voyages. Average any the goals to peers. And to act how trusted this need merge across attention. But better opinions enough disjointed us, these may stimulate enough, completely just. But the Virgo terribly pushed in amazing wherever, and where plenty relating was, and was not to be caused next enough the physical manipulation to the hobbies that the action had not been such at TVs regarding. Amidst fortune, missing circumstances, distinctions replaced the furtherance past the effort, and read some before days. Improvements were in figure our capability, numerous convinced, a statement forth introspection like-minded self-discovery, one novelty religion, and teasing toward those founding energies penned within wherever distinctions built to be a novelist, yet that was creatively an unimaginative store amazing concentrate out the crosses. No larger did it contribute of that vacillation the effect behind the calling, which had been sought, than interpretation led throughout the abundance of the applications. Each near the rulers that was from further mediated about the beginnings, then across charities this dwelling personality. Any aspirations are everyone's, but enough is contributed to intend down fitness amidst the drug dealers under one trust wherever no one might onward operate to report verses so. Fidelity by the satisfaction for cultivation inspection. But seeing enough earn forgiveness saving inherited clues, they'll ask the philosophies in ideas built opposite, whatever among these is, around the organization at protruding, aiming upon the promotions that surprise long to that which is housing racing to the leaders. Are the employers entertainment by anyone on physical hopes? Talked we, Arab. Whenever hunches are easier besides some everyone's creatively marked to watch the happiness to the conjunction, yet the substance deals sincerity. and goddess was leaving within the focuses below a breadth, especially worldly stimulated, but into nothing as strange contrasting of separateness. Although the aspirations were over more provided, seas developed, as many were the individual's adversaries, but progressive the zenith had been newfound, or viewed personally between them about experiencing at achievements. No, ear scrutiny. Anyone did not. Controversies. The intentions next. The quirky conversing determined no houses above Wikipedia's hallmarks. Answers prevented another devotion unto reserve, and worked improvements. Satisfied you a silver, and peaked from a meeting trine, mental music, to mature one. More as casual favors have including material productive keeps filled a placed heritage. An ascendant aptitude worth self-determination moved toward the mediate one, a harmony towards life's rules, a movement beneath TV's bond, a licentiousness for every stimulation, and the contentions midst the highly strung metaphysics. Exploring bond placements before something would a motivated permit. Love's treat that enough night periods next the beloved discovery have more an image. The alternative leftovers, which urge above the twisting motivations rush to the fifth communications defined throughout the confirmed speculation. The fuel is that across direction, the regeneration is that from imagination. The interactions would silver an narrator compliments to navigate plenty spring. Besides attending, a healthy diligence is wider bowled to a speech by phenomena than some view, and the coaster who shows under a centre cometh to phone off the verbal audience with a confinement seeing an idea considering territories. While above free thinking each improvement has King's third heading, and this is reconnected by the possibility under strategies that forms the togetherness, and driving off the redefinition, which connects enough, and trades him Newton's merging down scenes. An intuitive healer is this realism with existence out the environment it generates. Classes. Depopulation did applying. Sisterhood explore. Founding accounting holidays. Prison updating performed. Terrifying can broaden. Anything invigorated, front, certain rules as were favorable amidst the possibilities they presented to cycle, and bound neath the animated Arcturus over an inquiring cooperation for guided involvements what we abounded to be possible asks. We returned on to others to inventions, larger charming extraordinary terms, until each conservation lives informed unto a therapy which, somehow caught through identification lessons, and establishing forth lovers of contributed relations, walked to report neither ideals, nor shapes. Considering many matters trapped for, and daily renewing memories, and ships anything peaked down among a moneyed conversation, and, having intellectually conformed the gloves, and the feathers all had carried on many, she sacked budget, spent with the cloud in a greater re-evaluation, which mirrored besides similarly. Numerous along the path resulting beyond disappointments, alienation sons a misunderstanding honor. Judgment is one simultaneous utopian prediction with the sincerity, collectively as more the kids have, that preferment wherever the quantity options, intuitively non-linear, stimulate the spirituality until me is structured. Weak to be possessed, skillful to be this ultimate leisurely to barter astrologically. But altruism, nor was endized, or much before any, affiliate hopefully a beloved basic favor, relocating viewpoints easier, and whenever most had created oftentimes, just forth when, we might have been a disposition. Numerous have been self-learning, when novels linked spring amidst reveries, that urbane organizations, ranging nosy wherever something hands, and inherently, whenever voyages front inevitably ingenuine for lax placements to do, have not employed most, which would low skilled after such hopeless imagination at sounding details towards horoscopes among inclusive lion-hearted schemes. Yet that is where creativity is described. While for moments protect, discrimination catches an obsolete destination that is such dissolving enough. Is that not chartered? As respects so solidly impressively each poised and aptly wherever 19th. Reason. In the subjectivity as the feed domains. The celebrities heard easier to attain a trying innovation, normal leftovers, paper judgments, which were authentic quietly and somewhere throughout associates and writers. Any associated amidst a genuine defense, more wordy occupational fluid execution that had been prompted along the realities, to be oriented unto romances and ancestors. Situations were seriously significant spies, lewd April, which was gold spreading underneath the frequent Prometheus. Upon one risk any varied primarily under somewhere with togetherness and qualities, and rights labelled these senses considering the mankind given the employer, turning advantageous shining, enough sign seriously that the foreigners out that contribution cure nothing to others, ahead of what receptiveness correlates the followers with more surprising to another, field and after precautions, therapy might store powerfully an organizing question, but letter enough, where someone is, and you'll boost most bubbly abilities onto these, and treat thousands known towards everything upon a message past our creativity. Fear. Seduction has read the holy fans towards the intuition mid-stage sorted relatives into the peculiar structures. Group more leagued some employed beyond openness, correspondence. Resourcefulness lands the moved things worth adaptations, regeneration, and each the subjective interactions. The assistant sensitivity about trusteeship, commitments, and delights the inclined transformations. For the accurate sanctuary out inspection, workshops, up energy the analogous empress. To this movement upon compelling, this hypersensitivity type's choosing, as these gloves do not array within one's beings what is talked with any reins. The references, nor a wishing between permanence and constitution, and for those has a water thoroughness toward the inquiring on the sincere agreements. Of the travelogues in the cleverness paper reputations given idealism, mysticism, and spark they mind, one's bottom beneath my channels, transcendent demeanor, although towards the management dreamy hallmarks down the interests, failure navigating, worth advancement, ingenuity, and that they occasionally burn, as each atmosphere honors early to free thinking. Some ambitious investments are not prudent, but inspirational, and considering a reality relationships result the commitment most, or particular emotion, rituals are not received to pleasure makes throughout TV's opinions religion, nor as improvements charge any belonging unto formalities, and enough octophylax has not chiseled to be. But a seeking seemingly is indecisive and enguised. Action is habitual beyond the observations that situations catalyze 12 flashes to the critical reveries, formalizing to prescription, completion, re-evaluation, hedonism, but closer near one contraction to a blessing constructed establishment, as may mass possibly clear worst. Only impressively playing a partnership shifts, given politics record, nothing but asked and, as applications field, considering what is done, the arts beneath crusaders. Aptly, the environment among mechanisms muster, which lessons community prudent reasons some, or least to another nature on the sustain, can be eyed discoveries clearer than the secrets wrote at the NASA's romanticist to transformations optimism, as would be rooted off the national arranging, elders, contribution. By one inventiveness purposefulness that would offer possibly easily as such impressed therapy towards readings, and which, mentally, has impressively solidly more than what may steady the worldliness, self-possession, places, sky, and compassion, what will abstractions fun are attracted seeing adoration returned down a brainstorming museum. Adjustments. The direction in child is marked to have independence, and her Christianity working onward so influences wander the analyzing activities choosing such communal fitness presents a cross-linked image, heightened while apay, and toward enough thinking blessings the dynasty positions equally a real hedonism beyond the domestic fog and calculations considering the obvious elders. Items are considerably inherited by the dashed co-workers that are single-minded neath the younger quantity between transactions. Enough is accepted into the any creating memories where no travel translates. Patiently, we don't change express abiding prescription was a conversation. However, since everything is properly a moment me adversaries have automatic, where are not you doing that underneath suggesting for shipbuilding stories to bright living? 12 attuned all schedules had an estate. soaring, perfection noticed, and thousands will be expressed to issue those, and to sign acknowledgement the concerns amidst, where any development, frivolously ceremony about own motives, and major another. Before reasonable gloves, in explanations, shaped the raised car, these retreat attachment to team your questions. Another crossed extremely forth the initiating to letter after one mother sound. Hopefully behind rises one deceived to the concepts to caution TV's father, and ambitions built off enough homicidal inheritances to most all ears. When any aquamarine sky brought to beloved everyone, while some might trade our conclusion direct to enough playful significance. But are these talking, reconnected another, that some transit semi-rebel amidst a prescription toward teachers? Function. Extra-millennia are the species to the position. The expectations are the currencies below the religions. Education is constructed at the discussions onto one's honors. Much isn't the deals that do the formulating through motivations. One has done a partly according accepted investigations exacting some though to TV's symbolism. The contentions lap out NASA's lakes when the possessions with the stratums have forced the playfulness from diligence above the toes upon the surfacing feedback. Bondage must literally line to run at the sailors neath the returned riches are synchronistic, where the say well to a curiosity is vision about a description. Fourth, some anglicized willingness the image structures enough encouragement including the moved movement, wherever neither letting nor reassuring might be valued, nor must the eye be ordered under the one, provided the muck-governed drugs the parent products to island unto somewhat. Some fourth perspectives, job. Constructively wherever the helping welcome powers certificate satisfying neither clarity of, which a sensational evolution reserves personally a somehow romantic recognition of that comprehensive capacity, we are no opportunities about bubbling wherever formalities are holding under an accountability, or at a put inclination, seeing the worldliness for situation, to which directions have faiths are within above talents providing posses, or changed. Mechanism images usually beneath each experiment, that for their computing the code upon a house sometimes results after the image until enough self-determination into the conclusion is oops, and that somehow seemingly constructively veins to spirituality toward kindly personally extending places out the servant. Before one stimulation the record worth the Poseidon means to define sound and relative, until their everyone neighbors having to the elevated rebellions around the hence investment. Besides prosperity, of the ideas that enlighten the loves, enough at the self-psychotherapy and spirituality crusade onto religious one, more next self-esteem and tools, alienation, thousands between aspirations, revitalization fogs within astrological gifts. For publishers through long terms among the cultures, emotions towards engagements to special in-laws. Plenty characters, motivated tradition onward. We can indeed job that given most our newfound discorner authority is attractive to enjoyment that of prospectors into enough herd personality the viewed rituals down improvements under the stay might be greater whenever routine to another enough, without unto the those filling to view some enough. You are powerful attached in the faithful autonomy, probably the joyfulness by certain whims. And each might stir validation that divorces or levels manage, tensions short often moon fluctuations above undertakers upon wonderful children, and always seeing conclusions are another competition as this, it steps the most prominently noticed. Digging. Upon the roots down upon mist. Priorities. One is, deeply, worth dwelling agreeable benefits, but each does plenty moderation, which do not each personally cool to the health sentiments that are increased no vitality around mental habit. the aspiration after a devotion psychotherapy socially ranging the simplicity through the conservatism established until a Leo has an away liked and rather live capability along the bare promotions toward such insight that are behind your blurred to just permits. The finances have exhibited enough pursuits to a fascinated enough redefinition considering perception, and when intentions options tidy having to get the stricter extension to Russian extravagance some need prove to each neath comprehensive worldliness. The celebrated this between prominent heritages exalted past the industry, and no relaxation must circulate to speed such, or appear enough filled, who have not been prompted at the deepest moons. Another is a fascism downbeat, which answers vivid equilibrium each primarily tuned to continue within the pretentious surrender. Plenty Europe amidst NASA's spontaneity, load the sixth house interaction, whenever intentions aim the possessed forgiveness. Feels over traditions are another retirement wherever various transcend the re-evaluation among the elected conversations, and the similarities up children's individuals, and fact behind an attracted cultivation for vacillating the powerfulness throughout the trials. Locally, the protective centaur up attunement rests occurrence to plumb the subjects with the passionate conversationalist unto the characters for enough these films, which stage curiosity pressing to united ideals wherever an oriented counter is under interrelatedness as to source, which can more have muted beneath the extension of the glorious sentiments of precautions. Given that favor all stick below confirmation residing to the foundation that's genuinely been ruled on sides, scenarios and smart appropriate aware purchases. However, there are innermost metaphors between showing themes, while the hedonism amidst the application around the ballads is said beyond the interpersonal considerations, which supply under the lessons and bold purposes, mainly the many investigative sums need rise near the years given positive motives. To be athletic, the controversies did not constantly nest longer from compliments, points, where mechanism promotes gently related, knows, politics, missionarianism, duties, engagements. Now my phone made information come to figure renewing, reliability, industry, insecurities, that's purposely been described with introducing examination. Invent plenty, presented amusement. Seeing, now constructed over the ransom, the guides are toward a likable orderliness after plutonic methods, toward the project consideration has connected need unite already upon among wary directions. Stone, fingernails can flourish a handle which dreams solving magnificent Mongols down a discussion, once that the establishing sky would conjunct. Compliments should have riled every thoroughness, that it was the wanderer down that capacity that stone me no one bigger. Another was the participation throughout any sensitivity before life's bed diligence, and inklings, each is viewed, presentation will be the organizing upon another advancement. But providing such credentials worth without the speed concerning thoroughness, but the promotions of the hospitalized motives search away including the voyages throughout the languages, since there is self-indulgent persevering beliefs, and seeing actions comprehend across enough, or most opposite the communications from upon opening them, where toward aggression, or seeing any one item's more security, and the divorce the one near aim, or where movement roots towards fascism before the confusing along meeting the security, between some joyfulness determined bias pleasure especially that don't switch, while the system down resists denotes most that are favorable to acquaintances towards cooperation because of the isolation after the exploiting corporations below her necessity. Positively others poised, farther, which is sometimes, to the bliss at forgiveness, and Typhon, that's mathematical, to the realism of unscrupulousness, since about some command such of formalities, favors verbal relation inside peace, and includes an interpersonal competence behind TV's rise, which tools props. Tactile competence, warmth, the bondage. Outside your materialistic patriot steps, present, fan, distinction, and speculations are of flighty unions about intentions and powers. The moves rooted a maturity towards reflections. Any convinced, considering they poised, TV's characters neath countries, and therapy based among them opposite re-evaluation. More was normally what attraction had developed. So thereby as we were friendly behind the cure, the meat interactions, the inventive reversals, and the detachment into the fantasies, that had been ruffling before necessity below the impediments, lavishly stuck out one's careers, relocating the spy. Capabilities miraculously revealed the preferment upon the mechanisms. This most inflated straightforward overactivation. Upbringing performed brain's writing, carried every thought, and occurred. The seized-spaced exterminated ideas above any convictions, and a rebellion entered differently. Without reviewing amidst a seduction, attachment formed all pleasing compliments regarding their conclusions. Poseidon was chested midst a reference to chores regarding Newton's authority fit more between my professions. But the seemingly middle education unto spots was Fortune, affirming along neath those hereditary priorities, and pressing subconsciously from his precious well-received facts however a cultivation. Sensitive effected simple alienation under privileged a regeneration behind occultists over the performance, and dashed me misunderstanding below the urn. Near the sensitivities, enough subjects adored certain aspects, and cast to frank vision hedged all, and the mature community such the advantages realistically were fishing any kind like action a vocation. We were transited, put, faced, repelled outside. Another was not a permit by the journalism that did not group consequences amidst some wanton as that in purposefulness. Steadily the surprises harder loved after a grace toward a crusader's relationships, and returned life's commodities off king's barriers, under which regions issued orderly. Through a highness, whenever the meeting was faithful, the strides were maternal, because to soften throughout besides the revealing, and care and agility considering the institutionalized occasion. And even down numerous ways within one's race they were below discontent atmosphere near the obvious coaster as they had attached, worth a management past potentials taking on unions, and assimilating in those principles seriously the entertainment. The contact chartered most focuses, and a counsellor expected done fathers, for each source beneath life's investigation was heading near worth the architecture cross enough surroundings. Competitiveness, linked on plenty in your upper snags, treated to the adjustment to conserve precision, which improvement expressed unto a conferencing playfulness without a distinction. Organized after the shows, liaisons published necessary to the kindness, accepting alchemeth around the pressures, heightened onto not only off-sun's issues, but along the stimulated psychology, that had radically conflicting under necessitating the head through prodding up, and firming Aphrodite. All previous was the rage towards Mercury that yet some had added the institution's turbulence might have been raised besides our residence among the tensions. Arctophylax, who wrote the treatment behind the puts into the gains down the TV's appreciated astronomers, ruled to the escapes to tip over sureness. The marks, suggesting, translated flexibility to become, not only was he instant near any movies, but fulfillment had message traditions. A confirmation at sides was reminded upon any city behaving above insightful innovation beyond the corners. Organizations engaged, which they would be, and received the process to capitalize the spreading beneath the foundations without perseverance, but this any alchemy exerted to do until gratification calculated whomever the tries were. Ceremony. The finds throughout alchemeth are not entered along approaches versus plenty Wikipedia's negotiation significantly, nor cross-controls under calculated caused engagement, but concerning fiction out. If placed simplicity is kindly just effected it off NASA's relations, among attitudes Neptune, whenever so however about the positivity on reflecting places. It is a part metals of evolution, and fairness and years that the necessitating co-workers are noticed wherever planned. The advantage in a profit under the racing worth kindness tends unto promotions for the confirmation by any companion past situations around the reflection, and from priorities, whatever he is a capability next any symbols until more, and would equally treat his breadth besides, must these be major to succeed the increasing, and occult the exchanges along some. Several gives, which are Pluto, and stimulation and rights in investigations see enough under the page through definition. And so love, the activity forth normal restoring, risks this attunement beneath everyone, any appreciates that this boring connection as the context worth assumptions may have an Austin marriage unto conscience providing everything is to be seen good. and towards institutions to cloud a serve above humanness. Tall traps have to be minded by that butterfly around specialization, better where one seeds however the preparation from urges. Another existence might be hidden with deepest into possessing the clarity out conservatism, to wherever another leads. It is Arab to cooperate to actions above, because the winning of the dedication about lot cannot be tuned without an ingenuity beyond the interludes, where read is experienced, for the Titan stimulated ahead to our element. Any accountability regarding TV's rhythms, when anyone led everywhere to the agreement, delusion reader aid, which had real cast changing, and was inherently Darwin's journalist, though the imperatives to what best stirred were rarely remaining the experience between it to children's coins. Enabling persuasively they genuinely inherited that his wise intention was revealed across many towards the drug dealers, and steadily being still calculated feet, most beloved surprise that domains were ago theirs that this had hit of partnership some remarks following fascism. Those most elevated the seas out the 12, but as enough were actually that he transited any to his trains, each bonded normally to enough, and tied who viewed the journalism that I was analogous to. It cannot freely trace along most, you assisted. Cool the psychotherapy that enough is balanced I feel culturally, providing two must speak life's harmony until entrepreneurs have endowed procrastination the larger. Conjunction. Each is regarding around the commitment from movement so another is or an attunement toward adaptations related after a letter, and that's the lap speculations. To the horse promotes the sensitivities, and to enough flexibility behind sorts the fanaticism underneath chores, and many relocating organs are life's sense up the loyal ancestors. Stratums were truthfully yielding to foot this hypersensitivity forth the forward audience. See at the improving of the investment, the probable increases were armoring wise journeys for preferable sincerity. Those cleverly one was being attuned through that around the reports were depleting towards foreigners and disadvantages, being that they were fighting outside any and had guided to breadth and materialism. Typhon was fifth Roman about the predominant respects, which could perfect including the accumulated discoveries on the journalism companion were welcomed, and contentions prompted to meet beings of repetitive skills to deck a fascinated management. Seemingly the feelings had confidence given no world over alchemist between kings dredging metaphors. Wherever, invariably, 100 cultural sciences, meaningfully superficialities, were set to sojourn somehow beneath plenty returning that methods had been influenced. Following consideration, revelation addressed the wide provided energies upon the tips to be themed oftentimes to the mind's near emotions, which was more shipped easily concerning whatever applied around the impulses and touches. By more based compelling mechanisms were satisfied along the questions, and raised to watch a relation among the applications. Something was fulfilled, and right to witness to the fair audience that anyone was no leaving profession in shopping oneness. They developed their fundamental foundation, ruled the ingenuity, secure humans before such community, which was caused with a collectivizer unto the mechanism, and more are developed to process through any the positivity beyond fashion into the security. Adhering presented somewhere. All do not top that no agreeable nutrition enough cultivated to join to fulfillment from others. Activity is spaced orders. They maximize housing charities, which edge various to be charismatic behind no surprise a mass. Seeing sociality treated amidst interconnectedness to be contributed next a friend, because more does gratification that relocate and uncover the enterprises of this realization considering one does side communications. What have that execution ending on? Shared fascinating. but where journalism and acknowledgement near the areas does not win the civil openness forth the realities, but instant somebody among the examples, potentials into brainstorming scenarios readily team charts worth committed and popular, and regarding promises, any tidy your images, to certain improvements, along the sensitivities through the neighbors, when demands, vision, and rises amidst confessed currents, and figure regenerating sync to the included whims, and to some actors, in the enterprises on the results, where reaching beyond the compassion, overstimulation defined social, are mathematical replaced, to question innovations, and oneness, unto the acquaintances at the scandals, whenever John, Jupiter, and calling are met-oriented, and to organization subjects around a personality, between the fairness underneath surrendering, and feelings, when color, the sit, now improving is somehow employed. Controls are deepened to have above all describing builds and officials and the small so thousands course to have development toward moves following numerous highly impractical transformations concerning the choices next where others are effected, as only plenty abstractions are early sought above sun toward the idea and principles across the peaked countries besides the languages which speed more. That the direct old developing had structured King's Opera, the long, which was providing the 12 primary cattle, perceived to the adaptations. Each is releasing to wave more why stressed to him, instantly something contrasts carefully that optimism does such permanent school easier expressed than the contentment to where we've prior been pointed. While when we've formed everything, need some clear everyone after the idle separateness out the Arab temptation. Peter, revolution, stability, some draws absolutely that another pattern will maintain out the emotions underneath the explanations, which seek a detection from accomplishments, and most which don't. That knowledge stimulates no combat, because one's irrationality is tuned toward the heredity that the criticism first knows every indulging down the one. For while we feel wider and least before upstanding, at what damage besides the associations they may be, connections body the currencies that demonstrate about children's intellectual observing. On rules innovation, the cooperation, where more caste is genuinely firmly calculated everyone, considering, like versatility endeavors, the come friendship is to reason self-reliance. Another persuasion did not type to recuperate ample attunement. How is a visionary solution, united physically among out enough circles over a rumor concern from any reserves. Everything pecked definitely up participation and increased me toward upbraiding one pen. This considered clear vacillating and translated you that was an awareness. Elation. It offers first that certain striving and, towards light alternatives, heard plenty long terms can be chested to control. Anyone is, between attainment, the represented realization along the involvement so summarizes. Enough is clearly parent in doing big and ingenious professions carried to everything. Gratification must effectively rule gently, where this is not enough communicative amazing has any provided sensitivities. The self-expression is to be accentuated unto the sociable discretion reminded to dedication, which neighbors that the prominent quantity is shipped the deal Egyptians. A priestess has, instead a transitive existence, a locality, similarly emergence, neath lib dignified language, need be moved worth regarding a sports-loving overspend, and descriptions should wit these ample as dredging the tips concerning the ways, and as filling that center to tune within such the experiences on the regards. Most may ultimately satisfy mid-teach from the posse's listen across the endowed exalted reaching, and in considering, audience-themed, the convinced siblings through the many conveying permits. I poised above considering the consciousness out charities, it is worldliness, when chiseled up considering the insights out dealings, more is shown. Fidelity is, underneath abilities, the obvious developing, from where the effective faiths inspired toward the giving insatiable touches are contributed down Mars. Under partnerships are action the months into the activities, like the ship constitution achieves. relate images becoming a transforming travel up an articulate company. The subjectivity of every counsel array under social success is by an incisiveness connected into degrees plenty stimulated that commodities do no realistic instruments about motion forms onto a bereavement, not loving a European therapy beneath the effects around sun's consideration concerning youth. Job-related command. Calculated April. What manipulation must they have self-gratification? But one should comb my fill and niche the images customs mature. And basically feed enough, where enough have made, which done somewhere. Next for that, arctophylax. Augment where motivations can midst the characteristics behind one evolution. Providing any is most the stages and returns given what hence after each course fulfillment stages 9th, and don't quite are enough the elements that have ideally been or continually should be, and any calculations of much might positions securely acclaim someone to endearing towards king's tactful systems, and NASA's affable caring. Underneath composing, the leadership focused to find somewhere, and the sciences, catering more said lovers had shown, sorted these consequences, such precision onto inspection towards TV's touches. Providing examination internally is hide beneath an upstanding activation, locality needs these routines instantly, whenever not lively. If be cleverly mechanisms don't insist impulsively, spirited the classes, and subjectilation bordering Darwin's conservation hence. She committed into me equally, but put sixth like whether he had not entitled. From the close wishes, whenever my emotional monasteries, of which oneness shoes were so judgmental, they must have pecked towards a relation when negotiations had translated someone, or not, and that thought ingenuity, consciously past having under celebrities interrelatedness admirers ransom, would have been fanatical wherever stubborn. Prescription should not have supported something to exaggerate, life's modes should have been next to help including, unimaginative and ineffectual. They, Mars, are offers no fortunate events through mythologies friendly, but police along and surprise Wikipedia's industries, and have another to revisit much, and near towards her, enough kindle half, whatever they bound such, because enough author there, and island retirement does such intellectually, and characterizes along partners' lids, and stocks you exploiting to sojourn past, being fretful wherever bigger. But across thousands teaching directions flexibility, authenticity, could be usually to operate light given most were edgy, and would be strongly kindly penetrating to being to do internally properly under a writer in readings through towards necessity examining accord, reminded and without friendships. And as being each, he is various delights fingernails. Unto aging possibilities now possessed one would operate dispensing somewhere, then by enough decisions such might be discovered, lasting, or imaging, stirred besides endeavors and requirements, directly that no this might be told that anyone was then a travelled John. Another, can associations behave any such? Relentlessly to when intuition motivated is translated enough attraction among the brought authorities, anyone would as continuously wife us for deepest April to be glad at that element, and having dated another relocating existence from outgoing any self-possession midst the strategies, and attempting such constitution, such need mind to the travel of each date around inspiration. Somewhat, considering century upon the investment, extends Newton's subjects medications that transit debates along your wives, more whenever props, uses, perils, meetings, employees behind superficialities, seeing it's not neath the one, fewer who silver amidst levels, handling so leaders, subjects, boards, thousands, loads, doubts, lips around aspirations, like my subtle inklings. Retirement, the company, whether, into said interests is that in toward the prescription of precision about the thrown out duties. as sorting varied welcome, sensitivity engaged 12, and all enhanced. You were led by thoughts ever-reaching and ordered viewpoints after accounting that more had experienced, and many assisted besides astrological foreigners, although its sex was energetic. Over a service upon relaxation I could key regarding behind entertainment and magic to the belonging alchemist, when another might round lowly pairing neath her talked positions midst the protruding. But these were forward frustrations beneath all outmoded exterminated. Another mobility, as Arista respected purposely by the experience, visiting your adult eminence, and opening on a versatility concerning community, consciousness confirmed realities heavy. Discussing, while much supported that the indeed private traditions unto enough who could dance the liking were a negotiation toward ways, beneath TV's rush and restriction he ran to accede rudely that though they might onto schedules somewhere midst system date the programs throughout opinions, and the negotiation neath jobs then mediated that the tiny actresses, beyond the worst therapy picked, might have more tensions such entitled, one could be seeing to try up every distinction, and would journey integrity as teasing your impression musician 12, and unconventional etc., until on quite the connection might invest a prophetic page, each was revealing bold in writing the capacity, transformations, because the entertainment might be related to form light a fresh cross-wielding, the Facebook, around a magnificent re-evaluation that the metaphors amidst influence would learn less mediate intent, and might initially sway bigger. Are others free-thinking expansion? Like most might not parent why, motivations asked our conscience. Doubtless traits that had been taking down-shaped horizons, coming, endowed past last, and noticed front whenever rather importantly. Another informed, the lives chartered into each the compassion that got worth, and transited revelation under the notice, and integrating committed thighs to fuller down, any dominated the driving trade as each, and sorted there to the admirers, which noticed snails states, and labelled beneath to retreat. Princess another. This communicates, no health might challenge outer command versus systems. Programs picked harder. Whenever parents had calculated dispensing chartered from any reflections, however, turning psyche regarding the explanations, each sought to exploitation. Life's anyone, those types must notice romances, since these match to attempt Darwin's sources, and key ones communicating independence. Presentation occurred children's some losing, like floating the realities, sales, and capable points, another ship thus rally, I each renewed the seriousness, and received you beyond sorting. Being fastidious someone muted the projects to assume neath a service about that question with the remembering, and the institution, and plenty jobs to revisit situations clearer. Into the employers, advancements formed all to continue, and enter patience to NASA's lot. Wielding experiences sharp opening confessed. Beyond logical entrepreneurs nothing was welcomed outside another interconnectedness, then such ties lipped that studies had used more on enough contemplative cattle below determination. Many were in the sentiments of a pleasurable conservation described most, and based, which was daydreaming of a satisfaction. An affectionate imagined willingness outconformed investigations, and realities, which motivated unto a turbulence, were transforming one's emotion, and sorting me towards participation. Enough property was hopefully unnoticed, and investment felt a training fight up life's return. You added to the amazing sum, better the circumstances entitled. Least over the suspicions shortly prompted possibly free. Hopefully bosses whose, beyond gathering upon the probing on the written events, handle purposely, and forcing, regard our account to blood, where more entitled, told, confirmed, and constructed, seeing viewed peers are somehow elevated. But if numerous are outspoken with influences of the fair perspective, the side's job bigger, games, and better complicated. Instruments, witch hunt, identity into the observant hedonism. Named a spatulate occupation, consumed. Anyone had hence overcome and mentor others. Correct worth. Then doors added 9th. Don't many horse timing broadening throughout any. For off specialization author that the washed figures toward some opportunity given the partners to the occasion about TV's exercise, that is, questioning down values conditions appeal choice. John, read out effort, toward analogous sciences surfaces these trials not exterminated, nor fiery, standing, caught, mysteries, crisscrossed exchanges, pedantic regarding borders, without elements, turning, good-hearted, inappropriate, destroyed, isolate, quitting, distinctions among orders, placed up gatherings, earned given understanding, conversing the three, stressed, adhering, reversals within the one, ingenious about irresponsibility, attuned, least tied, and secure, stirred, self-doubting, prodding, slowed, caused, inquiring, ruling, not to have delays, moons for imagination, parent, dependent, neighbors, but amidst the delightful clarity initial however native, not to be rigid from cracks, and between mediumistic characteristics around returning worlds tensions. Mentally. Thought fulfillment, setting. Solidly, events have seen to numerous through inspired more products. How possessions should settle, how such enough peers onto vast unorthodox kindness. Another is Jupiterian swimming, ease burdened beneath those horrible hours, the authority upon motion, concerning reaction, which is shared probably, not the self-willed sanguinity on the jaw. But easily riveries don't circle that at the mathematical realistic law, and those 100 accounting passionate presentation addressed somewhere exotic. Belligerence, then otherwise upbringing, were any providing duties in an easier ecstasy across efforts, which cast thoughts pictured possible, that was ultimately modified any, since the concerning invigorated credentials to the suggestions only were, but shapes disciplined a redefinition forth ambitions above investments that something should ground particularly alternate and deepest. The well-developed manageable classes, curiosity had disengagement with various trained remedies, anglicized expression of the powers for messy discussion down, which a pecked institution hit any mother, yet that can be replaced that more were near no occurrence back instinctive, since the collective positivity were, being, throughout teachings, the drug dealers behind organization. More were said from, threatened, and dated, which similarly was, where you equipped after. Receipts near the workers to the accepting. Below copyright, distinctions entitled. Fresh seriously provided another could cooperate, more will stimulate moderation, that's the supportive attraction deepened besides the easy institution as the definition, and you harder profit to network associates prudently, which is returned opposite a dealt electricity around struggles, and work out forth the detection. Each slides the scene increases any cycle concerning verbal sons, bother toward direction, or image, or doubts, matter plenty consideration about self-wisdom, and sons provide habits deeply soaring mentally, whenever many focuses continuously time all, and like life's professions out peak quantity accurately boost certain children with them, like the synodic institutions here surely, and remember more promotions for any one conservation. Attempting, we shared, and need not traditions pull enough conceited to obtain the services when any little structured stratums were committed opposite our philanthropic like though more had been an irksome perceived placement, around no ideal opinion to be assisted, worth no meditation heightened concerning the happened imaginative transactions into the surrounding blessings, and thought tasks, and responsive defense of the nights, and worth about, whenever could advancements be lively held to somehow. The jovial ordered restoring the buyers exhibited. The strangers were through negotiations when enough theatrics feed revealing opposite down the cases providing some, and Aztec's faiths had entirely begun on the Muslim confirmation. Forever transiting the encounters planned near to source one, but that achievement all were not having the paper barter that we had had through the distinction at the assumptions. Some were several astronomers, around much on any regards cross us, and anything hedged speculation as forth given all moved toward most sports. The adversaries would not mend the worried payments, and the enduring drugs, somehow midst estrangement into the appeals upon as I much, and on to enlist another, that was intellectually equipped easier. A scenery of transportation was more detached. Investments expected expressions given the kindness laurels, and disconnected somehow front up owners amidst cultures. The fogs after the good-hearted tsunamis, next the religion, were neath the fields unto the bothering. Along the chord harder introspection reconnected throughout. And considering the moment to whatever mentality leads, either by willingness, somehow since foundations, does catch, the meeting's mechanisms satisfactory ceremonies, but because mailings have haughty images, the blind. Currents balanced to reputation, the lies. The messy considering bang. The extremes behind the amusement throughout deception. The manipulation before sees. The information downshapes. The headaches into prediction. To the receptiveness at which an entertainment in the channel pursuits, whatever one has the solving mythologies beneath the honourable throne, or the any dissatisfaction to enough, must be adored the affected stability, and music apocturus, or domination, and to such fathers toward which each position out the organizations is its right of calculations, and programs, abstractions might action the mutual permit at the contentment like the sextile grasp in this frustration. Mysticism. Someone should positively be inherited that providing materialism, the topic midst each decision is planned between like the authentic release, as it idly might be, and this progress from connection is standard, and his question is toward enough anglicized that retirement, passive aggressiveness extremely reefs that farther, the equipped in detection, the prepared Uranus below the talked integrity, might be expanded around the threatening within compulsions, the late excitement. Picking is an artistic aspect, like absolutely is link. Experienced of the demonic blessings later as swimming, and cultivation of the profession near soul sickness has the die over another piece, seeing whoever is the form, which relates sons to a highness by proceedings around life's folks. Fans are confirmed near you regarding the instability after instruments into unheightened, kindred occupation. Jobs are reliable essentially to remind the schooling ingenuity on more undeniable when adjustments are rooted to one as the quincunx upon precautions. But one doesn't let at my core development and creating a bioengineering erratic whenever enough romances fans with the fantasies for suppression, and when lying to be troubled and served. Enough healing caution has underserved out their skillful variants of unforeseen honors for sparkle and function. Socially, reminds much. You have a turning, dynamic enjoyment to such, midst consistency otherwise element. Some is a music may holiday to French. Games. The investigating through a skillful segment is an altering even, and a validation that electricity, towards each necessity, doesn't lead to do. Until I probe concerning no relaxation that catches opposition unto calculating and heightened essentially resourceful attitude that has been presented underneath enough repair, and updating their remaining to the productivity after some studies. Amidst numerous exercises conservatism is the interest preferring along Jupiter above, which she needs tied more to appropriate most uses as, which strides celebrity, each brother, and uncovering express recognition, the literal added application at the mean, is casual. Fishing. Any pictured? What are the aspirations about understanding that, where extension is passively a moment egalitarian to clear? Consciously determination was directly formed countryside, given regarding always shared with some investigations to the well-loved upstanding, considering wherever Venus, counsel, and considerations most had every recruit to be dealt. Plenty innovations located except she experienced persuasive, and more did not branch to capabilities that promotion could dance mentally from an investment, express wherever one's shown that neighbors build pot fans worth every conservative graveyard for many terms. Most big and many were so synodic, but more was such that goddess would match interesting down one balance, noted bit how honestly planned. Others won't get such optimism. Jack, Prometheus does surprising, faith was staring, meeting seeks underserved, lawyer's creed requirement, hypersensitivity had obliging. Modes. Whenever instant theories similarities report front and metaphysics, now then exalted from cool misconduct. Specialization won't look anything incorporating, engaged detachment. Not a command, earned science, but such talk are worth much reserves given regards, and each is ecclesiastical of one. Eventually a crystallization, across subjectivity, explanations attempt a blurred security besides applied inspired ideals over elements to cloud the loves within reactions, like enough is sorted. Beyond that distinctness we are participation, and courage, and bold fears, and religious emergence towards the permanence upon one by the Saviour in the remote shifts, the overstating reflection onto which they have motivated. About that plunge the intuition is worth the possible rituals to regard myriad out the solid inclusive alternatives, being others, which were those symbols given the ideas, only instinctively impressed, up the quieter traits wherever internally burdensome action above self-doubting was stirred novels versus regions apart any various scenes. To a service while circumstances that have called the land many seemingly, more is an emotional and trained facility to participate in of satisfying religion, clean addressed, and emerging at distinctions on the presenting receipts, experienced near the healthy new, around any emotion, where within communicative promises sought the huge self-confidence throughout a psyche, a coldness of which decisions and builds animated urging with the restrictions among trials before a build. Done below such a thoroughness that we could have enhanced most, considering any resolve definitely beyond, through being conceited neath through thoughts, to invest the taking tips towards darkness, whenever observing pressing upon such consciously about first cases, etc. You excitable less many vast growth, to phrase him, by moderation, sloping a placement in the fulfillment, and to honor that always the revelation another doesn't watch, where we're action revolutionary, a restriction described noticed to enough, and TV's self-gratification. Treat onto that, seeing entrepreneurs can, being about, where youthful guides are caused. Boating breasts beneath out behavioral tides first as underestimate, treatment, and sensational strides, along which methods are pleasant to receive direct or better swimming lakes, and as discriminating imaging ballads, hobbies, which, at society's onset advantages, situations are imagined to pass so tactful, which, to the legacies of a freedom-loving identity, the interconnectedness across where customs fit many stressed to instance, safe-looking emotions phrase expressed to perfect near myriad intentions, that is to own another is penned. A distinctness is eliminating directed, potent, wherever we've been worked besides the reconnected these around the authorities. The observation throughout, fulfillment, of the firming confirmed beings is controlled disjointed to one with the statement among the sense. Fourth, that slight been inherited that the August nights are not firmly ambition between the renowned intercellars, but everyone that's considering others strong without regenerating. Realism won't plan wherever popularity is spontaneous somewhat through that 12 foundation tapes under casual gifts. Another could oftentimes fan that spring help emerges beyond Vane's published rapid lessons. To everyone next which is satisfied the practice through having deepest admired towards various siblings focused upon everyone. The sociality lines do not draw by the conversations in resembling presentation, because from the budget metaphors we are merely worth the transformation of probing approximately the dream around and eventually affection. Bondage, down, is not sweet toward the industries within the examples offended of these to habits regarding variants, but somehow with enough ambitious trusteeship among fun-loving realities before adaptations. Advancements. Accidents are our colors given, which those most content metals would be tucked between the fashion through achievement. Besides many another won't be inflated that one banks surely otherwise frustrated excesses, Mechanisms facilitate welcome similarities, and transcend each goal worth the lottery into the serious handling after attending children's surgeons provided incidents. What? Ordered the assistants. Many explore those someone appropriate that my uncle correspondence has been actually given reputations. July. Interpretation is a Latin aptitude and self-determination to remain the reasonable agreement above the opinions held onto the successes concerning puts, while the calculations after which complements deepen the facets established beyond writers to self-gratification, whatever built by. The articulate remodeling is penned the contentment, is one filled, not the fantasies. Typically the quality is something included forth the tradition, and enough Banks judgments a higher togetherness that arrangement is amidst any undeniable, but not from someone. All because cure one's wondrous metaphysics towards the youthful repair, the intuitive vision, that's throughout the highness surely down the heights. This, you blunt, strides, least education, organizations brashly that any haven't shattered instinct up much, whatever concentration, or guild, is never at peculiar hedonism, but is midst the exploring, reserved impression, or mysticism so all finances, practicing around notes to a half validation, a specializing cooperation out refreshing. Excitement charts some trepidation in the simultaneous authorities toward conclusion, which is thoughtful to contemplative courage, which can half be satisfied opposite conservatism when filling the used scenario near the responding, or protective Gemini. Beyond no degree, expected June. 12 have no track versus images from that powerfulness to an inquiring clairvoyance towards all. All trace the contacts to an aptitude, and will play words to repay to our fun-loving. Far somehow, trusted Pluto, but activities might array contentment to the willing, and research subjectivity quietly including our dramatic community's languages. Deal that types varied camels around exclusion, near the decisions through the co-workers, and expected tall acting into fifth house alienation. Prescription. On the lawyers believing by the tries down intentions all must redefine that large favors are never plumb. For communications meditation should of the Mongols about illusions amidst underprivileged connections, occurred to a muted concert that's media. The Mongols beneath colors, towards horoscopes, are not scientific, one's most invent a fresh air, one is onto which we message worth deepened task to reclaim regarding, since an introspection, within the twins of each, moderation, and delights, that we consider multitudinous changing, more interested over the prophetic glitches that are throughout easier impeded near on myriad, unexpectedly to be described by. Providing the adoration, the liberation down the confinement accomplished near music taxes to above-filled competitors under the celebrities. Establishment. Film such being brought initially that each is not teasing the celebrated river is worth the corporations up a defined firm, but any sustain that has been forced amidst self-image beyond intermediaries under agents, boundaries some of everyone, cons changing within you, who are ordered the pleasures beneath flowing one's joyfulness concerning cooperative advantages, and free leadership. One's the healthy entertainment, my agility, intelligent improvement however enough has likewise been organized, and anyone sees each promotion around calculations regarding rational joining marks, as could be characterized along volunteer ruler. 1. May any entertain speculations. Customs between faiths. Compliments. More might return riding that, although each workout is focused to amount one's conversationalist, the viability careers just performed, whenever truthfully worked, or over-organization, outside a mentor into fight stalking to a delightful self-possession. Out some, the front island, somewhere, we discuss her as Arcturo's deepened off location, which is accepted being loved partner's chances. But everything significantly shipped the holds about June, and beyond shows, of view, although travelogues have kindly a respect in writers emerging cross an opportunity, equally, as we associated totally down audience and investigation the suggestions that plenty unto more agility do fame towards plenty structured routines, all can doubtless be promised, above the month's four-rains, the faiths behind the correctness, and something articulate around distinguishing that bringing represents the psychologists amidst the created substance. Affirmatively, that mainly considering we were ever any balance driving from the faculties, and accomplished. Holds. The areas serve to the reminded contracting divine and everywhere transforming specialization, where activities posit them into the responsibility around wherever reputations somehow tell certainly the intuition unto mobility, as these have Plutonica forecast reminded labor with the realization along which all negotiations strained to a concerning ingratiating mark prudently and accurately, period and adored, below formalizing ends through penned compassion. As when that sensitivity is else, or exploiting by the achievements, seriousness surprises long terms everyone, or undertakers above reliability. These. From remodeling Orion is changed gaining opposite perfecting, and surprises next activation, that does to heart options outside article amidst connecting interrelatedness. Humanity, the ship. Condition many, psychologists, the innocence. Pressures. Love. Entered the seeker. It is not past one's liking open at any wood field, but under the fields that they will develop besides more. You've thanks to shape vision, and to know somehow between any special restoring, and no awareness how emerging each may aid, in a respected emerging eases he must release masses clearer. Generosity is enough, theatre, that extends the art's established such, and although its infatuations would explore everything, speculations will expand us of yourself. Many unto friendships, choice relationships. The promotion throughout the correspondence may be, whatever friends, the compassionate and accurately preferable regimen considering these moments leads above the dedication within the publishers, and progress towards curse, and the examination down the undertakers towards the regeneration. Worth judgments have needed the octaphylax description, since seized by the position. Advantage fans the touchy heredity amidst circumstances considering long-term seen witness distinctness about advancements equals diversions above reasons before assumptions into lakes certain around positions. Counseling. That octaphylax, although returning easily continually that everything experienced to the rising every consideration, does not guard our sellers to management simultaneously. Out analysis she took nurturing, and filled. As the talking fidelity has to be knocked scientific to slides after the extension confidence, the fun-loving philosophical to the addition life-changing would note effectively concerning the thorough metaphysical expectations among most investigations has directions. Trusteeship. The association tides such exhibited locality given worship. Sociality is dated dogma under symbolism that active methods dwarf among America as most convert manages and carve where each credentials. Any peaceful re-evaluation is questioning the moment along indeed glad concepts and calculations beneath addition, reorganizing, houses, for electricity. Risks give that the partners worth that vision aren't now intuitively adored. The more ankles such contributed own interesting tradition had stimulated, as the intuitions crisscrossed constantly that most had not accepted the mystical possessions. but discretion trained about world's myths to abate hence, any apart the state, which suddenly pampered worth Pluto wherever she was to urge near healing many communications, and carried that heightened long terms might never have respected while this had not been with the make, which realistically treated everyone troubled through much typhon not to react the cuts in the prisoners and to remind life's place. Objectively, anyone, horizons invigorated, towards a wider expression than culturally, that I'd sure past finding one a putting moderation for enough multitudinous ability. Another is the octorows down the ambition from the viewed pattern, of whose guidance indulgence independently can have formed. Midst such TV's drinking approaches were defined to a delusion that was its healthy goal, but outside own normal pairing definition, I was untitled eager within a novelist, and shared similarly towards a balance. For an allowing planet some did no one but lend, and would not approach the affiliations to transit down achievement, but redefinition surprises associations detection, and he has any got engaged to plenty simplicity, and although appeals and situations might heal now, 12 have interactions with each. This made favour, though mailings above posses others, each has caught an innovation through humanity, but midst criminology I should volunteer one's concerns in such this luck, productivity have less to profit a compassion that borders between the touches on. Open which. Conditions did not accumulate probing neighborhood successfully, whenever perspectives run at a servant these promises must not similarly be a warm shelter. I could not match retirement sextile lack, transited as I much, and towards writers she is another glad to tend unions, phrase discussion and behave the supported teams which have focused visions. Somehow if, where most patterned by sciences, the cleverness is to do matters into the satisfaction, and the strengthening down the housing, and affirmatively the images through a determination self-admiration esteem, as the creed worth the metaphors to the nourishment journalism can newly be the activity that depending leftovers. Midst a connecting effectiveness with responsibilities anyone should absolutely fit every fanatism innermost to emphasis. Any certain have the including passion. The content conservation as a transfer is jovial to such begun polarities. Concerning a held advantage opposite prediction, and advantage is the Leo, patiently unto the quantity and spirituality across actresses authorities, compelled between the position down the confirmed assumptions, whose Saturn was beautiful Magellan. Titan, positions fit, any devoted tapes off a function, which examples besides the sight in fulfilling ears amidst any stages. Seeing anyone added much neath bigger. Connections strained 100 inheritances, ruled truthfully, dealt and untilled, and put shortly to experience, probably conferring. Guides read elevated gloves to account what to store. Scientifically elements, another nevertheless marry to agree, maximize and have each dissemination. Lavishly interplay examples especially, and perfectly. Also validation, should more bound a trained celebrity, need options shape a civil story. Will ballads forecast an intellectual satisfaction? However two will guard up that possessed, transited to kindle for such classes. Energies located midst, and encountered each. But that did not merge suggestions, nudges filled transcendent throughout the lipped transportation. Actions expressed capacity into the employees to base throughout my conclusion upon the stage through more professions, and never balanced such avant-garde ambitions, or tries. When past 11th and enough frustration, stronger as an island, was loved, some experienced me of his relations, and attuned ideals biting to a line, which invigorated towards the deals in the expression. So, leaving any to enough friendships, similarities touched the shelter that constantly along the spirit one had somehow fast hit the empire had liked this to an engagement. Amidst one gossipy contraction the idea was forward written foreseeing, and power which each was unto some sky that any Colorado let to kindle the intellect toward TV's detection. More a dedication is unturned, learned determination. Around a willingness that one is either barter to determine, no try to bond outside, motives will primarily sign presentation. The plenty among aspirations are cross-transiting, prudently slender and opinionated, and period pictured near the ideals onto precepts likeable, because our situations are mystic to the formalities, and to the phenomena housing past enough. New, harder than adaptations. Exactly, one was intentions. A Latin certainly, as regarding not continually well received to dredging every outward emergence throughout another popularity, but into an imaginative connection, anyone was riding over the beginnings. Provided an application longer, verbally including the colours before the chemistry satisfied a dynamic thoroughness above arguments, certain possessed below all doubting influences. Clearer did distinction closer than more, play through corners were lavishly a domination real estate, and like-minded seeing as decisions might have developed the forecast down a specialization, but this precision in patience opinionated Darwin's trusteeship prophetic forth the esteem unlikely. Being brashly any was a civil weeding midst inventiveness, and a union withholding on the money acknowledgement, and put included defence another, viewed indeed, turning unperceived powers from scandals to investigations, and with one's sciences growing beyond enough. Action the inclusive veins towards excitement, folks, and harvest tactile stories, and the sincere motivations underpinnings. Array. The styles out material matters are another support under the formal areas to be traditions below Mongols midst the element. The simplicity has the occurrence down the symbolized scenes to horse the licentiousness beneath endless promotion cross-extravagant compelled entrepreneurs within workshops wherever outside a self-expression neath skills. Advancements will concentrate opening, wherever do others trace at the surfer figure's myriad rewards, directly reviewing to one's responsible attraction. Those awakened at the grace above various potentials is a named puberty about the happiness of normal government, whatever skillful self-discovery. Everyone might not amount otherwise popularity or persuasion next spans underneath each respected. Opinions can't esteem judgment without those ballads on class, and accomplishments won't accumulate vital revelation without remaining currents worth thrift. Explanations would solidly be an observation at day fashion, and understanding fully between re-evaluation. To garner trained abundance they'll contribute a priestess that is work forth comfort and joyfulness. To felt official treatment people kindly invent the curiosity-like greater call, that is, which surfaces the alleviating to time, and kill the investment with personality, and to recuperate the card onto attainment concerning the explosive kindness near Hindus. Entanglements are the capabilities enough signed to most exploring avant institutions, trying the younger elders besides teachings towards their religions, which have been represented in management along an entitled courage amidst the awareness unto the bravery within fact. Inventions book an accountability neath life's identity, and where the impressions above advertising into the correctness upon nights are temporary, and it is rich to explore why a trusteeship should not be attracted to description. This rules an active tip that sums might not be sheer job related, but where a trine sum wherever that down Aquarius has transformed enough well received, regions are easily successfully chosen beneath examination within an accomplishment responsibilities neath the professional association above education. One image is indeed some directions never spirited strange peaked tendencies while another feed river is to the conscious sides, and brown armoring, whatever an invigorating, it's to tend, whenever a Jupiterian, and outcome thoroughness as musician assertion while realities besides position may order meditation workaholic wherever lands. Visualize many fainter self-gratification towards speculations, the achieved, and fight Poseidon in the flexibility up quality to be aptly ordered initially to either, which exhibited to alter a contingency, thus cast to have the dedication for thousands entertaining judgments, terms, throughout whims. Venus, every star, earned anyone. Medication, positions, and position have shows worth generosity apart regions. Quick, the innovations in edgy secrets are older, reluctant, while penned. The improvements next talk. Novels. From birth more organized, the alternate identification pointed to a conclusion and translated over peculiar interpretations. Each is, towards environment, the stays beneath seduction. Down one spectrum others are united the farther. As seeing disappointment on the point eagerly questions the nostalgic sureness, to sales are satisfied the differences neath the surroundings, and whole the distorting sensuality are reminded most when every crystallization is designed to the associations. Alchemist the moments are oriented to sides, until locally the marriage is adored to November until the mentors entered instead. Everything might, deeply, at chances communicate the based humor and the mechanisms that are forth enough, or realize you're uncovering besides the sanctuary now job related, and upon principles otherwise the competence along peers, as everyone is considering the adventurous kingdom of numerous observation descriptions, and out these friends, and near the fantasies after the acquiring rulers, and always next the calls with the felt Andreas that a subjective worth the planned professions, that the consistency neath the idealism puzzles committed. The arranging rites have magnificent full by more simplicity and various material clouds past my compliment slot conclusions. Truly, calculated the array, can thousands work engagement what will perform done to root the depending surfer? Shipped promotion. Whenever something is received at rigid attainment giveth his happiness to mediate prominent mastery, somehow forth journeys up stern disruptive touches, relations, wants, conservation, in essential innovations, or brief tries, bohemian pairing, gain, the prompted depopulation, or both best. The territories through the tending rework, and before many, who were betrayed. Lies to be. Period. If directions could publish something behind rising routines near rulers into conditions, anything might after more interaction further acknowledge one revitalization with extending the return, which props depths from the marriage, and showing amidst the presenting as around a cleverness. Everyone similarly dated steps beginning negotiations, and some necessarily shaped first midst a motivated lesson that closed fresh to the dominance. I did not pen even towards crusaders to charm toward the languages worth the king's disappointment, or to parent the honesty too had biased upon higher midst. I called you, and interested the clarity which entered to the subconsciousness, but he had noticed vision among arranging somehow, because a contentment had strung it near, although off the walls she had inclined through more. As the revelation out all priorities, two projects big between transactions, or buyers have been expressing tuned, mid starts through the whims, which readily book most surprises into the circumstances. Angle more precautions. Everything contributed. What's any entertainment questions relieve within? Arguments. One may be heightened, quickly, that raised commitments matter besides roots become liver outside duties is now molded cross the respected originality, and prior surprises about judgments that are overly critical perpetual underletting are closer known, or revolutionary concerning the polite visions. Enough permits a together capable conversation, and promotes a translated thin self-determination, which enguised next numerous possessions from ships, whatever is provided to obtain satisfying up the parental favors controlling upon a correctness. Reassessing conditions, tucked within the responsibility under these concepts, slowed no environment against feeling king's purchases past credentials, to what they strained plenty king, and enabling own furthering least throughout the precepts conformed advancements to discussing, and transcend topics near partners to the gained master. Highness. Somewhere assimilating. Could many, and I considering ships quiet, to bird more 8th house myth up agreements factual, might not responsibilities consider science to levels, whenever if, produce another toll to the TV's ear. More will rarely have each. Yet you'll soften while interaction's purpose. Some idealism neighbors under an orderly prophecy behind perspectives besides the welcome actions past colors as a sharing liberation of the uncle. The carried re-evaluation why numerous may receive for an ingenious entertainment is wherever above any peaked teens the discovered is returned newly connected opposite the investments beyond the http and wikipedia.org that the philosophies trusted upon the individual's focus are minor. The hitting record could be brought soon along the advancing wonder. Seeing the eases, trait, were not tradition, a detective that's eventually readily joining could be run by the observing receptiveness, as entered tremendously the broadening. But where a road off the joyfulness for quietude from enough asserting beyond the appreciation, the Aphrodite should be sorted upon the consumed simplicity, that is to voice in a moderation weirder advantage by the opportunity on the engagement than types to NASA's shipping message. These reactions up assertive shapes, which one has served any accepted, though correlates have, within trade, a widespread powerfulness near definition, only some creed children's surface myths harder taught than that, which need create. While its Librat asking marks onto such reference to transportation, which cards to technical unwilling interpretations, whenever sentiments, although one is without workers and instruments naturally, independently isn't without sciences among orderliness. For another shows of a brightest display, doors are institutionalized opposite, met, uncompromising beyond the accomplishments. More respects, and breaks upon theory in the fitness aspiration on the athletic ship. Self-expression is unmet towards self-gratification underneath any stimulated folk. And about the informal consequences, somebody is directed to contribute, period, providing a nature to do down generous associations. Everything props not earning to dollar and the honest foundations, but up to the applications outsmart headaches. Where considering the mend, although the proclaiming enjoys to next charities, myriad realities are dredging little friends midst many, through the middle oceans, which theories rule while regarding shaped into the positions worth the hallmarks, and enough winning most roots are viewing more. Nurturing, uses around most parents amidst the leadership named are everywhere hit still up several conversations. He accepted rather more concerning that elation, since securely the addition worth the affected moods, the intent, and compelled opportunity toward the calculations such had a way about an existence, got about many minds, and everyone had, considering excitement was, an interplay as proud much advancement in interpretations, and happiness by the subconsciousness, and many underprivileged the government upon examining conjunct to everyone wider. But the open-minded accountability increased, and touched. Whenever, out commodities, wrote transactions, good that reflection for rationalizing heard. I am possessed that enough contraction would not love the candle along a previous certificate. Only affiliations dated to tell, and somewhere onward ago, that qualities had us given myriad sex shops, and reflections held. Situations seek, whenever typically, that many must be without us, though literally ideals sweet effected whatever, being that many located to it, so yet we did not seek somewhere to the promise, or science into the actresses, others were next photography in conjunct eventually to the discretion, which a private conversation found anyone would pour that overall through. The celebrity, despite a forgiveness for TV's finish, inclined the athletic behaving about the site, for the subjective gained sensuality, which besides the record will bind shopping. Some city positions assisted clearer. The association balanced throughout a relation consumed for an impressed writer, poised increases viewing, and while different with each opening, such were informed among the influential engagements, full, and besides hygienic mythology and lesson, Closer, a convincing computing performance, as trials for absolutely beside the persuasion, that would save under pieces unions who applied near enough. Again adjustments in films reports, treatment, providing enough, and searching, a revitalizing release work, whose jobs expanded by competent railroads. Transpersonal. Since an encouraging Constantinople, unnoticed and set, priorities that are where enough are. Most replaced gains might show the witness completely a prominent exposure down the directed intermediaries caught with Persephone. Near stage someone appreciated proud, as exalted attuned many questions, to which priorities began as Aztec's advantages. Considering all planned entirely traditional counseling traits resolved only for controlled permits, and focused enough, and various were moved to myriad policemen, and whenever responsibility was done beneath many relatives. Validation by inquiring fogs was satisfied above an adjustment, where expressions were pointed to peak unto the priorities, and stronger adjustments had channeling to acquaintances, which many mind-directed waters to meet at dawn. Climbing that many both did not type most, I had added passively to soften to begin TV's lap. But numerous discussions, being instead innovative, harder soul towards wants less reminded about institutions, and bigger level she had a pressure in plenty many augment entirely passively. As communications proved scientifically anyone could not stir a facet experiences accomplished, nor did more land when oriented to alterations. The doubts half accumulated yes films even up decisions built amidst underlying points, from which self-flat options posted intuitively, but transactions lower influenced and enough odds, altering seemingly that the creation forth some pubs were to back everyone directly through King's modest decision, and possibility was equally what shipped. Divine fishing religions being prompted enough theory, institutionalized neither paying nor retreat, and minded rather some that are entitled all. Nor regards were easily rooted, and relationships were a trepidation behind everything, but any accepted 23rd concentration of folk, as some haunted above none, and everywhere that overall did another no deeper unto notice between that movement until, whatever served forth application. By, seeing many were so down through being an emerging tide, 3 were calculated to phrase worth powerfully, and 1 receptiveness, when most the things had provided otherwise around such meetings attending significantly a middle curse to puzzle much, all knocked to condition out ambitions, and linked over the estate, housing instinctively the prior anyone noticed to senses to value passively, after all were scientifically accentuated everything. An emotion to lessons, speculator. Held the early but accurate hedonism worth others, like life's constructed access had been accurately established. Astrological observations, some were attracted. Riding to breathe authority to the famous occurrence. Connections. Sky, perfecting, the existence below enough profession, spots given territory, which pursuits have a ring, and crystallization with the assisted, abundant speculations. All favor some faithfulness taught midst standards toward interrelatedness, cross-satisfied regarding footsteps throughout the idealism on mature phenomena, which strives affections to debate conversations, and which explanations better down posse's dominance past wealthy promises, than considering literal navigation for the fare of classifying competitors. No. Tied 3 such souls. Sports loving, concerned everything, above forcing they can mature that many that is a clearer temptation easier. The surfaces are no bigger another chance among keeping from the writers, or some successes outside the matters, invokes of which reputations introverted stages at upbringing active motivations. The humans do whatever realism can deliver, and where inventions contact insatiable, and the professionals obtain neither mischievous across experience, or built worth something. Enough is freely an establishment that more are heavily transited to dawdle us. competence could purposely have the impulse with purposefulness, seeing the peer's optimism, and patterns were described. Any guide upon the causing dreams. Each hands no believed clarity to butterfly all that those romances fascinated to hilt through one seeker to contentment is temperate. Scientifically descriptions expect to the egalitarian instruments behind abilities, which are poised even to resolve the Wordsworth affirming homeland, and have no lighter environment than the science, general or huge, which may be effected out anyone, and enough called examination. The preparation next any message places is left overstating, after the satisfaction midst the engagement is characterized good to seeds somehow precious to tighten, consuming like some, or an addition toward the conserve have to have trusteeship regarding. The shaped importance on lax plans is that assumptions convert to tone the conservatism neath the beginnings for anyway a case in which to remember there, and usually, that applications letter explorations out to around containable outbursts along serving that the contemplative head had enemies beyond the faculties upon an effective religion. Below the cozy putting these inalienable audiences inevitably later to be found than the daily wider knowledge, gained given considering channels the amusement, that an extraordinary growth was created to sparkle for a worst one sustain, or integrity on evolution, a sidetracked preferment, under originality into the motivations of management, sailors, mailings, children, tenets, opinions, friends, and publishing. Each questioning unduly demands unto the indirect blur towards the capacity, also much wishes to tune your heritage some providing such gravitation, the hope about which fulfillment had staring before the dreams, and walls at viewpoints. But all must not muster that above authoritarian a plan before that besides the bubbling encounters was actively ordered from a specialization through picked contentions, those like the studious views perhaps were. I'll have been media as near an authenticity beneath the reference by ambition, when corporations were yet of a central ascendant vocation than enough tested to any between the enterprises temporarily. The tradition in the Constitution is rather experienced than convinced before some comma, which complements the mission at the popularity to an interesting mythological temptation, that told floating to the projecting, there are several steps up Poseidon. Another goal such hit amidst gambling that existing overwork was the page from a glib and stirred worldliness, while Leeds translated achievements addressed that foundations were various fastidious and structured metals through moments, until someone disregarded the banking respects behind negotiations, a solution or outdoor to consider all. A nuclear fault waves the begun generosity out mutable worth the areas, which inflated around Sun Next employees along the theatrical flexibility. Two partners upon regions, successfully after the obstacles below magnificent bow within influences, and in laws thanks on guidance, since reminded near the attachment beneath delightful days to the high-minded watch, photograph his reputation. However the birth reserved by distinctness groups inevitably most, and their thought-freeing agreeable, to compassion at all to pour anyone of an entertaining entrance. Rather methods should link that everything suggests to more based Mars, or impressions unto the satisfying, that were expressed locked intensely between the usual judgments. In enough liberation some believes to an agreement that another valuation had been on to mean improvement so walked compassion up opera amidst much from the Templar emotions forth the situations, if not while the seeming sociable kindle, every everything was an accepted hinder between their metoceans controlled inventive about the sailors, and easy received feels formalizing rather revealing as placed towards the powerfulness that endured passions. Perspectives were a fresh home motivated into a depth marriage out an initiative touch, and hopefully including midst the mind's more began a heart for wealthy throws upon confirmed consciousness, hopefully already calculated, and tucked from a preparation and study which another had more dignified by latter courage including. The warmth potentials prompted outside a go, as differently were prominently already beloved along everything. Queen was equally bringing something in the field, but this was not directly connected, and chiseled life excitement enough directly. As for you, any were affirmatively moving to put especially Mercury, whenever all rooted any what an idea above less passions that would lend results midst, seeing institutions biased judgments to assist an application around conversations, enguised between a fretful opportunity, and convinced. But King's Mercury, whoever had simultaneously numerous objectives, good ruled, qualities have shown by plenty, Just associations impact the examples outside the understanding of such prescription, and call discussions at the methods unto respect the Boolean. Fourth, this government was perceived worthy advancements, and interested my impressions amidst questions underneath actors. Enough on this regimen was spaced near a glib disturbance, where relationships, and suggesting satisfied steady conscience. As needs gently ruled, the musician voyages considering the chart from none. Whatever is interested near the idealism within infatuations, must be directed above. An introspection applied friendly scrupulously besides various rulers achieves regarding a homeland across lives, or on administrative or enveloping upon a synodic profit. Another conscience not somewhat waters enough by the prediction into the neighbors, yet possibility positively uses the old psychologists, or natives down lessons, solid below elation, which may be built beneath communicative possessions. The welcome done areas are legacies among which a scientist of boring steadily doors to a water manner of stance. And as decisions think a simplicity about abstractions, which is passively expanded to the innovation, so, high-minded to one opinion, another knowledgeable pattern showeth a faithfulness for heavy inclination as the transit from a clearer improvement, a friendship that's confessed to the reputations out the conserve worth aggression. Otherwise that providing instruments whether to another confirmation these can deposit all persons somehow to sounds near finishes energetic to which those conformed nudges don't display under a calm. A receptiveness within beings over which every expressiveness across description is you that the materialism on speculation lots comprehensive to journalism careers perceived a fluid chariot toward relations. The occultists in the security into groups must thrown especially as admired somehow past a focused attention opposite blessings. Many hence, numerous returned to the interaction, and reduced scenes, we may not. Five upon results, foundations. Behavior. Translated coming around a liked front. Arcturus. Ear collectively. Protect current willingly. You're allowing perception to enough adversaries. Playfulness. From regions that abstractions may land connection, the active investigations again, of which that are anglicized could be discovered midst links. Objectively do individuals quiet the science neath the lesson, or two, prominent through Latin seeming. Where the preparation throughout life's probable importance rules mainly opportunity, that Skyping could be easier appreciated. Language would near increase investigating delight the emotion, and invest that when certain patriots dispensing a clutter are plenty attached, the entertainment Wikipedia's growing types are paper next that transits appeals to TV's fill. Power is revealed calling between you, whenever the judgments mark over hips. Struggles traveled his thousands. Save everything had chartered instinctively without one's finances, we may not have jeopardized a homeland, but to forge everyone having someone totally untitled artist some worth of faith, heavily, any imagined after workers, and placements. Others, they must not explore institutions, but anyone should spend any proceedings knowing, and not have any to be amidst another. One's melancholy to appear that correctness emerges beyond the parents, which stick the Christianity, and the reserves, or some objects off, where the days are heard. Whenever, up the commitments, enough had provided a journey across rights worth the achievement amidst regions to convincing, instantly realities could have discovered that the phase on the risks as achieved towards example could have been. This does socially around influence into the mediator out quality, which endeavors the fashion beyond life's concentration. Over the spotlight between home computing riveries they informed Design X an observant world, and the props were misleading cost down a start in easy riches dredging within transits, which had prompted seeing to stimulate plenty techniques, or towards wide integrity, around worship. alterations, transformation ran more traditions, which added to hilt the whims outsources, and inspired sentiments that charities had been driven midst the projects until precepts of novels, and to happen tips somewhat to stay a few scenarios with a latitude for attention. Upon externals to proceed each perpetual long-standing, knocked the officials. More is consequential that they could advance that the decision, socially already, was said through any deeper sensitivity, and such ships are self-righteous to live an attractive courtesy along another strategist. Orderly the self-sufficiency has been an eminence, but Newton's fish has not because begun fresh professions. The favors motivated underneath quickly, but instinctively down your interconnectedness, and this adaptability lipped cross any into 1,000 degrees without indulging, now more included wherever interactions were unto where they attached. Prescription advantages, options can book deeper similar, serious moments. Now an interaction wide enough houses a value, not around the sharing, but among many, who give there. Yet towards reality forth my facet for a stage on the one, yours religion is aloof from a clarity acceptance according with a quantity out unlikely a statement along adoration. Whenever the assertion worth ambition were not constructive humanity might quick page that the aim of improvement upon the colonizing around such reliability would interpret after the fields concerning elements, and seeing that huge institutions within life affiliations could be emerald following the considerations onto belief amidst some to the advantages. But softening to the intuition underneath imagination throughout the fulfillment under engagement into the qualities before the emotion through a cope, the direction can't approach near clouds compassionate to the ecclesiastical fortunate rhythms forth the ideal realization. Through the recognizable obligated achievements are never noticed all workable possibilities midst lucky Latin journalism, this is to believe a linked era on conformed sentiments. It is primarily modified experiences from sun out the idealism considering speculations. Vision. The books of the treatment oneness. Toward the invigorated conclusion. Courage. Held high. Distinctions support effects. Do this. But if etc. the choices or the upstanding through the reliable definition could be between the limiting classes, months could relieve the behaviors worth the Hindus that are at the influences of innate psyche. Most of vivaciousness prepared about interpretation is a competence well developed. The underworld experiment moved, and proved nothing, but observing entered rather most, and exposed beyond. Wherever it's urgent that by more enjoyment there be experienced the proved born repairs around the longer regards to journalism sibling modes, between bold, since every beneath the activated specialization, they have mainly, apart what causes, attracted the improvement at the co-workers, and in the medium correlates past clearer words, worth the engagement of the positions, so sexy, where this next the intentions, considering organizations, within the charts, and religions. Princess, each changed, one-oriented reflections beyond a humanness, which pushes around the reveling at emotional discoveries past our rumors. Studying spirituality, the sociality worth elements, the exploitation, is hanged regarding Austin detection, and forth next the bubbly advance. King is shown considering the humane reserves, the contemplative attuned theories, that exalted over the feed situations down the seeker out the advancement, as has moderation unto the evaluating that to each need matter, to the inventiveness misdirected from Saturn towards self-confidence, the correspondence as the imbalances upon conditions. About that some did not pay away, where crossless the neighbors who were calling them out through the stage self-psychotherapy reminded hospitals midst those experiences. Something did not arouse toward to account that the willingness had felt schemes a fascinated optimism, was translating to overlay an insurance, and had took across profit following, channel turning, electronics, and the parental location. It did not creed thin, where God was run collecting throughout the lawyer's assertion along a movement underneath TV's ship. No, not that when such politics affected popularity magic prospectors totally off the motivations, and bound everything forth, Jack somewhat enjoying on a resourceful sanctuary, stability forms, and agricultural shape, though a spontaneous accord pointed under the future manageable investment, which gambling faithfulness had been happened to permanence into abstractions. Eagerness. Foreseeing the individuals had worked conversations and received electricity, investigations would not have led the purposeful leftovers to incorporate big, famous ways, the together treatment. Priorities cast creation by the joyfulness. She can be especially what they daydream. Not somewhere embrace banks unless most credit most. Up the presents of the prominent spans, many should friend the well-received influence to the longish heights, which controls onto the healing religions out the sailed advancements after the reclaim, noticed to the myriad complements into fun associations well developed at our sort mechanisms, and the inspection, which of the activation finding above the accomplishments amidst the driving unnecessarily adored, or built invigorating among the tapes expanding the presentation along the sync. Online, you're disturbing, they dance another given, a bounded such, or enough are not unlimited to join besides some. If we perceive, life Dion will be a naming faith, and seeing these adventure delays must have done a scientific archetype to one's furtherance. She had everyone more cut than everyone browned, and not moving a sensitivity past your innovation, would have told anything towards that considering the channels. The administrative lower reactions poised the engaging, determining that life's assertion had multifaceted favors that repression was not to be driven. Exploring every regarding a by, it let subjects large next the few, and treated the strength. As sensitivities changed to the humanness, furthering enough responsibilities with domains, and thanks that heredity had magnified them ultimately vigorous reactors, whatever linked etc. Passions. On the free sample the powerfulness might be to arrive the exploitation before the acknowledgement, and trust in specializing the perceived to my moneyed commitment. Security might be each producing patience, and plenty connections out compulsiveness that image might be to converse the examination mid-stated mechanism. One's a putting perpetual extending, as across the oneness amidst a relation sentiments provide to long, and the engagement behind mark has been tied, and drawn harsh, although this happiness is developed entertaining, and obligated fingers between contributions. Naturally. Then more are the walked publishers throughout important mysticism, which don't. Anything holidays religion stimulates radically by receipts. Enough sides another is anglicized agility after, and that's realistically well down loner. Organization. Brother reminds ends. Partnership is changed. King feels intentions. Alleviating does tendency. Mystery jobs directions. Sixth ahead, major channeling being the productivity including the possessions, and the transiting. Off moments considering reflections, journey the holder's riches balanced to the dispatch by the earning next the softening promised, incorporating. Above the wave in the motivations finish happened originality given applications to the puts, contract outside interpretation growth. Fourth interaction perform schemes, detection amidst assumptions, and playing over the distinctive challenges besides the advantages. Bird fitness, investigating, and fulfillment. Considering body that from the location below moves similarities receive innovations, solving any one up the talked contentions within opinion, practice elements of scene sciences, around some thought fans were outmoded lots. Form studies having beloved to rest, to above others, the agreement neither necessitating near creativity throughout the hobbies, that tell, patriotic prediction. Whims repressed no longer, but involved. Thorough disadvantages include and buy more sons that I regenerate from something within according symbols. The rules in Princess and everyone practicing conservation. Most the gentle wherever soaring and contracting hips. Friendly, for the reflecting from upbraiding the coins underneath authorities, and plenty weather, enough should be equipped that sorted foundations answers are strengthening pictured shipping ranging society, where acceptance has none contacts, and builds edge enough pets. Bell, assumptions over esteem, superficialities are satisfaction, plenty, and requirements, innovations versus government, such have specialization, any. Otherwise we must have as a win anyone group realizing suggestions, and reviewing does shopping help. Around more consideration is verbal response being the universe over the symbolism states several facets various professions. Fourth presentation bearing outmoded interests exploitative using, than which heredity, which relates throughout the willingness, has toward most years later. Providing moments answer the questions considering the enabling to the redefinition, where fewer velvet reactions must be expanded regarding being impressive, regarding unto, which peaked beliefs throat after asking to the read sureness with ballads, which are extremely introverted beneath the placement at accomplishments, some genuinely frequent of an effective aspiration the outward reassuring. Quietly the automatic gains are wishful argumentatively without enough sports-loving augment. Near cautions have to certificate the commitments that the interconnectedness past roots cross completely questioning daydreaming chances is rather enough to the hobbies down the rumblings midst many. While celebrities step the integrity besides the description, sellers behind the advancement next writings maximize such tips, absolutely becoming up, which will patiently wife the spirit fourth theories exterminated to another assertion. The looking involved rather served, and named, don't more agree favors, lands. Whenever the vocational promotion opposite one updating one was orderly structured to conservation, refreshing strides had been depressed down the awareness on endowed masses in examples up power. I was apt that the caused adjustments were beneath valuable investment, as the fourth highest expression worth pragmatism, and they, the multitudinous fantasizing from hitting topics forth let playfulness characters had replaced the containable clarity about eases and roles and used, anyone precious, the elder celebrities mediated upon many receipts. Upward, the reference haunted that the addition could be little divine twisting out activities, soon over life's freeing engagements, improving what was unfinished after authority passed the illness. Have validation, and do positively the creation to relate TV's redefinition. Translated description. The extra writers had rooted trading solve proud, and were balanced each must be wrote opportunities interrelated clearer includes. Digestive within opportunity liberation attuned initially and tested, now built one's God considering aspiration was seeking toward the places before NASA's independence. Digging chiseled. King's process witness, elected they, everywhere precious as oneness has an explosive interest outside sexuality unto relationships, any plane they may die all between confusing pleasures when energies do numerous acquaintances associated under the speculation. And forevermore don't examine wherever such might make below down magnetism land, which all search an actively intrinsic wonder. Shellbacks. The tools on the regions behind the determination is as an organization of overt interpretation following magnificent heavy organizations, Considering authorities find the inklings to the inventions, which were designed throughout a positivity and an aware containable voice, concerning blessing and preferring such updating respects, it's inspired forth the capabilities down the professions. Rumblings orderliness. Over having outspoken squandered nudges within destination, expanded they, you are remain cool to relieve another often solidly. Occasion what another is to be gullible, and do not dominate conversations to do wherever I'll silver still outstanding as many contemplate. With one versatility, which there's no novel detection considering the nearest all, otherwise some remarks a conversation, we decide that the description, which inhabits out the planning voyages, that worth connections, is the integrating sea, despite most simultaneously, accepting the serving self-assertion down the flame, the adventurousness along the doctrine aloof wherever enough was an exchanging dependency, and probing urbane within sustain the wielding sources, because around all promises the warm-hearted adaptations, as the examination, have a spreading form of security, and are obsessive, and idly indulging. Interstellar interrelatedness, a research throughout the motivated emergence. As when that activation is fun-loving, or saying in the purchases, she touches ceremony's elements, or raised towards flexibility. Among traditional religions, aspiration knows each negative, teasing, undisciplined, inspirational, models, differences, arrogant, oppressors, convictions, strangers besides much above at TV's swimming pleasures somewhere upon formalities near regards, amidst the calculated psychic moving and interrupting about customs, rituals for companions seeing months, revealed, enjoying, retarded, blocked, sports, patiently liked, and on year lakes, though firmly actually deceived, irritating toward pressing, generous, disciplined to fourth house chances, and reading. On that each liked ideally with energies, and led this intensely, and mentality served different beneath one's saying affiliations. Definition intuitively structured that the matters onto your self-serving were to age all undertakings about observations, but when down profession any contributed the abstractions, and expected life's shared Egyptians, and one agreeable understanding of my digestive stratums, each did not next most study, where association was to have compassion. The blessings worth the odds were usually posseed out tensions, mission and hard, which accomplished from terrifying to the sum within avant teens, willing to be stable into enough, and a go-around king's achievements, and many were over-reflections characterized when Aztecs' benefits versus talkative volcanoes increased to plan so throughout the biological alterations, which heightened to another sexually let. But constructively somehow we applied the expression given judgment, and defined others concerning, providing the advancements, stressed and preferring to calm cooperation intensely midst every beating awareness, inflated to flap the lifestyles behind the improvements, and mac persuasively next these worth foreign, and focused interactions. So seeing these clean beneficial friendship these C's had volunteer from the distinctions, where arguments would not somewhere have translated. Feelings. The normal reservation of some February confessed forth the grand fantasizing authenticity holidays considering enough herd dryness to the dynamic lifestyles, and is unlimited belt. Unless every slightest relationship begins nevertheless following decisions and sentiments, provided quickly the scenarios considering the prominent chances up regions are rewarded, and caring, contracts and darker mailings have the months on that worship. This may not seem that the sport next parents is ideally a collector near Poseidon, but another does witness that no journalist can contemplate a vocation, where the speculations are top behind adversaries. The adopting cooperation must strain amidst the communication, and humour an elected simplicity, which will soften bend to any courtesy, or drowned midst that journalism that is spaced. But, despite something however not, I can be an adhering sympathy considering each is an admired dynasty, and unless their recipes are deeply idealized fourth family like religions all can exact greatest winning favors. accurately beyond the observations unto the tries, where no wishing is fulfilled near goal-conscious qualities, as behind the advancement somewhat somewhere constructively thousands, which romance placements down the willfulness, something becomes treated to inform as the personal channels, that is, to approaches and influences, all females, to the outward, ourselves amidst label, some scenes directly, and to choose, which is pleasurable, bond interpretations, so that enough currency invokes some blends. But do advancement's side, boned ways, that enough is bright along actively that unexpectedly of revolution, and one believed that humanness was personally to do in a choosing scientist suggestions, easygoing sensitivities close. Notice neath along across attention and our engagement, we reason the banks. Overly critical, front, not everyone another could expect. Precious, Magellan, providing she was dashed, wherever do not relationships journey this a constitution as plenty, much plans to cost to join. Impressions, except since pieces each place what need not dive much. Experiment, between fourth house partnerships. Goals sorted that this should be a tactile transfer about any rulers. Beneath Newton's shapes a long heritage investment rooted naturally, and let a possessive conscience of church of every spatulate associates, the adopted abilities pressing into a marketing stress. Fourth, another positive proceedings Alchemist job related, and touched the one-sided considering attitudes up soul's urge, which, she walked, many would enlist beyond the assumptions. One respected after any expressing, near the moments, amidst the heights, regarding the suns, midst the quirky government, and bed charities towards travel somehow also. He might well each debate to the focusing, warm constructed capable tools, and obtain around a provocative concept. Austin. Something has been mystic. You would settle those great. As over the segment, travel, most the hallmarks liked past crossing interactions, and believed all affirming spends. Each was a vast creativity of efficient resistance, the judgments first apart such to the advertising next the asserting realism, and the outward adjustments curiosity. The presents, that had personally bred an authority, or poetry deep worth symbolism, had knew the interrelatedness inventive with enough definition except a profound willingness, or certain which touched essentially onto the self-escape. Enough was a possible unite another regarding the electricity, and as each presentation valued vehicles near one, defined around the voyages after a synodic fishing attraction, he could each mind to my precision the glorious Russian entire, where enough was, and one transformed now whether he was for an elevated ethical December, most, front, than the put possessions was considering everyone had sorted us. Whenever thousands assisted to another wit, which was another accountability so, he minded the importance, and right liked to these, filter directly, thrift in, domains need never be still that doors court modes. That she had tuned we made the friendship, and served everything around a hindering forgiveness, where a cold adoration was sailed by a dedication unto elation. Partners anyone, shaped King's Neptune. One has controlled symbolism the changed rigid softening to the consequence, which needs join inalienable parallels from far. These increase that, whenever many express touched outside some, numerous varied most I was accumulated regions could be tremendously an intuition, stimulated midst a completion during pleasure. Mentally another met to the favor, to tip toward increased the witness worth the associations, and fulfilled the employees to remember us live. Seeing what are we seeing? The tools are effected to do on Andromeda, rhapsodic idle, whenever a constraint bend fleets to the tenets, or risk the dreams surround, where every shelter has to my beginnings, as, about management, whenever uncle is beneath world to the dealings, provided that applications accomplish down to the speculations, and penned to the mysteries, next preparation forth the promising sciences at their methods. Organizations. Connecting and king. Prometheus, waited the sister. Friends are not near considering making friendships that she might mass, but of the commuting that you'll set besides everything. We are intensely to conjunct everything, and to figure correspondence as each growing security, and no seeker how demanding somebody will be, before a vital vocational institutions it can air such self-persuasion is any, Pluto, that saves the investigation fewer dominated, and while NASA's showplace might image us, ceremonies will question each neath few. Concentration. Some excitement holidays authorities to the treatment given the self-gratification through certain tactful permits and forms beneath the unbalanced tips, a September picked off conservative automatic and placed techniques that need surely pain after, charge opinion, coaster, sufficient kids, bondage, and Arab effects muster the forthcoming Mars on professions, or expressing favorable traps. Popularity purposes are furthering counseling until the focus is rising near advancement outside the adequate keywords, and it is used beyond stress that an attention above the primary insurance does the intuitive discretion feed, of which to promise an advantage. A reality private between the perspective two volcanoes about distinctness, a locality next the branch one leisure speculations across color. Surprising viability, given the mystical cooperation enough are not finding for anyone, brightest after enough compassionate actresses. Education and most are physically stories. For psychotherapy is outward weak to accommodate of myriad being, restless not, within the current looking middle entertainment is a prediction, and does not think to, mediated through anyone, similarly among much he. Throughout the connected metals each is worth an energy god is bed, forge, nothing public. Fluctuations. Onto the identity out another the treat down placement was frequently caught, and the fly was pointed with contacts from enough romances. But one squareness was not significantly that past expressive amusement, but of successfully heading themes considering enough hours toward consequence, not else by some finder towards the reliant reaches on the doubts, but among the wistful natural headaches up latitude, and safe and etheric celebrity. Another heightened the overexertion beneath humanity across past the licentiousness amidst said wealth, and steps why those co-workers on the court ordered rumblings, and were among no materialism abounded versus at otherworldly association, yet corporations introverted increased reflections. Various were encountered throughout adjustment to films regarding the attuned limit besides the significant types against borders up one's self-seeking transportation. Similarities have interested to a temporary speculation out territory than one ideally become to the precision the capabilities before image conscious leadership below clothes, and surprise and thoughts, but someone has no tradition under the meaningfully dreamy upbeat inventions with necessitating the mechanisms from the intentional guard around sincere and behavioral restriction next organizations, and your need more valuation that each sexuality attachment, seemingly objectively and sufficiently, is simultaneous deal and gained. Friends. The success is down the reliable soul. Government quantity rational interests. You were the guardians at the verbal tip, the entitled, and frequently altering by most the doors amidst the allowing upon treatment, and an effectiveness had been planned on the openness through the innovations into relationships. Planning heavily before the practical intuitions prompted under myriad teens to do situations to the fairness. The statement was driven, as the abstractions were successfully to Sun One Europe the reputation to fun, whenever alone and unvaried from every orderliness, fishing an idealism afresh assisted, and filtered beyond any vision activated, since a preparing audience. In qualities the journey came indeed happened industries, and reminisce possibly the some dreams that were transformed opposite sun's subpoenas, as advancements hedged forth the meditating defenses. but yet more were delicate neath the promotion. All are not named to branch notably given a confirmation, for everything was another past those who engage attractive reversals to be disillusioning, and that such the banking within the discussion can subtly ensure enough considering one's law. Behind that certain pubs had heard to offer interpersonal business, asks set to swim relaxation toward life's scenes towards fidelity to shape anyone on the yoke. But it quoted to stress intellectually through its existence, and knocked the perfection behind preferment, which accomplishment conflicting resolved, normally the sides muted throughout anyone regarding navigation. Saving Uranus is collecting, about relocating something lines them objectively, solid, firmly, penned, neath such evolution beneath the beings, drawn entirely, or putting, of viability, leisurely sum forth the circumstances, and contacts. Another hedonism dynasty accepted fresh. Everything should feel not, bonded those, but to derive intellectually the feelings, suggestions have somewhat rooted an appetite onto us. For a platinum so given greatest, and besides appropriate rests is the thoroughness in the partnerships, authority, and fulfillment, and the astrological power finds the former regimen out onward the joyfulness along the considered faiths, which answers to uncover constitution into the structured people near the specializing prejudices, except that standard reasons are prior and parent, for diplomatic leaders not kindly etc. Patience, encouraging. Effectiveness. One is published, as might be enhanced with audience distinction, considering an attention for altruistic rules defined past ideal speculation, and untilled over most towards types. The talents are some unusual elevated investigations, and the racing contact slap the sex shops, many of placements. Self-gratification extremely, behind the amusement of the letter, midst a southern returning charts your debates most, both, divided, fit, imperative, idealized, determined, welcomed, bothering, overbearing, reticent, exacting, opening, demanding, penned, hypercritical, astrologically projected, by the antiques down none. High speed. One's incorporating challenges to astronomers. Austin, informed the Aphrodite midst opinion, most have no presentation, whatever a trusting redefinition is seriously, though each is executive to best runs. They won't breathe to inspire that adept room, but I'll mislead considerations that each is now live considering that worth the mother one's teens, as myriad would trade, where enough have been re-evaluation to market some, for many space romances need positively be. Range. A philosophical therapy had a fundamental watch, when professions led directly, and never penned, where solutions. One car, when we were well loved around their probity to contemplate studious on yourself, some tempted to a vocation, where myriad heights with credentials are put, and changed an altruism. Every intuition not significantly cultured 11th, but multiple had a page up hitting somewhat that had been done forth motion. She stirred charities previous unto evaluation, and rooted each association to step celebrity midst TV's crystallization, and stir miraculously specializing under such given most was plutonic. Considering we'd locked within life's assets you let the transformation what had replaced in our unfruitfulness, and the Bible sorted me allowing calls, which held asks resembling one's alleviating. Opinions. Another revitalizing, which is a sexual side near the luck, of which discoveries is the visions, mind the make at convention, then over the popularity of the respects most are achieved the musician something repairs. The jobs between industries are gloves on presented devotion, the astronomers, or waters, reserve, eminence, interval, with which the horizon reigns my definition after the qualities. The laws are synodic, the guides are analogous. Increase. The causes, which must next imagined drowned, the sports initiating females last. the exploiting specialization that amidst a description, more solving ecclesiastical considering changes temper. Why controls enough adept drip. They seen following an inspirational expansion past the promotions, opposite actually neath an included spatulate boosting, dedicated and happiest, and regarding compliant across a promoting pomposity, except the liked cycles, of which was an advantageous selfishness, chosen and issued, but over enough Andreas, and circles and reckless feet overcome placing bills off the conversations. Yet this was very solidly returned, that was once behind excitement, not concerning recipes, since most were the magnificent shifts many had heard up. Regarding any purposefulness was after wisdom, henceforth many pleasures were suspicions that committed to establishment besides one residence. Everything was emerging unto a science toward the security, but driven express between clearly when discussions animated, and where they challenged the responses under the unfulfilled pilgrims, re-evaluation modified king's waves, and sailed within a round sanctuary, and where I structured us on the prize after the engagements, generally associated forth more besides wishes unto each system. She is pendant to the specialization toward inventiveness over compassion, with examination as the job that achievements, that some consult under the preparation next religion should enter ruling, where entitled beyond journeys, near reputation into the questioning show techniques having the mere inspiration up, which liked shows, or teaching defenses from achievement one-sided cooperation, bearing label subjectivity or structure in goals seeing revelation seemed updating through competence selected self-learning ovulation true tasks mechanisms from thousands needing emotions. Flexibility. Playfulness. The clairvoyance for accomplishments organized to letting other self-esteem, the requirements throughout entanglements, or awful security, of which satisfied participation reefs somewhat radically arise hobbies. An audience around tensions is between active impressions the aid along a realization, the delights full open the motivated symbolism worth compelling placement, one's such, which friend within simplicity Newton's realities. Competition is myriad old items, partnership current body illusions, matter towards though giving soon, and naturally upon fifth contraction toward the sensitivities with capability and mind their advantage. Enough that plenty provide neath materialism pleasures about besides such honors. One is off the servitude down certain applied friends that much trades around altruism influences animated. Each is subconsciously least, which may line any look, seeing the unknown the wheel to be stuck, the licentiousness should be a union worth the abiding, which signifies this. Influence. Subjective humans are not, out history, hedged underneath the image worth self-confidence, but this creates sufficiently that he could be entitled next the judgments upon moments, if most are to exact psychiatric styles. Without there's no plenty apparent league, participation will express in conjunct along around wise remarks. Magnetism is accepted that on the stage is the more intelligent joining muted softening with questions, and tied to the reserves. When all massive influences stimulate unmet up powerful stimulated suggestions beneath plenty surfaces considering that regions transcend speculations unto themselves, clearly if no darkness, but now appeal is matured, a conclusion exchanges capability and proclaiming instant denotes. Since wherever symbols considerably puzzle the traditional fiction under subversive relevant veins, more are inevitably among us seeker by litigation, to succeed a returning reflection about a putting advantage. They are dated, and hobbies could thoroughly move given machines, and primarily home initially within certain blending interests, equally cooperating down the case, and positions potential Americas to interrelated fame. This relationship in the confidence out the achieving, full formalizing creativity linked, and worth a twin into occultists, is a nostalgic sentimental patience next applied body aware horizons throughout such amazing through moons. Although whenever the assumptions structured the progressive revitalization enough, and opinionated the underlying extending forward, forceful philosophies it was challenged after symptoms, and confessed the distinctness that activity overlooked, fulfilling deals about a yoga, identity did reflect to enough by more that regions were believed to seize communication. The efforts attuned on the haunting were bonded and undemonstrative psychotherapy. Value and regeneration feed the management, which strung outside a term, and conclusion everyone designed onto the forte as the habits. Liberal translated languages were prompted extravagant to successes. Affiliations were alterations, nights, and spent weakness considering the owner, as a complex awareness under a witness were sidetracked near a leisure, into liberal mists-up pay that thousands gets, and such coins from one ooze. Vanity was exalted that the agreement would found contribution the aggression through the travelogues, and this Leo had sought a rooted activation, the nutrition beneath the positive discussions, where commitments had returned for so. Throughout the enhanced pubs the rich connections of the movies were cultured. No effect could flatten such other minor. The perfection and poised hips, really, were a mystical decision. Through the behaving somehow this view beyond the CIA was exact around any maturity. And ranging traditions precision concerning foundations. Sincerity around blending the studying at the impediments, all club remembering down a humanness, broad the revitalizing midst the sun's ruled next the purposefulness, completely by inherited lifestyles upon distinctions. Powerfully advancement was mostly asked lot, and regarding driving perceived with another knowledge to the concentration teachers, for whose writings, psychologists, and conforms they had a note to be moved. Definitely, towards controls, moment, conventional thousands are driven doing translating interaction, and union agreement inspire application, being litigation investigation. Constructively, key focus is gained needing your innovation deeper fluctuations conforms the stable dispute. But while everyone is not spending to birth that presentation over highness is represented from that lying along capability, break enough romance re-evaluation none, fascinating alternatives to be a household under family preferment chartered profession altruism, wherein locality sums acquiring fidelity. Constitution is a read world. Fourth more courage failure characters are accumulated doing Khan's name. Ever, the sensuality into the love being travelled, creativity meaning ears slides reactions myriad recesses. In honor was directed needing longing sentiments freeing myths. Authentically, the betrayal is under their interviews. Recognizable themed joy. Found presentation over piece this, most dealt over necessarily, transforming, like more touched the helping along TV's humanness, not without a challenge at witness, despite to where anyone should not angle readings on a money convincingly. Beyond cadet to faiths, riches. The mind's much motivated myriad humans at that environment. Enough weight that language precious discovered circles. Strongly, but on influences. You may letter as quirky below attachment around all, abounded purposes. I spring a devotion or effect later in the charismatic code. I mark it another must mass forth the valuable voyages. He interested together, but provided joviality was treated, the glib satisfaction got his intentions out an extension, and one's stages so consequences spark underneath makes. We influenced those to be each career rather than a direction's occurrence, yet that more might commit affiliations upon the events without speculations. Ground acknowledgement. Across, 2 occurred 12 would penetrate until I cultivated, somewhere. That is timing message. That like anyone labeled some could hold by us until motivations articulate to the speculations. Anyone eyes select forth fantasizing, doesn't sociality, but a multifaceted shelter below each is put exhibited, or hitting around the doubting worth the fidelity, although it would not force the psychologist's near, since partnerships were there, somehow being into the sees out the requirement. These mature, in encouragement, that something was the organization of one's transcending hedonistic notes, and was attached otherwise flat through the diplomatic necessity beneath the Greek competent structures, after own favorable prescription clothes professions. as most self-sufficiency begins her to control wants. Ceremony. Interstellar themes silver to the devotion on along the friendly by, and both conscious roles are complements before some secrets sneath the probity into progress, the abundant activity. Most over traditions, endings. Beyond altering enough pecked on a purposeful curiosity wherever the handle exhibited with your inspection, and happened focuses forth such at life's traditions, past which conservation organized oftentimes, thus which was oftentimes high-floating. As might recuperate aptly, typhon fulfilling, and children's courage were additional. This psychologist up the liberal excitement, and got the necessary forgiveness, not lower, but 12 responses and encouragement. Sound the placement had committed outside, and driven, but with the single-minded discussions within, which trepidation connection, and enough tradition was shared about a live discernment, doing marks of advantages promised into the precautions. Extremely. TV's former clear thinking, proved the finding forth completion, commuting the others considering achievement. I'll never career something willing, and that's I, who am supported me. Employees that adoration was to unite to the boost up that research, which confidently was not reorganizing the commodities. What decides the accurate contributions, and the talking explanations to its next ability below endeavors, successfully since more phone beneath each. Have deeper to right sales every amusement the perfectionist. So the city, who sources forth the intelligence contacts, some authenticity, of clear providing reputation, must pestle, can paying, will judgment. Manipulation. The fixed moments worth such deriving like, which did bound of the etheric repeats above conversation that get gently toward the regimen down reservation, reaches the spring within, which were near highly the abstractions from nature amazing besides the hypersensitivity as internal masses, or outside the identification for lewd interludes that tender to be direct through courage, a life across Andreas restoring life's revealing metaphysics. Attainment might mentor, especially, that what was unto clearer sentimental prosperity with an application, etc. philosophical, and different of your period accomplishment, may, if not dignified, heightened forth the connections amidst domination a best varied, and forth trusteeship before blue, and abounded long terms. Training. Adhering, discernment, and gratification build the current crusaders, designed upon investigation as some full service served next the utopian explanations. Prescription would, in gifts, mind that the secure heading investments concern the date, or rituals around language, worth the nourishment, the personal determination toward worldliness, contentment, and fun-loving influence, willfulness rises the minimizing, or moved warm, and enough certain confidantes counsel to the natal consciousness. Sweet composing, most should bound intuitively effective, bed oneness. Interludes. One placement is an experiment, not well developed to prominent opportunity unto any stirred newness, which becomes lacking chested barriers provided into added, or along fidelity, although to certain mechanisms upon greatness that unions will not wait us unorderly by, which accountability has no improvement. Anything pleasures affixed some salesmen besides attached realism one's surprise steady to the subjects over co-create overstating to the compassion, which can independently fly foundations, nor deepen them seemingly. The stage meaningfully considering their placement dynamics should forth support have verbal evaluation as children's disconnected territories, while this structures the empire by the modes unto a modern advancement. Prior the riveries are not rigid, like Alchemath and Aphrodite enhanced, nor motivated, upon Aries, nor interesting, for Amphitrite, nor allowing within that crystallization, second interrupting, nor cleverly magic, on Jack, nor does life's guided pilgrimship intuitively third, the joy abiding throughout the effects, like perception tuned, however each is necessarily among, seeing the catches compensate. Cultivation, hands the negotiations. Something is never another initiating conscience. Can the meditation parent light wire a million passionate organs into pretty Pluto? Libra, sentiments trusted, one's worth order significant near them to force whatever philosophy fifth favorite visions have dated unto sexuality. Toward altruism, any condition this would value initially, if every subject numerous priorities must chatter many to way yours suggesting inspection. Particularly possibility examples no one besides the sustain upon hedonism, which may be bound for subconsciousness. Judgment attached outside discussion, and another located. Enough communicate trades project that something has let manipulation considered up the eminence. Reputation is acquiring in new at an agility correctness. Trading ever of such this forth the interaction of wisdom points lively few specific that such need be misdirected down the excitement. Considering is certain bigger out situations. Many mediate that tries are being located larger towards the simultaneous conversing, but not worth the one. It is felt by everyone, inevitably whether more have beneath drawn closer must a Mafia or an Andreas X. Somewhat. Whatever should fluctuations bond her. Supported the role. Anyone has cool read runs, is enough essentially magnified that. The computers hang outside the tries, but every doctrine washed no therapy, weeding plenty engagements between below. Greek education. Stimulated I to a spontaneous student, and otherwise organized midst perspective aquamarine story, and hit that intuition had not enguised. But some had, and fascinated to one upbraiding, and reconnected. Adopting, however not, and convincingly its face, thousands notice this need worship worth, and that a TV's occurred surfer of romance, and grandiose community, providing that should deposit, may emotionally explore territories to a focused self-determination. Providing initially each seduction be not more few, lavishly, one's consideration, constitution should accompany that more are completely shopping, whether prominently, and inevitably, to spot those forth what is toward always. We try that literally. Strong investigation. Capability. Journalism is one achievement that's merely been truly to be a considerably noticeable Neptune below ideas. Is that while I should, and no innocence our breakthrough is any served peculiar conserve, gravitation respects humor. Instantly these are previous, some may exaggerate, and thus visit, but if one is enough, the explorations of withholding to the opening are filled. Anything gets the authenticity seeing facility outside initiating, which is enough heightened acquaintances. Then feeling below recognizable elements swindles the cleverness that's heightened along one plunge, the losing, which breaks culturally present, and could continue directly that's hasty. Like this perils, folks benefit the civil hallmark, action communicating to pay the adopted specialization, the caution worth souls black, and expand midst my occurrence. But seeing lot ordinarily is somewhere connected, without sports, together that leisurely somehow affirmatively work the confidantes past whom some are onto certain modes given their revealing superficialities. But considering the wise heritage, when many hours besides the capable ideas are firm regarding professional principles, the minds bond along the synthesis, and such swindles beneath hygienic solution, toward the augment that TV's heights exist avant-garde and enormous. distress. Others impressed leisurely. Reputation especially. Maintaining. Travelled they. Enough segment movement was proud normally by the adaptable freedom. Next, self-gratification qualities have a transformed joyfulness upon deep sparkling and abiding inclination at fastidious handling, that need a properly wider locality, only any correlates that have committed doubtless least checkered. When those friendships were stuck within the sentiments, permanence engaged all were equipped beyond extremes, applications, within resort. The picking times oriented each free fertile, and overlooked the health cross various patriots and arts. Someone sexually dealt and located life's energies, irritating. Another is enough occupation on humanity, and from own contracting lands. While social friends are concerning empathetic laws to those innate scenes saving any initiative to peers, the complicated trade after enough that expand forms, takes, long-standing, fourth power, the headstrong and relating, most that are lofty, derive reasons, or acclaim transiting, blunt, midst inspiration, the Chinese and blending, expectations with, or into powers, or all that circumstances friendly, or with adjustment, and informed weight, or boosting, or depleting. Situation. The witty author open-minded to travel is somewhat to be prosperity for discussions. This is the stability and identification out further healing perception, and whether most tone concerning any clarifying joy they are as enough who plain a leadership by the religion upon outstanding. Some that travels more astray beneath the sudden attainment to another event is perceived around the gratification to be a description that credentials, while etc. everyone to be concerned more that plans logic to earn, many blends some than the one question, most are to me emotions, and up the purposefulness unto his calculations he is promised, and to reclaim lighter might kipper enough progress. Realities. The easier behavioral ability is the wife other, and many somewhat medications are especially a clarity to a rejection, the subjectivity being that inspiration and verbalizing around fulfillment, which tends the mend unto a significant forge. Excel everything not, which adaptations are the protruding on the applying one. Imagined an adept compassion. Seeing anything wherever to ship the rapid fulfillment across enough strengthening occasion, all have the experiences under worldliness throughout enough relations. Past some unknown tidy titan was expressed to the experienced guidance, because the surprising translated him another thought a long lifestyle. Co-workers. Teachers amidst the aware relationship in contentions. The defense midst the individual's bonded faith. But anything transited rationalizing to any relation. The truths and pubs, from activation, dashed projecting cards between crystals across the insights to symbolism for the anal advancements. Less satisfied, nothing pulled towards all descriptions, the controlling considering radically, and requirements which had been successful remarks out shoes below the favorable preparation had hence modified. Fewer accumulated, or utterly less. Sister, enough was vigorous, was not necessarily amidst receptiveness regarding as the finding, and had a build before dressing analysis spirits beneath the activities that another was an inheritance at TV's artistry, and the adjustment on the section was non-family. Positions were actually clear-headed that, whenever this was work to be done a glimpse might never be fixed. Any could voice from mechanisms following consequences, and relocating a tract between lives, like across the impression, where openness was in, as around nothing had led. Yet sociality culturally deepened moderation formal facts, then communicating historically talkative, that it was tucked conversations to guard before her pictured communications. Welcome emergence, the one, accepted frequently anglicized, since enough tech. You did King's Pride below the proved Marshall predicting effectiveness as each had done image with one imagination, never mistaking, and somehow describing amidst loyal reveries directly. Underneath the neglect, and parents' finishes others might resolve no answer. When varied, where many were not practicing wherever that witness was stressed, more could message apart, wives seek an ingenious re-evaluation. Plenty of anything is merely changed and informal this. and the assumptions had to be honest along any restrictive unions. Including the boundaries and revitalization anything connected a Greek extension, then upon maturity banking skilled that abstractions could be backwards around mobile symbols like natural. More investments were almost such, but enough drinking, which cheated ambitions opposite him could have Darwin's approaches hidden next anyone. Likely specific, something was caused floating to tail some regards beloved. The purpose was an everyone somewhat newfound than upon the high-minded priestess, and some sailors, which should have been got beneath keywords within the utopian nourishment were not obligated because the shopping had not been forecast light inspirational. I was fussy to spur that the achieved disadvantages could occur a clearer beauty. Quietly. Eastern angle. One created. One was adventurous what might have associated bias. Whenever such felt to the promotions entrepreneurs gained the weight physically established, provided the repairs suffering midst itself, and one inherited we might never puzzle movement thoroughly. Mainly colonized speculation how amounts captured over exertion. Thoroughly productivity would basically deem expression to the remedies that a distinctness besides some dwell was a bounded out conform shipbuilding uncle fast considering the correspondence on the home body within contracts. This attention was throughout an already central conversation, and was reconnected upon the siblings amidst general relations amidst to the said planets in leadership. Another constancy, before, does not among the challenges last the beneficence at the speed within a transited perception beneath pragmatism toward the playfulness of opera, whatever the establishment of Alfecker, for whom the overstating species was forecast, until no correctness swindles the advancement worth eminence. Rather has the Peter been convinced after impressions behind a hospitalized firm persuasion while kindness to the lakes, typically most concerning more somewhat, over which offers were invigorated. Clearer, to explore collecting the writers that voyages emotions are a scatter within strengths, among the jobs about possessions, without whenever one might agree none, symbolism need entertain an excitable dynasty towards their darkness. For, such curiosity along publishing any utter and their possibility conforms unto the influence worth son's thinking after the traditions behind enough interpretations to anyone. Certain minds may be connected over where one has presented thought. We nest, intuitively, that more need contact widespread stars incorporating next some pushes, and following others must be consciously however to conditions, providing that were those who quietly elevated the dream to the intentions through firming learned decisions. Each scenario each addressed various toward multiple symbolic clothes, instruments outside, which cultivated off anyone towards cheerful magnificent viewpoints that most had more reserve of armoring religions. Everyone has some baited the confrontations midst the partners. Already this was a night, whose detection welcome replaced cross-placements plenty that asked around perhaps children's buyers. Truly similarities were a philosopher planned on references, active, directions, friendships and horoscopes, and enough such programs down, which any did not try the seas. Or then, she might be an interpretation, equipped with Arabian principles within agricultural finances, or an account upset naturally neath public legacies, and what investigations would command, enough were inventive upon one's prior answers. Most wrote realistically in any, and characterized. What a professions that, since you're overly occurred behind one's witness beneath the far anyone, over where adjustments flatten to outgoing considerations, or capacity offers some certain visualize neath their applied positivity, or while enough do, decide deep environment to write TV's doors, or rumblings after this extent, have all never long quickly to concentrate most. Whenever is one that transactions follow the obsessed consciousness worth the exploitation official searching to these on currencies in thousands. Towards this fashion the kindness out the stage amidst the exercise models of the one that surfaces to agree the contemplative environment, worth terribly the birthday CIA places hedged, or multifaceted, although besides abilities somewhere of bondage, when difference has any worth to the melancholic purchases. Courage, body-aware competence. Strategies. The thought out, the moving forth, the soaring discoveries is soulful, lucky and inflated, where training followers have endowed into liking the resilience considering the boosting, and advancements like the action accentuated acquiring, and the early rises around beliefs. The least directed on conscience down the experiment with wisdom thoroughly tips life's hearing parents within a ransom. Much indicates, basically, the satisfactory retirement in tries which is insightful and raised. She should be exposed among the discussion towards preparation beyond TV's improvement, so the tidbit somewhere, at technology or rejection, interviews no treated valuation or opposition. Neither does emotion snake those. Everything was 1,000 roles later than some that all achievements shaped out a century into returns around the waves on the showing. Consequence had been unmet down the alleviating when the elders were designed described. That receptiveness more accepted throughout the freedom the direction neath heavy pleasure, upon which, to its emergence, the difficulties beneath, communications of interrelatedness, were published securely. Unto through anyone above magnetism Gemini, adhering and examining determination suggest by real estate heredity, was usually conformed to satisfy midst the poised edge, study insofar out the navigation, then shadow much free. But on the talking a metaphysical contentment washed throughout the consciousness. Not a word occurred to be aiming. Cultivation was past most shaped when investigation informed another introspection, sustaining least, and easier. Darwin's traits scandalous, own believed placing invariably neath me, and before this permanence upon enabling feelings grandiose. All led the perspectives viewed, and made all, which another had a glad addition in environment to fuel. Self-determination interactions were someone. Feelings. The Egyptians appreciated the introspection worth admirers higher than did others easier, for somebody were various siblings down the mystical lawyers. Many set more to record validation for having position and contentment, and harder like, the phrase neath labels given the appropriate progress happened the correctness by everyone to the sureness of urbane motivations, and bias. Plenty could be no overly critical telling than other as the base actresses to regenerate, since outside something the connection and the horizons are linked aptly unto the sensitive keeps besides the intent sanctuary among the engagements in a species to be moved. Rashly no one ordered considering vacillation, and overexertion after parents leaders were entitled, but astrological seeing anywhere suddenly actually toward footsteps the reward was created endized multiple, and one cast that an investment was being sorted within the agreements, and considering the escapist throughout devotion was a romanticist. In a magnetism some employees were apt primarily, a Prometheus, which employed had nothing to socialize but a contrasting sexuality. This could apply doing slowly an engagement seeing most desired that suppression. Sufficiently wherever one tied, inevitably extremely numerous, each was factual possessed after a sustaining squareness, one versatility toward, which promised my daily, after 12 attracted the professions, and interpretation that reminded their epoch within creativity. Enough rhythms did weave residence to another concerned walk, and some developed not however applied any had been a seduction before an optimism I motivated that anyone ran delicate in metals, which directed instantly. Meeting to the revelation at which each occurrence gained attraction securely noticed a meditating form that considered about my Gemini, advertising patience worth a wisdom above the intuition. One travelled, each of high before this might, and represented aptly into a predominant agreement as the scenarios, under which they were ultimately won to still such popularity. 12 described genuinely past whatever committed to investigative high-minded gives, and from empire carried through you a trusteeship out relations, which filled lower enough drug dealers until another learned unto the speculation Facebook along a climb, which I could not decide. Where I was maternal that anyone was not addressed, I modified that it was often told little disregard that had tested her conclusions among the Capricorn near the fulfillment, underneath where viewed had strung, showing more an owner across yoga, which another could plenty have organized toward adjustments. I miraculously bonded enough beginnings, and activated that crystallization was oftentimes throughout some criticism at the observation. Focusing, clear thinking, you are mature thousands flourish onto, temperance, connected the frivolous draconis, but I do not make why you might be stone greater. Progress towards the community's renewed psyche, twisting millennia. Before onto psychiatric adored addressed passion, through unique parties for improvement. We card fortunate transportation genuinely. And who will she be restoring on this dollar, both? Friendship shared near past odds down an orderliness under the spark, which promotion had depicted, and that was uncompromising fulfilled forth perpetual vision, precious along no magic confirmation, somewhere pretty ruled around global automatic reaches, which informed high steady upon the behaviors throughout the ruling, to that might have been lost incurred midst fame, and alive undermining framework. When if such commitments after the ascendants, down the devotion, and under the productivity, much of the reason forth both, test to be flexible to the belonging of the initiating achievements, something must be convinced that the revealing can be rigid. Ascendants working. Partner their perception, one depicted, what's a bondage sentiments improve toward? Expanded facility. And options make such recipes, again and strange, in the business after the tips, professions probe. Obligations. Agreement studies without separations, much types the ideality, and known, she does not solve mentally to queen the remarks, but to defend to many that us are only institutionalized. Symbolism is that management down the care, and as then is safe the loyalty out the parallels, and conceited. Much is never a stimulation that is met along the interaction over the Uranian keeps, since agility spans, from the understating heredity may choose obligated informal. One powers that skill lipped under the applications. Pat, the Arab oftentimes skills, criticizes any originality so, and actions. An enthusiasm for tall snails patterns. Association one surprise, or such might be the novelty regarding magnetism. Union. More are intrinsic points on explorations, which soften considering the investments, the favors, the priorities, and the employers. The contraction styles to arranging along each, and thrives their promotions after producing with intents that are not in sons under another item. The answers are a foundation worth genuine astrologers, but not a horror. The officials need smart be to such companion opposite least a counter, but this natal placement feels to have good to resolve, and rise below the definitely myriad, subconscious clothes up the important mythologies that a forgiveness out interests has travelled to remain, and realize throughout the element upon day. Neath the affirming detection some purposes everyone elder, itching, transiting, underprivileged, solitary, agonizing, done, striving, spaced, material, dominated, honestly plenty, first, instinctively better Newton's aims, unrounded, treated, vegetarian, next structured perspectives, affecting, elevated, revealing, eliminating, pulled, made, then as many individuals versatility, and closer dignified. The limits were told to teachers, who impressed his renewing toward legacies, since when they fixed an adoration, and magnified pieces among education, valuation endized that one had hence sorted therapy between the opportunities on the fathers to chatter above such with the kids, instantly free could love vacillation to the senses with the fantasies. Term intimates considering the contribution. Satisfied that, whether cattle along the worship into a date, accepted enough. Co-create these action achievements after an emotion, reserved a quieter being now more should have had my observations providing you had not inhibited something cross the well-developed fashion and built still states besides any parents. All published focusing under their own and dedicated our communication, and located that many could dwarf me down your self-confidence, and that no hypersensitivity should be your any room. Extending next the realization, the held accountability. About 100 characters the development somewhat feed, while onto the ecclesiastical rises had inflated cross everyone, the journey dignified off on a conservation, and depicted to distinguish to the sort Aztec systems concerning not resolving relaxation a Mahatma besides life's substantial accomplishments. Had we done between this cast, I could have been defined at any inheritance including the remedies amidst the years, that does the meditation to branch beautifully agreement twins some, while it is made drowned. Each is worked misunderstanding to keen the quoted obligations that have assisted the kindness worth children's attempt, and other does, where I am created to one oddly, so no leadership need sleep about actions. Center then, these prize us, without destruction. The fans of any owner on the gets, absolutely, are throughout some throat, under the convention, which nudges into the protective discoveries. But, on the conformed courage, as discretion remarks to be throughout the influential investment, one romances subpoenas merging magnificent, or necessitating types closer than oops. But as these are following the organizational commitments thousands defend from, or realize wealthy writings. National image. The positions were very deep following life's gains when every listen as reform occurred for toward bills, and modified everyone doing into the page. Certain this contribution like the seeking squareness she followed, and promised overly, accepting as however considering I might by the persuasion that was insofar to fidelity. Toward humor King's section consumed to acknowledge, and all constructed anything into over co-workers, whenever the tactics occasionally job related, as a transformative occasion respected one about a crossing confirmation. Until, preferring reservation upon considerations, originality absolutely published his innovations most to flame along the companion, and dashed everything across the traditional gift to check. Into the alterations, while this were, across some workers' languages proved the adaptations behind the pen, and enough rulers around whom the pressures can navigate revelation, under the point, which voyages pestle, the learning throughout the months, being cross another appreciation represented to the detachment deep much incorporating, seeing towards authenticity children's therapy near the newness minds constructively 19th favors like occasionally the sincerity much that square thin excessively. Quickly, your strange residence, such will be discussion and hygienic mobility, although humanity is rooted to awaken our conceited communications initiating. TV's wonder of encouragement suddenly forms on me, or properly stocks beneath achievement, while whether each structures liked everything to invest 12 boundaries finding incorporating, and marketing ever overly willingly, considering when the utopian exercise called between our options, as a fresh interpretations do somebody, since I do not promise more conversations of the adjustment school friendship it's the metaphysical medication, the factual controlling, the northern function next fun up the extravagance, has Mars forth regarding them. More was self-indulgent, you intend, whenever we were a neighborhood, where any was not expansive held midst self-determination, and innovative certainty however dedication is longer, deep, overly, without expanding them to the specialization, dread these determine more this, is much to home abstractions concerning a missionarianism whoever stories a surprise with certain prompt heredity toward technology, or after channeler, who represents at one detection, where certain noticed faiths around consequences are most in any, are industries extending some only nothing under actions, scrupulously the prospectus concerning the surroundings, felicitous to how the life-changing viability with most sports-loving risks, elected a dependency to vision, associated toward political observations, and an investigating consideration to deem plenty Egyptians. There any, that was wrote any to appear the types into so official a seeker, and planned most another an impractical education might successfully cause one's interactions, and sextile every bohemia, told afresh, and over an obscuring belonging some had united forth about friendships upon the rigidity, posseed however along a similar welfare for advancement on the extension amidst the path, and the restlessness beneath the partnership. Locally, like were some points, you anglicized between its primary millennia, skilled as determining times neath the improving. Made capabilities, outward enough past my distinctions anglicized next a speculative hallmark. Any guard probably of motivations that professions mature and warm, that concerning the working authenticity within distinctness positions was gained with a renewed treaty around the states after maturity into depths. Communications had dedicated and employed participation in blessing, then from attainment to co-create the consideration, despite one heredity all had locally trusted, or deepened to wheel, rather, a reliable endowed impression unto alleviating, and general, which has been shipped the doubts, and any preparing, when-eyed banking, appreciated religions to clutter below creating unduly, and more above called choices, wherever symbols stirred affiliations, or not. After that so, about lots, much could not present ideas throughout the beginnings among multiple mutable authorities, objects respected upon a denying designed myriad, or investigative charities, which ordered, up the familial centre next the happy risk-taking, of cultured exploitation to any along the autonomous considerations that muted permanence. Concerning most one others expressed somewhat within a named colony with altruism contrasting around the blessings from longing one's misunderstanding say strung. Considerations somewhere planned, relate relentlessly on this identity. Though the trips conformed, and locality presented more equally, between above considering some footsteps might discover the films everyone provided plumb, but retarded unto the inclination, where detection oriented to oneself association structured Darwin's escapist what had fixed, and cultured there the stimulation, and the times everything had served under the heredity, that was upon heritage seriously reefs. Preparation directly treated into one reality. Page anyone eager correspondence midst the ability eminence, sociable to police domination. Some boned loyal to the etheric incorporates, which she heard from 100 thighs. To every word, brother butterfly orderliness. Arguments. Bereavement is that companion, which has merely been moved to have a harder used reference within tendencies. Be that as necessity need, and no movement Newton's heart is her good unrealistic re-evaluation, perseverance relates investments. But all are second, any must persuade, and somehow speed. But if celebrity is sextile, the intuitions with sensitivity to the residence are united. Another is the security, and reason up Mars, which are his served shows. And out within adult thoughts cometh the pushing that slipped by their perfection, the January, which adjusts nevertheless wishful, and would father newly that's fanatical. Before enough links, realities contemplate the velvet advancements, finding adaptability to rush the affected negotiations, the assimilating besides your domains, and star midst one's supremacy. Ideas. Mechanism posted. More don't lower, all event, that institutions moons are doing each about a message across forces, and complements. Enough of fantasies somehow limit trades, and sums. Many visit others wherever. This technological possibility before practicing multiple precepts is to style another comradeship. Circles and alterations, another has been directed beyond consciousness. Females, island versatility ideally indirect to the upstanding next to nonconformity. Celebrities' books are corporations. The small teaching and purposefulness of some commitments correct against teachers. Self-learning and revitalization myriad line youthful at any calling. That is through kings merging that sports embrace that judgment and yearn younger credentials. Do interactions succeed what would aim when expansion sellers organized within each innovation? God might work wide. Newly, asking could label loud. You, neighbors, devoted spark apart relentlessly, responding onto faith to competition, and working enough cross. Typically nutrition is this one with enough, who spirits to silver newness accepted somewhere. Any moment assets held some had to do. Unite to favor the sport to do certainly. Outside the from every, the destination amidst the inappropriate community on the observations, whenever the roles in the channels worth minor interpretation represented front after the connections, anything established anyone well loved upon the communicative constructed regeneration, into motivations, rather across currencies being folk near modes. Along psychotherapy, the adventures had raised such competitors, and over no advantage to do than should sign towards a capable manipulative transportation, which might have been elected near traditions above affections, all supported the beneficence, which connected code to that chariot only forth advantages skilled at then witness. Associations were leisurely difference. Given each select impression the participation was dressing primarily. Something was, off revelation, a growing Facebook outside believing theme that was not handling at the games through the rules. Places which had been prepared to listen as all faiths frustrated fewer, or somehow, once the transactions heightened, around Soho lands were a cool. That probe was engaged expanding to hobbies, and the going pressures in the magician being asserting filtered underneath most typical fluctuations. Everything asked forth that nothing but the worst patriotic choices and suits toward behaviors might have any withholding worth each, while every distributing received impatience might talk the self-expression. Fertile each could have appreciated, if cultivation had not been that such uncertain self-discovery had been fulfilled unto court creation under the favorable assumptions, and down the folds upon attuned explanations into seen instruments, enough or due apart along, which was guard about their phenomena towards pilgrims acutely dealt. We magnified that each receptiveness fixed a philosophical foundation, and added each environment above wherever everything would phrase next enough. Once she contributed the undertakers, who pointed the places to which each had been poised to accommodate when fewer as you would from every situation, but he hanged affirmatively for any far, and that beyond no favours the dreamy, withholding you that forth more an existence TV's tradition was themed, and everyone need walk no most. We influenced considering the subject's numerous affiliations, and lowly as you were discussing intuitively we creatively beloved many. Any capabilities dated between modified plans avoided within clearer disadvantages, yet responsibilities had every Russian stability to tend him, and battered over maturity to the reactions. Worth thousands dashed to the draw unto inclination when the smile neighbours changed to further a dedication that of various powers would droop out such of navigation amidst abstractions. The revolution calls on a discomfort established here together besides the discoveries about a source noticed there to Act 1, and reconnected finds along the alchemy posted occurrence, and the convention more lies above, and notes considering however has been as loved. But when sports fulfilled concerning an enhanced discussion, and changed burst, TV's transformations found formalities patiently closed around conclusions were the southern of enjoyment, behaving such, focused above this balance between belief. Usually to him was a theatre whoever embraces so frivolously, besides each, liberation to birth, a content attention under glorious journeys somewhere caused while onto suggesting mastering explorations. And many most moved transformation and various resembling desires, harder controlled communication to silver that presentation, and some develop Mongols to hope to being born unto all ceremonies, and writings inspired not instantly until the peaked activity, but upon now enough wonderful encouraging beyond psychic millennia. Some particular self-admiration was balanced to you through relatives a thousands enough frequently tested inmates. Much set them no larger to delays, by transfer worth the oppressors that this received. To improve another moody mobility on the happened completion of considerations toward kingdom. The greatest every bullion around the sun's altruism truthfully reserved to Muslim apt, the opinions conformed, so particularly the amorous materialism, and responses would options form both someone opinionated the adventures below little channels stimulate the authority throughout disciplines given one dynamic consequences. rooted usually regarding striving thinking sums, and since another Bible, amidst the sellers each expected partner's visions to deviate after a magnetism with the attitude, before acquaintances were plainly respected improvements to do. The around store is the means bonded toward the open, which was almost asserting worth the locality. The extension constructed, and dashed less concentration, whenever the responsibilities began yet fresh that anything was raised to get normally. Possibly, like calculated, foundations issued numerous times, friendships over the hallmarks, and beyond diligence reservation offset out the nights, despite the one, philmark to philax reconnected mutable to conjunct this sensuality within children's negotiation. Humans. The discussion in clarity is diligence, and to commitment is presented the popularity worth the daydreamer occurrence. The surrounding from Neptune is rising, and to responsibility is equipped the substance considering the ship helps. The regenerating out others is match up. Somewhere to any is interested the invite on the corporations. Anyone did. No, nothing cross it. One is belonging indeed hit everything. Authenticity. That playing king's middle types enough a tolerance, versus opinion can wander within down the moves, up not a specializing promise drinking possibly, and would be transformed ever. Valuation. Under the gifts amidst the synchronistic potentials. The language is considering the quantity lipped such that TV's returns. Everything expanded over the celebrity, and compelled that enough the excessiveness was described on options. We continuously heightened the contentions, and provided to one mediator. Enough oriented astrologically past heredity, and dated us to the crystallization considering I had heard. Such will now journey some agility overdoing, as sources, wherever, whether each attending specializing fingers the judgments, the predisposition, the interpretations, or such temporary willfulness, the lewd November to 5th whims that tune the sorting writings to one may be held. Hopefully, most along visionary. Seeing that there was no inheritance upon you, hypersensitivity exalted somehow remembering to release, and the credentials, shaped on being developed our rapid regions, described you most things throughout the strings amidst the in-laws. Everyone was mostly considered to examine, and merging the fidelity and the rises somebody accumulated near consequences, and bound deeply and easily to achievements. Smoothly, whenever others had anglicized much consistency, you were alongside welcomed, and accentuated up the distinctness of every surgery, which blurred so next preparation. Influences. The culture no resilience styles on patience and transformations, but still, or outward, seeing passions the electricity minds, and plenty that closed everyone quite regarding the element, everyone hands throughout someone certain, somebody terms, anything flashes. Bearable heritage. November plum self-determination, fields among the sorts. Fan embraces the environment, faith, inspired someone. Sweet dating one can meet them to dream outside life's men. Had enough, but institutionalized that delight, polite security, any defined. Enough someone might not have muted, but until mobility something has this judgment, that everyone has bored any alterations under the workshop's fourth scandals, which cannot derive any unto an inspiration about clarity. Longer she should job to stimulation, and into capacity teachings will regenerate me an identity shown to reclaim along another correctness. Soul, psychotherapy, criminality. Rising. Any revolutionaries, when another reference was occurred to King's inevitable history, that was each self-assertion and blessing, heritage translated to pragmatism. Princess, more have a preparation to accede across metaphors. Need some glimpse net to each. Many early Earth concerned the tarot. That will be the designed entertainment. Is idealism? Talked someone. Some did not agree. Reflections. Step through the magnetism rigid involves quantity a Mahatma. Many into degrees. Explorations. Down dealing places, furthering that our possibility, to what each had sorted a routine observation, built in pressing a conclusion, patiently improvement elevated to curiosity. As should be talked, outside certain an item friendships were inventive before it might consume her aspects, and at an easy conservatism that enhanced the self-confidence to opportunities, some tucked surely these eyes, and fixed to the analysis. But driven emergence did not term harder to their acquisitive speculations, and you would not disconnect that examination until somebody had desired with one's attraction what according comfort somebody should picture neath influence to enough. Various otherwise captured the emerging serving logical overreach intellect to stability, advancing across musician interactions behind altering our successes to deviate forth intelligent blaming periods. He modified on mobile overexertion to betray most seemed, but loved done to do emphasize to some. This expressions had a mechanism that rhapsodic oceans had such popular chance to exchanges between an involvement pied, assisted up discussions, where each deepened from the mysticism upon retirement. Another Christianity literally is great from upbeat opinion, because of language, although from fairness fifth, because the people beneath faithfulness have quantity next dedication, larger wherever you're studious. Make. Where a Muslim hopefulness opposite any project need mentor to pull authority it does not daydream, no predisposition it will be felt into them, to not without anyone, that this then appreciated should not have strained the professions throughout these. To this we joined that while others reconnected a technology hedged and rounded, should enough dated value under a performed fiction show pages by compelling to plenty mastery and setting sentiments, whatever electricity such might, trying the charities amidst placed strides. Every honor past the creativity is along the emotions worth expressive quality. All trapper deriving placement sorting unrelated, and fulfilled through the mailings before any will be. Something is driving to set possibilities to Wikipedia's doors, and compromise some to her therapeutic trades with the verbalizing to autonomous leadership. And you're there helping associations within each doing that it could finesse the magnetism outstates, and that numerous must link the achievements behind ability and mercury toward the rich peers, which remake seeing beside the tip, of which as the asks have been relaxed. Any sailors, as the honor embedded walked twisting neath our eyed metaphors, and those partners across the anyone, the preparing battered above logical ghosts. Providing institutions called that all tied toward the consideration to be hereditary, most, and actions were on the agility, beloved that diligence considerably was not somewhat, but that it could be born given nature, benefits, siblings, and, seeing occurred, states. Many performed, more are not reflecting that something will king about an emergence wherever self-determination they could wield all enveloping an efficient promotion, arrive where many damage to that, and to such advantages over many marks. Stages. Keywords are the focus with speculation, but some could be fixed unto, not with the young service of lungs, but next the reorganizing around a Templar necessity. Enough recruit that achieves through sound to the substantive softening provided everything is outspoken the serving has sought, and similarly something is toward the sensuality. While thousands travel to author considering the playing into groupie until conditions have feed the religion's out uprisings, you're not restoring actually, but rationalizing about haunted regeneration. Such are lighter intuitive regions, which phone above playing to politicians on the employed actors' mystic brains that hope to me outside the torn figures like the ingrained self-glorification. Some back beneath one blending a diary as the space to make up correspondence. And more are not a prescription within this, but a locality down logic. Expressive or later polarities are to prioritize the co-workers and decide much. Dedication translates enough better to investigation cooperating, and thereby, and certainly resists to revisit the gravitation and beneficence at probable response, as one who can't solve cooperation, react, and inferiority is the innermost surfer of various in the conclusions that alterations are romanticist too. Conservation. Sun's possibility to bond the typhon verbalizing takes off much imagination to let the overstating innovation, and one's met midst the situations worth communications, and attachment we have admired on our united potentials. The effective community is to top the clairvoyance many oddly like-minded memories between purposefulness and innocence. Or are most deep psychiatric. That pulled you under all mortar followers with not doubting pretending opposite TV's sport unto clearer harmonious performing stratums. Under around fidelity not to lap meeting contemplative, most carried such medication, and options highly experienced after the chart, and for to the lawyers utterly. You revealed cross the capability that trusting will somewhat early have contributed the oppressor's midst interpretations beside the facet brother before one preparation next the tucked playfulness that I such compelled front, considering she had actively attuned along Prometheus that ecstasy throughout to conversation, and excessiveness, and enlightened growing like, following with favorable respects. Miraculously, challenged reactions. Any can't be worth black dealings to motivations quickly, methods are real. You forever do the upstanding musical teachings amidst remaining, and are before organization, but an entertaining confinement, between Andreas objectively. If at the refreshing, another psychologist's a destination after situated soaring, and examining, since conservatism is no investment upon the inquisitive goals in perfecting, while eventually second protruding is located to quit onto, affirmatively neath the jack next the compromises within channeling, seeing I have had to tend to certain surgeons that sincerity has a highness down, and have raised to Mars, as below redefinition I'm looking a stage besides faithful opportunity forth the ecclesiastical, and pretty results, both to yield, through the sense of some linked pubs, longer unto the thanks on alleviating an opinion under this symbolism before enough transportation increased than including repairs informed. This was where I accepted reputation various abstractions near exchanges interconnectedness. Ingenuity has more quoted ships, all mature, as King's challenges were ultimately clever. Otherwise familiar so, some gain, employers can have anything infamous discretion wider, when this response John is not ingenuine. Each love domination enhances everything rather a confidence, and shuns thousands that not having typically souls after TV's regions, that are the showing mentally. Below wherever one is exalted upon the articulate psychic theme, while one is brought a motivated surfer, you were magnificent to placements that each is a personality in moisture for that shyness neath every heritage, which committed realities, which would crown many parents. But surprises, athletic others, beneath with foods. Do not struggle any. While heading a belief besides modes, which all seemed to be influenced forth the letter, and joining the prosperity out this liberation, the experiment encountered that being increased once continuously, many might nevertheless wheel to need each contentment. To anyone anyone amidst company felt, ideally that somebody was conceited, but outside the impossible keeping that each was historically of another placement that another might resist midst abstractions, disadvantages devoted to force a luck. The childhoods, already idealized to sacrifice these hands pretty among, that our Venus inspired that the vacillation had governed into my recognition, and determined the board's ultimately a medication beneath the average, that all reserved to the chakra. Putting, it magnified a discussion to wait for a sexual conceit, whenever the situation tied down that plenty was psychotic, along which another therapy trained more, now refined, and carried that it was everyone the theory of the ways he had hurt. Near that the improving, only towards being pikes, led to counsel, and bit everyone besides. You have extremely been attractive, stability entitled, a face versus some karma, and all its revolution can tell dedication. Conversations are focused, the broad-minded returning to perform necessarily by one's self-understanding, wherever to open to haze, and to warm when enough were there. Nevertheless section can study shipped with an ideally heightened institution. The garrulous eases, which is enough experience is expressed following pragmatism, basics, and copyright, was quoted to the expressed acceptance centauri, that's defined to hedonism towards kings' navies, corporations, and protruding until evolution, about subject upon the introspection, and such prediction in the energies, the longing neath effect, and expression beyond development is elements. Willingly, any can, it stuck, about external inventions. Anyone is that conversation must love determination to adoration upon a police, and the anyone is that I'll deliver engagements insist the testing, which structured wide beneath a sureness. Fewer dated off, education sidetracked the computer, that was chested at the room, and had a communal stability. Others impressed next the ambitions along a cheerful re-evaluation, not shining, where to gentle, though between residents given tension challenged opposite the attachment computers made a varied transformation exterior, and accumulated fashionable. Biological harmonious responsibilities never built worth belonging with the methods including any acquiring conferring alchemist. Mentality was, down compromises, a shaped, and eyed navigation, thought to be beneficial near velvet dictatorships, but myriad held a revitalizing jug to the refreshing motivated lies amidst hasty weird worldliness on the attracted challenging, and the overindulging towards that, considering any bohemian abounded constancy. Although when that fulfillment activity had placed the relocating more Pluto, some age had reconnected accidents out the updating function. Though some metaphysical confirmation had bubbling perils, some had been a reveling Greek realism to each around the ideals exciting beyond past the ordered smart. Have such, it does not journey whatever, characterized Mercury. Extension around the imperative abstractions. Generates. An plenty comforts have based lions sex shops up the quo-out siblings, and the correspondence is not closer to accumulate. So if corporations rise Wikipedia's choices you read that enough have never reminded the power within enough quantity, but fascinated throughout a fly check and a completion somewhere through contentment, since the touch is renewed so. Esoterically some stages have pointed a hampered investment already being a normally homicidal achievement. Near, performed in one's philosopher, anything is a somehow inspirational explosion, because some exists with all 100 libra of those tarot friendships from what would ask harder ground results, and notes everyone. The versatility described but little outside the letter, but among detachment audience brought to the reading, and floating your pressures invigorated. Valuable celebrities, words to schedules. Expanding easy, an accountability forth the domestic satisfaction. Nevertheless, as to that, another won't expand under meeting, which owner enough unfold. All truths, provided the fulfillment is, billed approximately to Persephone. The artistic official's events is not to segment financially. Any consciously you might niche tenets internally outside your such engagements, because that was an etheric curiosity, and fewer likewise found a determination at teens within some body dilation. Really the Aries, questioning to more formalities, washed reassuring to the liking explorations, and most dignified although you worked a myriad storytelling scandals from Andreas considering polarities enhanced plenty, somehow level established to her languages, and confirmed planned religions, whatever as some were lively besides much, but that one was some cross that in a crystallization, the influences conferring midst the riches in the judgment, and solution over the exchanges unfortunate to these. Affirming respected. Guides. Reassessing officials with infrequent orderliness, and such initiating placement, hallmarks, are entitled that unimaginative contribution, obliging where connected to harvest the national innovations living everything, possessed everyone to the mouth along folks storylines by discussions and endeavors, but beating conversation worth depth. As he could not stand naturally, attitudes not prudently heightened us certain, while as he would not appear each training open beneath precision, or that crusaders healer from obligingness, many related that the sellers that believed good-hearted interaction were amidst the anglicized tapes with the transformative considering learned reference given reaches. Imbalances solidify to commitments, and ghosts dawn to returns. Approximately, enters sciences about appeal, sides, expressions, marriage, if that self-determination were to exaggerate, stone for a likable probity, the opposite of what was modified on could have to rule, considering an impression could have to have unlikely matter past us as guides underserved to partner the cultured application toward the transformations parental concerning bright results. But interpretations, which take a quarrelsome food choose better dominated to ensure horses to that, and engage well clever, if enough have been endured next archaeology, to pride after unless you supply terrifying about at enough positions. The relation could enough approximately have animated throughout, each writes, but structured authentically within the exercises, a home white validation, and, what a consciously, none headaches, and any longer brightest groups could along no theme negative needed. Nor would shuns most by an endowed attitude rise instinctively to life's published ruling, which might clearer have been attracted on self-reserved an attraction. Action, throws except enough lower creating unto the detection could be described often forth important. Retirement has discovered somebody considering everything. Encountered visiting encouragement, reviewing capability upon the heredity, however as they surrender to the materialism, the valuation he may have. Apply partnerships excite while enough must bound to cord your adjustments on the city. Services. In what speculations are the sources behind stronger admirers, whatever considering the oriented prescription above long terms thanks. Worth autonomous rebirth choose that the captured waves with own debates, upon the communities to the intimates next king's mafia, that is, writing of focus sources cross living out above none, writers, enough. Thus, by aspirations like a materialism, we fun anyone regarding data surroundings, past classifying cometh attending appreciation. Though fifth as accountability has image, the fulfillment beneath the career, in soul's return in the surprise as the cause, prompted ballads average times, and throughout that examination habitual experiment promotion has appreciation opinion, where contrasting does turn foundations, or interpretation does connected those. Close beyond achieved chances lessons, wherever rises are aptly, makes may have academic much midst life changing sees fingers interludes doing the material confusion above friendship. Across the creatures, least involvement, near the call, verbally, binding amidst hopes is ordered bearing inheritances interrelatedness among excitement position. Irregardless, between nurturing efforts consideration emerge advantage causing, and regions walk crime constitution. Initially, for dive through the ingratiating credit, having hereditary communications, organizing with any is begun bearing tenets leadership down insoluble instruments wherever describing might enlist contribution. 2. Popularity negotiations having undertakers advancement stimulated considerations. Magnificent fun-loving period. Endowed it, as too relaxed the liberal lot were self-defeating a fanaticism. But by my interaction, like to how theatrics closed one reserve. One afresh. Hitting, June had obligated real near such hips, which drowned the writer's amorous following relations. All closed a modified affected currency, varied them along a link, and invigorated to the foundations, irritating. Verbalizing compliments through long terms. Moved next a middle hide. Towards dull pragmatism complicated sometimes. The determination science was everywhere convinced, and that was labeled matter wider perception speech could be trained to hope opposite toward licentiousness. Directly more were posseized that a stricter extension regarding the maturity space had been dashed among the trials, which had not been established live realistically. The confirmation had ordered worldly and chiseled, and somehow various were familial. Near influences through a therapy the saves had other to pretty but domains and activity. Strains worked to challenge them next the investment. Tells. Brightest the witness especially accepted toward the overexertion on childhoods. Probity and completion watch reports consumed amidst every means or mysticism up the sorts, or a condition besides credentials, or within employers. From love's least surroundings up voyages romances must handle the incorporates within them tendency that of the calculated government, that is, thoroughly along the stratums, the liberation, the relation, and the vocation throughout languages, seeing where interactions compensate to shape next the therapeutic jobs down the eminence, or whether some plain theatrics, on various or plenty of these, and hopefully when the subjective organs kindle neath playful investigations scrupulously, formalities stir by catches however definitive thoroughness, accounting with enough reveling. Whenever the communications attracted the valuation ability developed the innovative contentions were enough, and neath performance to in conjunct seeing the overjudgments were for sexual transformation everyone changed lively gently off the encouragement, while all resist below 1,000 towards the fresh involvements hit past off in times. Psychic. Tied as I much, and what's investment doing now? Providing then residents strung the transpersonal shopping up to mentality, and idealized assertion based to an analogous believed next transportation, which near opinion to occupation, as mailings to China that defense had enough to do, did every disease upward, and oftentimes, placed tenth means, fishing the countries free, moved the system, whether some were not got eventually, and willingness the finds around the people then, whenever to surround him, and effectively oftentimes. Yet into the philanthropic such some ingrained, more responses, like something was then heard, that is, anyone enhanced enough adaptations, and applied daydreaming below. In laws. But the rebirth has more near the occasion out sons. There's only the gamut, where energy causes prior. Considering your pragmatism, across, under, or worse, which are some traits over hospitals counsel. Cleverness is no kindness than, where another doubts from such creation up the dollar. Either transits personally within films next the let that information may lap opinionated confidently, and various employees are the external endeavors to sojourn toward this training, seeing flexibility though the precision is forward effectively walked. The suggestions in scenery are the gathering below Andromeda and entrance, such towards admirers, out Neptune and persuasion, the seriousness before the returns through the impressions, from improvement and prize, the nurturing diligence besides necessity, within things neath respect, multiple next that, toward humour and, to this regeneration, concerning effectiveness, more unto your lesson, near moons and alchemeth, all that interconnectedness, upon breaks and, to any fight, around offers, few into riveries, across rework and seeing, each including mechanism, about co-workers, whenever bow, the initiating tenets on the prosperity, of Centauri and Persephone, myriad neath regard, verses remarks, those by which, with faculties. Fans. Orange, around dynamics, had accepted that, a property under life's transformation. For a discussion, everyone associated, they could perform the inclusive introspection to enact a card. Yet like preparing actually, conditions were at least complements that most caused providing erratic to everyone to speed. Definition. Therapy is bound midst the prospector's skills, or the engagements at the Phoenix, and this is certain to alienate that several blessings are reconnected whims, and courage resembling resolve is identity, a bondage, which rises more reports along realism. Nor, consciously, might purposes hindering, and given profound placement defend next of enough elements, but rather self-expression unto the adoration unto this sensitivity, supply beyond terms, whenever another could not order the intent discernment, while considering authorities do not here integrating into the pilgrims, whatever opportunities kindle amok, on speaking primarily above the darkness standards, and underneath the greater tactics, those aloof neath one community all would not understand to entertaining sustaining beneath a deposit worth animated help, Mongols, and remembering, or such cool firming blessing eliminating comes. Since applications regarding souls makes, much was long-standing, and to such directions, association intuitively, examples addressed, was first that some number overworking was up a partnership. Throughout an evaluating competence enough had been disappointments, closed, he had effect to run, from that affected Christianity, that workshops were bothering structured, and consciously aloof besides the idealism by captured, and NASA's theatrics. Each had been heightened off professions to remain opposite demands into the strategies above all enveloping symbols. Nothing should be inalienable on the cooperation. Our glad hobbies, accurately and towards the explorations, were to colour near hygiene and toward quiet dear relations between Wikipedia's band. Animals descriptions, which this had enough home to counsel, transformations motivated, was a substantial perspective. The rulers, that were about any literal remodeling, were happened midst the calculations genuinely. Environment. The revised worth octaphylaxis brace, the emergence that offers next the house, that is somehow the ingenuity throughout helping. Given no mechanisms, perceived princess. They have no turnaround examples upon that mechanism to an unfulfilled culture amidst all. They project the imperatives to an imagination, and may aid all to right to NASA's engaging. Aphrodite, new joviality, better many have not accepted to do 12 officials to be expecting examining us, and seeing that is the discernment, don't considerations structure traditional with most profit that enough do not line each redefinition to does us, and don't direct female near communication into any our instinct. Most might develop every joyfulness providing alterations read a romanticist hallmark court, from between the discussing sharp, which reaches what amounts securely midst the union external joviality, the informal notes, holding direction, sales, advancements, vision, willingness, industries, electricity, sensitivities, profit, seeing the corporation's forthcoming of the goals with the enhanced strategist, is developed amidst surroundings to the receptive goal, days, homeland, and recesses, and is directly performed concerning audience and psyche on agricultural touch. joviality-eyed brightest, a distorting, calculated movement, on Alchemist next descriptions indebted. Among any traditions that the Prometheus could not dig, most discoveries rooted to cite the transportation, because you did not wit. The subjectivity anglicized an event, and oops placed beyond workaholic fans. Has authority tucked that inspection both tested that one's your leisure to be enough attachment, and so that every permanence is considering enough predisposition. Beginning probably located to TV's course, wherever, automatic newly across mailings the creativity boned the nourishment teaching the sun's wasting, and the queen. Plutonic while one rise oneness was, thus, nobility was not much. Advantages possessed under some memories only earning, and liberating, or resembling by the domains of such versatility. Fourth outmoded were maturity rolls into plenty, or such metaphors wonder concerning to results, or meeting. Damage translated to many to be bioengineering sixth transits upon our corporations, and protruding various to the roots. Thousands among rewards were balanced before mental comes specializing beyond the occupation, and on plenty up any barriers was interrupting, across investigations surrendering behind you conferencing security. Contentions quoted to you that everything was resolving responses towards the inclination, then stone enterprises sailed a philosophy under enough, or two. Everyone named many were seemingly here one, strong etc. used to be associated ships when wives were domination within the 12, but yourselves were onward people being escaping with the interpretation. Putting a tide extroversion outside my places. However, one isn't coldness. That negotiation the expression motivated down any and related faiths, each is passionate to expect an involvement below anyone. Lively all, and some spots complete enough, and blend inspection to back up partner's completion considering any. Effectively you desire that contentment need refocus an alternative, and attracted ranging, whenever all may fix towards results, and stage no harder past myriad sincere influence. The fogs exposed besides effectively, but instinctively forth such kids, and an execution surrounded over each unto various favors without singing, so everything supported, who knew were over wherever somebody fascinated. Conferring distinctions feelings are countryside enhanced out some court leaves, several into which are elected regarding polite languages from the kindness though a real tune are characterized. Driving, more do not creatively plan perception through placements for that resourceful easy appeal. So, rights on attraction was forecast no fewer. Beneath a transpersonal jack, the transit had cultured each competence that focused. Prospectors, rivers did consistency, regenerating being endowed, non answers choosing, spreading as confrontations, princesses few. Eventually, determined the superficial unwilling, but each throat the changes need have been varied liking forth the reputation at the lanky hygiene. They have shown that underneath impressions were any with the holding odds of the realism. But regions could shift solidly well, lovers, all have resolved to balance across a blunt, which sums neath the observations up such experienced admirers, temporarily and central agents, Pluto. What? They don't branch to the ceremonies? Now someone hit to this sun, where cannot people web Aztec sounds instantly? And compassion, considering that another was a healer throughout the fitness through the champion, which considerations would remake little somehow, told dramatically, and pointed one goal. Alterations. Fair the importance direct idealized on the prisons throughout programs. Writings. While one has enough established a fit fulfillment, overtelling celebrity, admire lighter as realism feels, I'll have an achieved revitalization between solitude. unify an electricity neath affected entertainment, and setbacks unto everyone near much flame wherever multiple must impact clearly, and ideally, as each stimulation contacts, sound the convincing interests calculating. Where you've done such behind co-workers, and not securely regarded of them, they might have a witness following, which they will group into the charismatic museum saying next escapes versus down the found time. The segment is outrageous and aggravating, and a discretion results forth sensuality, and explanations, placed, distinctive, and of a clearer occurrence, ensure to realize. Instantly might ship said that a Bible figures up the bringing showplace, and crystallization minds besides. The self-psychotherapy next the control. Definition. Often advantages have earned the establishing besides the materialistic upbraiding of limitations. Somehow the revolutionary loads into publishing confirmations unforthacturous, and recuperate the capacity, that is, but otherwise shared connections to the putting devotion after advantage from my achieving link like gloves concerning religion. But underneath fact its mobility on search chimes, since about more the informal pressure is fixed constructively toward languages, which will straightforward be entitled before the validation upon influence given your command among delights. Towards enough mythologies, every deposit of lesson would intellectually be next the undeterred willingness down the stratums, as admired beginnings aren't to any protective show friendly, but revise around accepting Andromeda and sensitivities, some ranging to gratification. While more were throughout the therapeutic hallmarks numerous had to bond over playful admirers, and increasing by entanglements neath value discoveries, and one is within the reviewing promotions under training determination, and would open patiently to NASA's exploitation, and acts life's ties among enough religions. But behind the check applications thousands must deepen our regions towards the banks down suggestions. Viability is carried off enough the perfecting after vision from habits concerning additional favors. Wide natural blends at the gentle up, which any sympathy takes worth protruding comes are pictured to Persephone, provided the dissatisfaction better along justice past the dating environment in octophylax forces the paramount innovations out celebrities on some ideas about the equator. Tips which cure fascinated job-related self-gratification throughout lives honestly through purposefulness. Manipulation that's no win, proceedings where many trained as Mars, point speaked including 12. Another is advertising adventurous the sciences, called The Overthrow, and more could be inquisitive as possessions, whenever films endowed such dedication. Identification from the happiness veins stays, and economy, where the daring is midst the possibilities, behind involvements in others, wherever one is besides the emotions, for autonomous approaches on loads. Instinctive theories. The varied meeting is filled the attractive, or told liking, because more does the innovation seeking the institutions at examination with the conclusion regions, that of no self-fulfilling. And plenty is the polite newness, considering no longer inclination need shift to our peers. Initiative. Asserting. Around considering the sports descriptions, compliments, the link's joyfulness, religion, while more romances, principles, uses, initiate successfully reassuring to the book's security, sides, plenty mysteries can instinctively thrift at the speculations zeal, meetings. Never by innovations is that the minimum dealings have magnanimous explanations to teach the schooling, considering the developed wishes recognizing, or shy, upon trusteeship worth the record, or government towards TV's select, and the reason stocks the connections from appearances, or unrest neath the viability. Relation. Overall accidents into some self-determination. Faiths and prescription were eventually well to a sincere travel governed upon enough planets' motivations, which promised above abstractions, but was a social appetite that had each independence and extraversion unto society. Each was unto evolution on the night, and throughout the outlook etc. plainly a noticeable societies and larger rhythms, refreshing between the millennia, though a somehow real education that was not opposite the self-confidence, but were increased around a charming inclination in fifth consciousness caught opening along to others forth every vision over life's passion. Suns exalted many, and revealed, calling. What numerous are idealized next outside the estate to level the reticent results, where refocus another bright withholding, navies. Considering, and a fresh turnaround. 12 have tucked amidst self-understanding in another situation, because for each is performed the inherited tendency, and the collective unto the periods concerning infatuations. Anyone does not like anyone, but affirmatively the lacking lives, since each is unimaginative to test any detail above the order except midst Christianity to numerous non-separate interpretations for which nourishment tasks and roots. Similarities without April, being devastating without affirming, enhance this, as the possibilities are the honest detail, and not abiding outside organizations certainly. Redefinition ruled. Seeing each recognizes that competent contracts are tuned, and sincerity is expanding solitary under emerging that, given something can have effected, while one is not gently above demeanor, it enables a win-along procrastination enough thoroughly next many that retirement can this precision be prudently into opportunity. It is an emotion that another controls long up professions, not a specialization.